What a season opener we had a few weeks ago. It was a thrilling battle in all classes. There was late drama courtesy of a safety car, strategy interest up and down the order, and of course that late race switch at the top of our LMP2 category. We couldn't have asked for much more, and yet we still do, as we return for another round, this time departing the home of British motorsport and heading over to the United States. Watkins Glen International is a circuit which can bite. Its high speeds and turns requiring maximum commitment. It may seem like a simplistic track at first glance, but it can turn tricky very quickly indeed. It is time for round 2 in the Boost Mobile Apex Hunters United Endurance Series by OSR, with support of Grid Engineering and a broadcast brought to you by Simply Race's own Dan Handover. I'm Lewis McGlade in the booth with me today for the opening couple of hours. Ewan O'Leary. That was a fantastic race a few weeks ago, but now we get to do that all over again.
Well, yeah, let's hope so. It was very entertaining indeed at Silverstone, and Watkins Glen is another classic endurance racing track, so I'm expecting something similar, as well as another 10 cars or so compared to what we had a few weeks ago. This track can get a little bit chaotic, so I am expecting to see a few incidents, especially in the first hour, and it may continue on all throughout the race. Let's hope not, but certainly the racing is going to be very, very good indeed. I'm very much looking forward to it. We're just finishing up with qualifying right now, and we'll run through the grid in a moment. But yeah, it's been very, very interesting indeed. I've been enjoying the season so far, and it could be our only trip outside of Europe, depending on what round 4 ends up being. It could actually be our only trip outside of Europe, with tracks like Monza, Hockenheim, Le Mans, etc. coming up. So yeah, interesting race coming up certainly.
Yeah, round 4 was originally supposed to be Homestead Miami Speedway, which would have been intense. It's still on the vote, by the way, but at the moment we're doing a bit of a, in a sense, like a vote to see what circuit we're going to get. Liking the additions of that kind of stuff, just to see what happens and see where we end up racing. Bit of good fun and banter within the community, of course, and fantastic stuff from round 1. Remember as well that the safety car, you were speaking that this track can potentially throw up a bit of carnage, that the safety car was a large factor in the previous round at Silverstone, and that can be the case today again with how it works. Obviously, the standard, if there is a crash, an incident, whatever, the safety car can be brought out, but of course there is also a random chance between 0 and 3 safety cars across the race, which is drawn from a random number generator prior to it as to when that happens and when it's going to come out, and no one knows. It's completely random, to sort of spice it up and basically get a bit of drama onto the screen, which, not that Silverstone necessarily needed it, but it did help.
It certainly did help. Yeah, there was a very dramatic fight as well towards the very end of the race. If you remember, between the 94 and the number 3, Jared Filso, in the end coming out on top, and you could tell he was very, very pleased with that one, and you would be, because it was a fantastic fight, and to be able to come out on top in that one was very, very good for him indeed. He managed to get pole position as well. It looks like for this race, qualifying just about wrapping up now. I don't think anybody is really on a flying lap anymore. So we can pretty much say for certain that Jared Fuso has taken pole position ahead of the 69 of Justin Rugier. That was the fastest pre-qualifying car. Let's not forget the top 5 from the last race don't have to pre-qualify. They get an automatic entry into the race. The 69 ended up being the fastest qualifying car. They'll be on the front row with the 94, and it's going to be interesting to see who gets down towards turn 1 first. I'd imagine probably Jared Filso, given he's in control of the field.
Yeah, for the 69, the last round did not go particularly well. But let's take a look at the qualifying order at the moment. It's the second consecutive pole position then from the Lobs eSports group, and like you say, 94 will be starting from pole position. Last round out, it was the number 3 that was joining them on the front row. This time, it's going to be the number 69, so still Apex Hunters United before we get TM Racing and the second Apex Hunters United car. Blue Flag Racing joining us, 5th place for them, and Summit Sim Sports behind with Pulse Tuning, Injectors Online, Harnell Jones United, and Trick eSports inside the top 10. 18 LMP2s here, so I think there's 19 actually, as OMR a bit off the list. But either way, BDE Racing, Rush Sim Racing, Drop Bear Motorsport, who I'm pretty sure we focus on a few times, but more so in the GTE category, as they were victorious in that. Injectors Online and Analytical, another one of the Lobs cars, that one way down the order, the number 10, and it was way down the order back at Silverstone as well. Fusion Sim Racing and Fishy Motorsport, the 18 cars. Did say that there was OMR Esports, who for some reason have decided that it wasn't a good idea to be on that list. They have qualified, there we go, down in 19th spot. There might also well be a number 42. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be on the list, but did not set a time in qualifying. There they are. Not sure if that's completely legitimate, but regardless, they're down there anyway, so plenty of LMP2s to dart their way through. The GTEs, Logitech Gialtas eSports, who had victory snatched from them last round out. They were a little bit disappointed with that, but just how the safety car was and their restart afterwards just didn't quite work out. They're going to be starting from 4th spot. It's actually BVN eSports that have the pole position, with the Cotes 2 cars that are starting from 2nd and 3rd. Logitech Gialtas eSports starting from 4th position, with United Sim Sports in 5th. Then we've got simrigs.com, Mac 1 Esports, Drop Bear Motorsport. They're not going to be happy starting that far down the order after victory last time out. Then we've got Pulse Racing Team Black, the 2 Mag and Turbo Motorsport cars, Carbon Esports, RRT Bow Repairs, TechSense, Fitzy, and of course Frog Leap Racing Team. In GT3 though, it is a fairly similar story to last round out. The Team FA Alonso Car Australia car that is going to be starting from pole position. They were almost unstoppable, and I say almost, they were completely unstoppable. Even with the safety car, there was nothing that could delay their chances to take victory in the previous round, whether that will happen here as well. Drop Bear Motorsports in 2nd place as well, with SSR and then R1 Sim Sports. Evolution Racing Team with Fusion Sim Racing, Team Kraken, JDR Motorsport, SimShed GT Racing, and then 2 of the Pulse cars starting down the order. Pulse Racing Team Yellow ahead of the blue car. BD Esports, Fusion Sim Racing, Carbon Esports, and the 2650 car from the rear of the grid. So tight stuff in a lot of the categories, although I will say that GT3 class is closer than it was at Silverstone. I know it doesn't sound ridiculous, 5 cars with inside a second, but we do have to remind everyone, Ewan, that the GT3 category is genuinely an amateur category. It's about getting people that are new to sim racing, getting people that want to do it with their friends and want to do it casually without taking it too seriously, where they can come along and enjoy it.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, really. We mentioned this a little bit last time out at Silverstone, actually, about all different kinds of abilities, excuse me, being on the grid here today and this season, indeed. So, yeah, that is what it's all about, and so it's no surprise, really, to see that car still leading and how well it won last time out as well is not really a surprise, because yeah, they've just been driving very, very well indeed, without mistakes. It's hard to see them not winning again, but I feel like this race is going to be a little bit more tricky because the traffic is a little bit more difficult to negotiate this time around, and they may even get involved in an incident that wasn't even their fault. So, you can never say it's over until it's over, but they are in a good place to win. They just have to watch their mirrors, keep things clean in traffic, which is going to be very, very busy today, as you can already kind of get an idea for watching warm-up.
Yeah, it's a shorter track than Silverstone, of course, and it's one that can be very, very dicey indeed. But with 4 hours, it's still going to be about taking your time. Darting your way through the traffic should theoretically be a bit easier around here, but there are pinch points, which makes things quite difficult. Obviously, running up through the opening S's section, going through the inner loop and outer loop down at the end before the carousel is a little bit tricky as well when you're darting through the middle of a bit of traffic. But boy, will we put on a show from the Lobs Esports car and the Apex Hunters United Esports number 3. They really did put on a show. Once again, the starting order on your screen. I will point out that obviously we've got live race control, so we can call out a safety car whenever required. That live race control as well will be dishing out penalties throughout the day. And Ewan, we've already had a penalty. It's nothing that's actually going to affect the race itself, but it is a points penalty for the 265 GT3 car. That's the 2650 Motorsports car. It's for escaping and qualifying. They're starting from last. It's a points penalty that they've been dished out. Now, we saw race control getting involved quite a bit in the previous round. I get the feeling they might have to do the same today.
Yeah, they may do. It just depends how these guys race it, really. But yeah, you're right. They probably will have to intervene at some point with some kind of incident that's been going on out there. But yeah, just to clarify, the rules in this series mean that you cannot escape under pretty much any circumstances. You've got to ask for permission, and then you may be granted it if indeed the stewards think that your argument is a good enough one, and then they may let you escape. But you can't just do it off your own accord, and that seems like what happened to Greentree there out there in qualifying. So he's going to be starting right at the very back, 50th of 50 cars on the grid here today. Well, actually, he's going to be second to last because there's a couple of cars who've not made it out of the pit lane who I was expecting to. But anyway, it doesn't matter. He's going to be starting a very, very long way down. And yeah, it can't help in the race, as you mentioned, the point penalty as well, which is not going to help in the championship. So yeah, it's just all about being very on top of the rules. Some of these championships, especially when they've got rules that you're not quite used to, like the escape rules. Some people aren't quite used to not escaping all of the time. So you just got to get used to that. You've got to read the rule book, and you've got to execute the rule book, if that's the thing, to the best that you can to avoid these penalties. That's what's going to win you the races, really, just keeping things clean. So, unfortunately, they haven't done that. Let's hope they can have a cleaner race.
Rule number one of when you're starting in a new series, always read the rule book, which everyone skims through and says, no, I did read it. I clicked the I accept the terms and conditions at the bottom, but alas, clearly not. Of course, the important note here that with it being three classes, the three classes are separated by a certain amount of time, which race control is sort of keeping their eye on to make sure that their starts are clean. They all come into the start zone, which is out of the final corner. It runs down the start zone, the roundabout where the start finishes. So they'll, in a sense, ignore when the iRacing, when the simulator says the green flag's out, they'll ignore that. They'll go at the designated point, which once again is in the rulebook, which we hope everyone's read. And each class, when they meet the pole sitter of the respective class is the one that decides when to go. So obviously, and that is in the hands of BVN eSports here. I was commentating on Dylan Burst yesterday, who's clearly a very talented driver, along with many different cars, but it wasn't a Porsche, so clearly seeming to match these vehicles quite well. Just making sure that you're keeping clean on lap one, though, going to be crucial, because we might see an early safety car around here.
Yeah, we may well do. Let's not forget they can be deployed manually at any time. So, yeah, there may be one. It gets very narrow as you go up the hill through the S's onto the back straight. So that if a pile-up is going to happen, that's where you're likely to see one. Really, just looking at the GTE field as well, by the way, it's pretty much all Porsches at the front. I can see a Ferrari at the back, and I'm not entirely sure if that's the only one, because it may well be. And there's quite a few Porsches in this category as well, even though it's a little bit more spaced out. But let's go back up to LMP2, because we're not far away from the race start. 4 hours of racing at Watkins Glen.
Yeah,
getting underway.
Yeah, Brody Kostecki behind the wheel at the moment of the number 94. Justin Rougier going to be starting alongside him on the front row. So it is Lobs Esports and Apex Hunters United once again on the front row, but this one with differing cars. 4 hours of Watkins Glen ready to go racing. We are underway, and it is a decent start from Brody Kostecki, who was fantastic back at Silverstone. But you've already got the Apex Hunters United car of Nick Foster trying to go around the outside of turn one and march up into third place. Oh, there's drama in the background. That is exactly what we were expecting. I said turn one was a danger zone, and that is why.
Yeah, the 35 has been around Silverus Sim Racing as well. And they've both got going again before the rest of the pack have got onto them, but Jordan McDonald was one of them involved. Just as a pass for the lead, quite possibly Brody Kostecki defends well into the bus stop for the first time and holds on as around goes the number 3. Around goes the number 3, and they drop it back down to the back of the field as well.
Yeah, there's huge drama there down into the carousel. We'll have to take a look at that as the GTEs and GT3s get underway respectively. There's plenty of racing and already high drama. Look at this in GT3 though, nice to see. We've got the Porsche, we've got the BMW and we've got the Merc up towards the front. It's a decent start once again from the Team FA Alonso car, Australia car that's trying to run away as we focus on the Drop Bear Porsche. So it's still a Porsche 1-2 despite all of that. We've got the SSR BMW getting involved, and I do like myself a bit of that R1 Mercedes as well. Drama in all categories. Kind of the expectation around here as we've got side by side. There goes the Merc up into third spot. It was the expectation, just not really what we wanted to see.
No, unfortunately not, and accidents do happen, but a couple, especially in LMP2, happening early on, and that is a shame to see. So Lobs eSport have managed to hold on to the lead. Let's have a little look at what happened during the race start and try and piece it all together, because there was 2 spinners at turn 1, let's not forget, and the number 3 went around at the bus stop as well. So we'll try and piece it all together, but yeah, it was very unfortunate, especially for the number 3 through the bus stop there, just going for a spin seemingly on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I say, we have to take a look at it once again in a few moments, because we've still got this the opening lap and probably even a little bit afterwards to carry through, because if that's been the drama in the first couple of corners, we're expecting to see plenty more as well. It's a Porsche 1-2 in GT3, just as R1 Sim Sports promoted their way up into third spot, as we said, down into the inner loop. But they were quite close to being passed again and dropped down the order. Already a couple of teams as well entering pit lane, as Drop Bear currently on screen. Lobs eSports number 10 has worked their way up the order from the rear end up into 12th place, and the Apex Hunters United eSports 3 car down in 17th, but is going. I wonder if there's much damage on the car, if they manage to escape any sort of that. The tyres won't be particularly happy anyway. Drop Bear then, they were close to making a move, but that's the problem with the toe coming onto the loop. At Watkins Glen. It's not really the greatest place to go for a move. We will see quite a few attempts, but it's not the ideal location to give it a go because of the constant radius corner. It's like trying to make a dive bomb into Luffield. It's just not ideal.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it's probably better sticking off. You're better off sticking behind at this point anyway. But because yeah, you do risk a bit of an incident. But yeah, it seems that some of these guys are a little bit out of position. Drop Bear Motorsport probably one of those, trying to get through as well as we go up to GTE. It's all very, very close here as well, but the top 2 look like they've stolen a march on the rest of the field. BB and eSports have converted pole position into a lap 1 lead and a lap 2 lead as they're crossing it right now, but the battle for third seems very exciting indeed. Yeah,
Logitech Altus eSports doing very, very well. Bo Albert behind the wheel. He's been busy in the commentary booth and racing elsewhere as well for the squad, and certainly as a squad we like to see doing quite well. Logitech Altus eSports, by the way, they've got they're following in the footsteps of the likes of Coanda Simsport in the fact of getting a team house, which is very nice. Good for them. As they march forward in the sim racing echelons. But like you say, that battle for third spot is looking pretty tasty indeed. Mach 1 eSports leading United Sim Sports and Sim Rigs behind. The Drop Bear car that was victorious last round, that fourth car in shot, as well as the Pulse Racing Team Black, who had flashes of greatness at Silverstone. Oh, there goes the Ferrari of TechSense. That is a huge moment, and out into the gravel trap.
Yeah, going to try and get this one spun back around and back going again. Going to be successful in that, but just trying to get down the inside of one of the Porsches there. Just clip the rear right on the barriers of the right hand side. It does stick out just a little bit as you're going into the bus stop there, and you can clip it if you're not careful. That's exactly what happened to Matt Andrews there going into the bus stop chicane, and he's gone round for a spin into the gravel. And you can see his rear right suspension is damaged. He's backed it into the wall again, going into the boot for another time. The GT3 run's going to be upon him in a minute, so he just needs to be careful. Yeah,
it's spoke before a few times of if you're going to get damage on any side of the car, you want it on the front. If you have the choice, you want it on the front, because yes, it makes the car understeer. It makes the car very, very hard but if you get damage on the rear end, it makes the car unpredictable. It makes the car uneasy, and you can see there slowing down and dropping way down the order. Let's take a look then, as already diving through some traffic at the moment, so already catching them, showing the speed differential between the LMP2 and the GT3 category as the Lobs eSports car coming into Strive. Let's take a look then at some of the replays. This is the run down into turn 1 where we saw some of that drama. What happens there? Oh, just driving into the side.
Yeah, it looked like it. The car on the inside there just driving into the side of Jordan McDonald. That was the BDE racing car that drove in. Let's have a look at Nick Foster's spin as he came out of the bus stop. Oh, it just got loose on the left-hander there. Just got a little bit of oversteer, and it spat him out to the left-hand side of the road. Unfortunately, there wasn't quite enough tarmac for him to gather himself back up. And when you get on the grass like that, it's an absolute certain spin.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll be going for the hunt for the Apex award. Look at that. A lot of drivers coming down potentially onto pit lane. There might have been some drama there. We'd have to take a look at that one. But for the race lead, I think it was getting a bit close. Let's take a look at what happened in GT3, in the P2s as they were darting it through, trying to get into pit lane. Oh, there wasn't anywhere to go. That is rough, and even more as well. Even more as well. I am surprised that wouldn't be a safety car, because that is a large amount of damage. Race lead though, battle continuing.
Yeah, the battle is continuing. I think everybody, well, the most damaged car was actually catapulting and front flipping into the pit lane, actually. So I think he might have been all right getting out of the way. So, but anyway, battle for the lead is certainly on. It's between the 94 and the 69. This is Brody Kostecki and Justin Rugier, as we do indeed have our first safety car of the day, just 7.5 minutes in.
Yeah, race control. Simon Black saying safety car deployed, safety car deployed. So we'll be exiting the pit lane, ready to depart pit lane. And by the way, a car that you can't miss was a mistake in the last round. We saw them in a race car livery. It's a Porsche GTE with a special safety car livery that is bright and hard to miss. They'll be awaiting our race leaders that we've currently got on screen. Now, this is dramatic for some of the GT3 drivers that have already gone a lap down. That's going to be difficult for them because, like I say, if you've already dropped a lap at this point, and it's only realistically half the class that's dropped a lap. It's not good.
Well, yeah, it isn't good. Justin Rugier, by the way, is into the pit lane. I wasn't expecting to see that from any car. Actually, it's so early on in the race that I would just probably stay out at this point. I don't see what there is to be gained by coming into the pit lane right now, but clearly Apex Hunters United Esports think that there is. The thing is, though, with you're right, about half of the GT3 category have been put a lap down by this. However, the wave around procedure, I believe, will mean that they will go round the safety car, Simon Black, and also go around the leaders. Is that Brody Kostecki going around the safety car as well? No, that's a different LMP2, I think. And there's the leader. He's just got through. He's just in behind now. So, yeah, Brody Kostecki is now at the front of the train. There are going to be a couple of cars who have been caught behind from 37th overall on backwards. Are going to be caught behind the leader, as you were mentioning. However, the wave around procedure, I believe, will mean that those guys will get their lap back and they won't lose out, I don't think.
Yeah, this is why it's live race control, so they'll be in tune with the drivers, communicating and figuring some things out as BVN Esports in the lead then of GTE. Few drivers coming into the pit lane. By the way, it's Team Kraken who are the first car a lap down behind the race leader. It does promote TM Racing up to second position in LMP2. So, like I say, I agree with you. Bit of an odd call to pit in at this point, but hey, do you know what? Why not? Fill up, have a bit of a splash. Realistically, sometimes you might as well just give it a go. They're going to lose an awful lot of track position, but it's a circuit that you can overtake at.
Yeah, it is. I wouldn't be taking that risk, certainly, because it is a fairly big risk, and I wouldn't really want to go through the field like that, but either way, they've decided that it's a good idea. The thing about this restart as well is that because we've not really got into the rhythm of the race yet, the lappery that we normally see, it means that this restart is going to be fairly clean-ish in terms of, as there's a car off and into the barriers for the 212 under the safety car. Oh dear. I don't believe this is a replay. It's just Brady Stanley, getting into the wall all by himself under the safety car. That's not good news for him at all. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty clean restart. The LMP2 cars are going to be there ahead of the GTEs and then the GT3s. They're all going to be in their kind of classes all separated, so it should be a fairly clean start unless we do indeed see any more incidents. But yeah, interesting start. I'll be interested to know which car spun first at this very location. We can still see a car stopped out there on the circuit right now. I believe it's Matty Jones in the Drop Bear Motorsport car. And yeah, he's a couple of laps down now. Retired from, well, not retired from the race, but certainly out of contention. But yeah, I'll be interested to know what started all that, because it was certainly chaos at the final corner as the wave bar begins.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, so basically the way it is in this is that, like we've said before a little bit previous, that, by the way, I think that the GT3, I kind of want to take a replay of that. I think it might be that's a good hunt for the Apex Award one. If you're missing it on under safety car, then you're doing quite well. So the way it works here is that if you've had a crash or something like that, you can't just escape to pit lane. You have to request the tow from race control. So basically forcing the issue where the safety cars come out, etc. So it's bringing that dynamic into it, as all the cars will stay to the left-hand side. We'll take a replay. I feel bad for the guy. Sorry, I feel really, really bad, because that is actually surprising to do. There's clearly some damage on the car before it, but that is definitely an effort for the you know, if you're gonna make a mistake, well, at least try and get an award for it. You know, we saw the I think it was the 278 Lamborghini in the previous round having a good few at Silverstone. Obviously, the hunt for the Apex Award being that of the driver that misses the Apex in the most dramatic fashion possible. Plenty of awards, by the way, and prizes up for grabs in the series. We'll get through that in a moment. But I do actually have a few penalties to talk to you about, as we've got our list coming in and being updated. The number 35, Mark Gibson, that is behind the wheel. That was down at turn 1. That was that lap 1, turn 1 issue. Penalty, contact, drive-through penalty given for careless action. The 162 as well in the GTE category, that one being the Carbon eSports purple car. That also has a drive-through penalty, and also was reported about something else, but it was decided that there was no blame, no further action to be taken. But they're under a lot of pressure here to a race control to go through quite a lot in the opening stage of the race.
Yeah, there has been a lot going on, and they've had to sift through it all, of course. We've seen a fair few amount of incidents so far. Also, passing under the safety car is something that's being investigated against the 221, which is obviously not allowed. So they're going to maybe have to take a drive through as well. But yeah, just a word on Nick Foster, by the way, because we saw that car, I thought, in contention for possibly a race win here today. I believe they have been into the pit lane, because they're down in 35th overall right now, which is a very, very long way down indeed. But yeah, I don't quite know why. Must have been in for a pit stop at some point, but they're going to have a lot of traffic to go through. They're even behind some of the GT3 cars, along with the number 10 LOBS eSports car as well. So that's a couple of prototypes having to get through a lot of GT traffic off of this restart.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very busy for them indeed. Like you say, that costly error at the opening point of the race, coming down into the carousel, would cost Nick Foster quite a bit. Backing up off of the safety car, might be in this lap. Not 100% sure. I didn't hear a call from race control, but we'll have to wait and see. They are going to stay out, so just a bit of a gap forming anyway. Yeah, they're going to have to work their way through, which isn't great, but a reminder that they did hit strife in the early stages of Silverstone. And then after that, they were able to build their way through, and we're kind of a bit surprised. But if you actually work through it on strategy, and it's shoulda, woulda, couldas, and all that lot, but if they were to roll through the race without that safety car that came out with about an hour to go, strategically speaking, that car, that number 3 car, despite the earlier issues, may well have won. courtesy of using strategy, pace, consistency, traffic management, all to their advantage. But then we would have been robbed of that fantastic battle that we got at the end of the race. Did get the call from race control as well, by the way. Simon Black saying safety car should be in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you mentioned, it's all about what ifs at the end of the day. But yeah, they weren't good enough on the day with the safety car being deployed the way it was, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it was unfortunate for them. They've got a big comeback coming up right now. But as you mentioned, the safety car is going to be in this lap. The top 15 are all LMP2. Pretty much everybody's on the same lap at some point. We've got a whopping 46 cars all on the same lap. Right now, everybody else is a lap down, including Jake Kostecki, who is driving the 126 GTE. They're a lap down. Matty Jones as well in the Drop Bear Motorsport car. They're a couple of laps down after not being able to get back to the pit lane under their own steam. And the 212, I'm afraid, is into the pit lane for JDR Motorsports as well. That's the final car actually still in the race right now, the 49 that started here today. They're still in the pit lane. They're going to be 3 laps down at the end of this lap. So, yeah, not good news for them. But as I mentioned, most of these guys are within their own classes. They're kind of where they should be, so to speak. So there's not going to be too much lapping of slower cars going on this restart. However, it's going to get very, very strung out very, very quickly. And it's only going to take 5, 6, 7 minutes for the likes of Brody Kostecki to actually get onto the back of the GT Freefield. It surprised me a little bit how quickly he got onto the back of the GTs off of this start. I know that they were a little bit delayed because the gaps between the classes, but still, I was surprised. So we're probably going to see something very similar very soon, and these guys are going to be lapping cars before they know it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pace differential around here for the LMP2s, it's just the amount of speed they can take through the corners, less so the straight line speed. I mean, they are faster in a straight line, but it's more about that the high downforce of the LMP2s working in their favour. And when it comes particularly around like this kind of section, the final couple of corners, you can actually throw in so much more speed. No car is quick around the third to last corner. I think it's turn 9 because it's such an awkward and oh, God, I hate that corner so much. But it's such a difficult corner, so tricky. Everything feels lethargic around there, just dependent on, with absolutely no dependency on what car you're in, whether it's a touring car or a P2 or a Formula 1 car, doesn't matter. It's all a garbo. Through there. Either way, race control once again handed to Brody Kostecki with TM Racing. Oh, near contact already on the start. They've not even come round. Some drivers trying to jump it. Brody Kostecki, the driver, in control and was leaving it to the last moment and certainly did so. TM Racing were able to follow. Summit Sim Sports, though, dropped back a little bit. Closed that gap up into turn 1, but Injectors Online are going to go side by side with them up the hill. That is a great move. Judge that one to perfection as we ride on board with Angus Cook, as there might even be a little bit of drama in the background. I think with them all running single file, though, they should be all through clean.
It looks like they have been through clean. There's a challenge for the lead as well. TM Racing on the outside. It's a carbon copy of lap 1 with Brody Kostecki holding on to the lead. As you mentioned, though, it does look like everything has carried on nicely further on down back through the field. There's battles going on pretty much everywhere. The LMP2 is all in one long line. Let's not forget the 69 car was in second place at the end of lap 1. They're buried in traffic right now, 11th place, and they've got a lot of cars to get through. Yeah,
that's why. That's the pit stop sequence for them. Obviously, they were one to bite and grab that pit lane, which was a bit bizarre for us, as we're seeing already trying to work their way through the traffic. It was the Injectors Online LMP2 that was just coming through there. It was quite tight, as there's been a bit of a drama. Oh, I think it might have been them on the timing sheet just dropping down and riding on board with them, grabbing through the GT traffic. A couple more and they're clear to go and chase after the LMP2s. Logitech Gialtas eSports, we're under pressure from Mach 1 eSports down into the inner loop. Safety car is back out again. We're getting word that safety car's back out again.
Oh dear. Let's see what's happened out there. I'm going to try and look for any car that might be dropping down the order. Reese Morgan, apparently in the 278, is stopped. Where on earth is he? Oh, hello. That's a big accident into the wall in the Lamborghini. The Pulse Racing Team Yellow. Oh, my word, has everybody avoided? Oh, he did get clipped. He got clipped by somebody. He's upside down coming through turn 3. And I'm afraid it's our second safety car of the day, the third of the season. And it's for Reese Morgan, who's upside down coming out of turn 3.
Remember when I said to you before the broadcast that this is a circuit that may take us a little while to get underway? This is why. It's a tricky track. It doesn't look it. That is a little bit interesting, the rolling there. But once you're doing that, I mean, if you're coming through that, of course, the answer would be to lift off and slow down. But it's so easy to be sort of lulled into it and just try and push. Now sat right in the middle of the road, which is just fantastic. Obviously, nothing that they can do for Reese Morgan. They've got their request from race control. Not normal we see cars flipping. Certainly not through there, not unless they've been hit quite hard. But I mean, it was a decent whack on the barrier. Shame for them. They were actually running quite well. I believe they're up to 6th in class. But alas, that'll put an end to that. I do like seeing a Lamborghini up there.
Yeah, they are fantastic cars, and they do look great in our racing as well. Just a word on the LMP2s. Nick Foster's back into the pit lane again, and I think he's figured that because they're so far down anyway, they might as well just go for this. Go into the pit lane again. They've refilled themselves back full of fuel. Jimmy Golding in the 10's done the same, and he was in a similar situation, so not much to lose for those guys to actually pit in again. That's exactly what they've done, but yeah, it was a strange spin for them. Because coming through turns 2 and 3, Golding lost the car so quickly, it almost looked like they were being contact. But you're right, this is a deceptively tricky circuit. The walls are very close indeed. And when you do indeed see an accident like that, you can get flipped onto your roof very easily, and you can cause a whole track pile-up as well. Thankfully, that didn't happen, but that can happen from time to time. Let's hope it doesn't here today.
Well, with them driving around, them waiting around, we'll see if we're allowed to get racing. I don't think it'll be the end of this lap. But my question will be, Ewan, I think the answer to this question is no. But if the 69 came in, and as well as a couple of others, if they came in on the first safety car, what are the chances of anyone coming in after less than a lap of racing?
I think very small, because they've already passed the pit lane. I don't know if the leaders were past the pit lane by the time the safety car was deployed, but no, I can't see any of the leaders coming in from this point. Track position is too important. The amount of traffic they would get themselves caught up in, the amount of GT traffic would be frightening, really. And I don't think anybody would really risk that, because it's so dangerous off of these starts. You don't want to be making your way through traffic if you can avoid it. If you're already marred in the traffic, then I don't see why not. But Jordan Duffett has decided to ignore me and go for it. Might be a sensible call by the end. So it's the 17 for OMR eSports, just going into the pit lane to try and get a little bit of fuel in that car. I think only the LMP2s have even got the option of coming in at this point. If you're a GT car, there's absolutely no point in coming in at all unless you have damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Being told there are a couple of actually, you say that there are a couple of GT3s coming into the pit lane and nearly making contact on that pit lane entry, but a few drivers from the GT3 category biting and darting down pit lane, which will actually assist teams like the number 3 that were marred down in traffic. I believe got the call from race control that due to there not being any waiver rounds to dish out, that we might be getting racing underway at the end of this lap. So should be able to get going, which would be fantastic, and hopefully this time it'll be a clean run. You would suspect normally, with it being a single file restart, that drama that we saw on lap 1 would be sorted. However, the late start from Brody Kostecki, that almost caused carnage out of the final corner. Now the drivers are going to be aware of it. Do you reckon Brody Kostecki is going to go early?
Well, quite possibly actually, but the problem is, I don't think Brody Kostecki went particularly late there. I think he just held off quite nicely and quite sensibly, really, and everybody else was too eager to get going on his heels. So, yeah, I don't think that's really Brody Kostecki leaving it too late. I think everyone else trying to anticipate and go a little bit too early, quite possibly. But yeah, he may well spring a surprise and go for this one straight away. There's been a fair amount of stewards reports going on, by the way, ever since the first safety car was actually put out. The 221, the 88 and the 168 all passed under the safety car apparently, but redressed the position, so no penalty was given in the end. Jordan Duffett has been given a stop-go for poor connection, which may be the reason why he's come in the first place. But then again, I didn't think you could actually come in under a safety car to serve a penalty. So that's one that I'm yet to get to the bottom of, and there's a couple more coming in right now who are going to be able to get or who are going to be getting some stop goes for not pre-qualifying, the 126 and the 96. look like they're going to get a stop-go penalty.
I'd say though, if particularly with the with the 17, if that's a poor connection, I almost feel that penalty should be treated a little bit. And this is kind of swings and roundabouts, and this opens up a whole can of worms. But I'd almost suggest that that's the kind of thing that could be treated a little bit differently, because essentially what it is, it's not like a come in, serve a stop, and go and just get back out. It's more a come in and try and sort yourself out. Right, come in and try and fix the issue. I would, that's where I would get the vibe from. But alas, we'll have to wait and see what race control do. I do like the fact that the redressing. As long as you've redressed, then just get on with it. Well, the race will continue, and the race will continue for us as well. Said he might go early, and there we go. Brody Kostecki has absolutely taken off from TM Racing, so no close racing down into turn 1 this time by. They have all spread out. I don't think anyone was ready for anyone to go that early. Jacob Todd, though, what a lunge down the inside. That was an absolute send for Blue Flag Racing on the inside of Fusion, and BDE are going to come through as well. Oh, that's a huge moment that he's caught. Wow, that could have ended in tears. That was very, very close to a very big accident there for Jacob Todd, but a fantastic lunge into turn 1. That braking zone isn't very long, so makes it even more impressive as the two in front go side by side. Fusion Sim Racing and BDE Racing. These are the last cars who are actually with the LMP2 leaders at the moment. The guys like the 51 are going to be caught behind a bit of traffic, and they're going to be losing time. It looked like TM Racing were under a bit of pressure there into the bus stop for the first time as well. So a lot of racing going on early on, and there was a very, very close moment to a very big accident as well. Yeah, Injectors Online coming through the GTE traffic then, but let's take a look at that GTE traffic, because there is a different leader. Logitech G Altus eSports, disappointed with how they ended at Silverstone. Probably wouldn't have been particularly happy with how they qualified here at Watkins Glen, but they've worked forward bit by bit and now hit the front of the GTE category. Bo Albert, who nearly had to miss, I think it was the Nordschleife race, courtesy of a screen failure or something, obviously having that one sorted out, and then hitting the racetrack once again, and a driver who is intensely fast and is in a very, very good spot now, taking the lead of the race. That was down into the inner loop. GT3 rather, presently in the hands of the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia car, or at least that's what I was thinking. I believe it might still be so. Certainly is. They are quite a way down the order, or quite a way rather ahead of everyone else. Yeah, there's a lot of GTEs. Confused me as well there, because there's LMP2s mixed in as well. So you're right. Team FA Alonso are leading at the moment from R1 Sim Sports and Drop Bear Motorsport. Let's have a look at Nick Foster here. Under safety car. Yeah, this is under safety car. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, but anyway, yeah, that's just an illustration, really. What we were talking about, we haven't actually had a shot of Nick Foster pretty much since he had that spin first time around, but that's how much traffic he's within right now. He come right from the back of the very field at the moment. 29th as things stand. He's made up about 15 spots. He's still got about 15 to go until he gets to the rest of the LMP2 pack. It's a very, very long way back for him. Yeah, for he and James Golding of Lobs Esports' number 10 car. They've got plenty to work through, as there is a bit of a send on screen. That was from the, I think from the Mag and Turbo Motorsport, a 1-2-4 car behind, diving it and getting that one sent on the BMW. That was a bold attempt, but they've got to be careful. Oh, speaking of Mag and Turbo, there's one gone for a spin. Oh, I think so. Yeah, that's not good news indeed. Out of turn number 7, and yeah, they're going to be dropping down the order fairly quickly. Still dropping down the order. Trying to see which one, which car that was, because I don't believe it was. Oh dear, the 125 car. Let's have another look at the replay. Brian McDermott going round for a spin. Oh, very, very close to getting collected from behind as well. Looks like he's been able to get back going again, but he's going to have lost a fair few spaces. Yeah, apologies. I thought it was another one of the Maga Turbo cars that I caught out of the corner of my eye. But no, you're absolutely right. The Cotis Cordial Line car that went for a bit of a spin. It's easy to do. Of course, GTE, you're driving the car. Which, it's I think GTE's got, there's no track control, there's no assist, there's no nothing. You just got to drive it the way it is, and it can be a little bit tricky, as we're seeing Darren Lobb battling out in 21st position. They're going to be side by side up towards the inner loop, and very smartly, very wisely, backs out of that one, allowing the RRT car to get through.
Yeah, he's seen the chaos that's gone on in front and around him in the race so far, deciding to back off into the bus stop, and it's probably a good idea, especially at this stage. We're still 3.5 hours to go. There's no need to get involved in those kind of battles at this stage, especially with a few of the LMP2s coming through as well. Nick Foster, that is, making his way down the inside, very, very nearly made his way to the front of the field, to the front of the GTE field, I should say. He's going to get another couple down into the heel of the boot, and he'll be on up the order and traffic free for just a little while. But yeah, it's going to be a long way back as the battles continue further on, with the GT free field scattered all over the road right now. It's hard to know who's winning and who's not, but Wayne Bork is trying to get a little bit further up towards the front, dive down the inside at 7, and that is another place for him.
Yeah, that was getting down the Carbon eSports white car. Like I said, love seeing the BMW. I mean, don't get me wrong, the front of it's still hideous. I won't back away from that. But yeah, nice to see them some working their way up the order through the Porsches that were in both categories very, very strong at Silverstone. Still, obviously, quite strong here, but less so. It's a bit more balanced of a circuit, especially when you use the slipstream to pull you along. Don't get me wrong. Team FA Alonso Kart Australia are still well in control of the GT3 category, but alas, as Rush Sim Racing enter pit lane, so they have had their fair share of issues from the rear end of the LMP2. If not, to be fair, actually I was thinking about this, half an hour race, don't get me wrong, it's not quite pit window territory, but we're not a million miles away. It's normally around about the 40-minute mark. Of course, the fuel mileage has been extended slightly, but Watkins Glen is a circuit where you're on the loud pedal an awful lot around here. 35, 40 minutes, is it that insane?
Well, it is a stop-go penalty, which
there we go,
is
then. Never
why
mind.
they've come into the pit lane, because if you remember, they failed to pre-qualify, so they've got to have a stop-go penalty, and that's the end of that one, I'm afraid. Not a strategic call, unfortunately, but yeah, it's a stop-go, and yeah, they're going to be dropping down the order as the battles continue on in LMP2. Looks like TM Racing are going to be under a little bit of pressure, but we're going to skip to a replay with Eddie Bestwick down the inside of the final corner. Not a place where you normally see moves being made, but if the opportunity presents itself, then Bestwick wasn't going to say no, and straight down the inside. A good move in the end.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. Get by Fishy Motorsport, and I don't think this one's over because BDE Racing as well sat right on their 6, and they're not too far off the rear end of the Apex Hunters United eSports 69 car. So thanks for throwing me under the bus there, mate. Sorry, I'll return the favour.
You will return the favour. I know you will. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm terrible for that. I'm so sorry. It's all right. It's karma. Yeah, swings and roundabouts. It all comes back towards you. But yeah, really, really nice move. Like you're saying, don't typically see one down 10-1. 90% of the moves you normally see around Watkins Glen, oh, this is a good time to jump to this, is down into the inner loop, which we may well see here from BVN Esports, although lifting off to not force the move, which is smart for 2 reasons. Number one, it's pretty tight entry. We've seen it work against, so for example, like the Ferrari a bit earlier on. But also, fuel saving, fuel mileage, extending that as far as possible. You're sat in the slipstream, you're lifting off. We've got a lot of cars here very, very close to the race lead in GTE. The Logitech G Alphas Esports, you've got BVN Esports, you've got the Mach 1 Esports car, and United Sim Sports. Not even too far off the back of that as well as the Silverstone winners of Drop Bear Motorsport. Yeah, I'd want to say to you, I'm playing this as a strategy game. 4 hours is still a long time. It's still an endurance race, and there's still strategy to be played out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a very, very smart call as well from Dylan Burst to do this on the back of the Logitech GL Esports car, just lifting off into the inner loop, as he's saying. If you just think about all the fuel they will have been saving throughout the first 20 minutes or so as well, with a couple of safety car periods, as behind that, there's contact in the battle for third place. United Sim Sports and Mach 1 Esports going side by side through turn 9, which is very, very tricky indeed. But yeah, it's unfortunately looks like they have come into a bit of contact.
Yeah, it certainly does. That was a wee bit tricky from them. Not the ideal and favoured scenario, but alas, we'll kind of see how that one unfolded at another point. A little bit tight. I mean, I said before that corner is lethargic. It is difficult, isn't it? But it's kind of one of those ones where you might surprise people with a bit of a dive there.
And somehow Jacob Todd on your screen right now has managed to avoid all the barriers through there, and I'm pretty amazed by that for the Blue Flag Racing car. Yeah, he's back going again. It looks like right now. And where is he in the standings? Still 14th overall, and indeed in class as well. Yeah, battle's still continuing on up the field, but fortunately, Jacob Todd can still continue after that heart attack moment.
Would you not think that they'd be a little bit disappointed in the sense that they qualified really quite well? I'm pretty sure they qualified in 5th place to the Blue Flag Racing car. Now they're running down the order in 14th. Do you not think they'd be a little bit like qualifying looked really great and then that just not ideal?
I'm not entirely sure, really. I don't know what their expectations were coming into the race. If they were just going for a top 10 that qualified inside the top 5, then maybe they will change their expectations. Even if you do target a top 10 and you suddenly find yourself in the top 5, all of a sudden your objectives do change, and you get a little bit greedy as a racing driver and as a racing team. You want a little bit more. You want to do better and get that better position in the very end. So, I'm not entirely sure if they'll be pleased or not, but certainly the issues they've had will not be pleasing them by any stretch of the imagination. Whether their position is annoying them or not, all the spins they've been having, all the incidents will certainly not be great for them.
No, absolutely not. As we'll try and get coverage back in just a moment. I can tell you at present that the Lobs eSports car still leading the way at the moment from TM Racing in LMP2, separated by 2.3 seconds. Injectors Online, though, are sat very much on the rear end of them, and there may well be a move down into turn 1 units. Tight stuff, but this is the thing where it's about extending fuel mileage. We're around about 40 minutes into the race. That at this point you're going to want to extend that. You're going to want to stay in the slipstream. You're going to want to lift off, especially through traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not too far away from seeing pit stops, as you say. So, there may be a bit of lifting off, and that's exactly what the 46 had done there, I think. So, still staying on for now. We're going to be a bit of a radio show, by the way, right now, Lewis, for the next few moments while we get the stream back up and sorted again. But we'll try and describe it as best as possible, because the pit stops are going to be upon us. Let's not forget the amount of fuel that they will have been saving, though, throughout those 2 safety car periods, and indeed behind each other now and again. We've seen a lot of lifting off going on throughout this first part of the race. That's what we're used to seeing, really. And it may help extend these stints as the 46 may go for a move.
Yeah, going to try and make it stick down into the heel section, committed on the brakes, and is going to go around the outside of the TM Racing number 9 car. So the 46 Injectors Online Racing car is up into 2nd position in LMP2 with a move, but they are 3.5 seconds down on our race leader. So they've got a fair boundary to try and make up, but there's more battling in LMP2 as it's pretty close for 4th spot as well. Summit Sim Sports and Pulse Tuning as well, pretty tight. That battle in GTE is also remaining close. BVN eSports leading the way from Logitech G Altus eSports. That is a switch. They have taken the lead. That is a switch, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that is a switch indeed that we missed, but there's been so much going on that it's kind of easy to miss these things from time to time. So BVN eSports have now decided to stop saving fuel and started to get on with this race just a little bit. But the top positions are very, very close. Indeed, in this one, if you just look back from BVN all the way down to maybe simrigs.com in the 199 or Pulse Sim Racing Team Black, you've got 7 cars to separate by roughly 7 seconds. It's very, very close indeed.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, you've got to remember that it's the top 4 that are separated by really only a couple of seconds. It's very, very tight between them. With BVN moving up to the race lead, the question is, are they going to clear away? Are they going to try and build a gap? The expectation that GTE and GT3s are roughly around about an hour to an hour and 10 minutes. With the safety car that we've had, they've already been able to save fuel. They've already been able to sort of extend that anyway. And so the hope would be that they'd push it even further in the slipstream, although we can confirm that BVN eSports are pulling away, the gap extending by around about it's to 1.5 seconds now that BVN eSports have cleared away from Logitech G Altus. Maybe that's fuel saving, maybe that's tyre conservation. They're running away though.
Yeah, they are indeed. Not entirely sure how. You're right, but yeah, they've just turned on a little bit of extra pace. Or is it Logitech eSports maybe going a little bit backwards right now because they're falling into the clutches of United Sim Sports in third? This is a battle for second place. Let's not forget. And yeah, it seems that they are falling back a little bit. It'd be strange to see though from the team that won last time around at the 4 hours of Silverstone, and to see them struggling for pace at this stage would be a little bit odd, really. But I don't think that is the case. I think that they are. It is United Sim Sports just starting to find a bit of pace themselves, and get into second place, maybe in the next few moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Logitech Gialtas Esports are struggling here. We've just seen them as well, missing the apex down as we get coverage back once again here at Watkins Glen. A few things have changed. Let's be real here. So we've got Injectors Online. Said before, they are up into second position in LMP2. Made a fantastic move around the outside, darting a little bit through traffic as we can see them getting through there. 3 seconds off of our race leader as we're seeing the Harnell Analytical cars going through traffic and changing positions. Harnell Jones United up to 6th, and this is where traffic is critical around this venue. You can see just getting boxed in a bit, having to lift out, not trying to push to the limit. I like that.
Yeah, there wasn't. It wasn't too push and shove, was it? In the end, between the two, and there wasn't a big squeeze towards the pink Porsche there. You can see just in the background. To be fair, the car on the outside there, stuck behind the Porsche, probably could have ducked out of the slipstream and made it free wide. But with so long to go in the race, didn't really want to risk it, and I'd admire that. Really, it's not a good idea, probably. At this point to be doing that. So yeah, it's smart driving from everybody to be able to get away with that one alive.
Oh, what has happened to Bo Albert? In second place was in GTE as Pulse Tuning grabbed themselves fourth in LMP2. Quite a lot is happening here. Our battle at the moment for sixth place, Harnell Jones United Analytical and the Apex Hunters United 69 car that started from the front row of the grid here. Something's happened to Bo Albert, who was quite close, of course, with the car behind being the United Sim Sports car. Lifts out. Now, that's fine. That didn't shock me so much. But, slow down. Would have been a slowdown. That explains it. Would have been a slowdown penalty. Must have exceeded down at turn 1. Is also now about to be passed by the Mach 1 eSports car as well. So it goes from bad to worse for Logitech Gialtas Esports as they drop bit by bit down the order. That is dramatic.
Yeah, it is indeed, and it's not good from the round winners last time around. They've got Drop Bear Motorsport now not too far behind them as well, so a lot going on in GTE at the moment, and I'm afraid it's not all good news, especially for Bo Albert, who's going to be halted just a little bit by a little bit of traffic going on up in front, but yeah, he'll be able to refine himself, I'm sure, and he'll definitely learn his lesson, and probably won't be getting any more slowdowns through turn 1 or indeed wherever he picked that one up.
There was a bit of a scent from the Pulse Tuning car as well. Obviously, you've got to through traffic. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to be bold. You've got to try and make something stick. But as you say, these two that were battling it out for... Oh, there's an incident in the background. Who was that? Was that the Lobs Esports 10 car? I think it was. That has had an issue in the background. Golding is there, and the safety car will be deployed again, surely.
Yeah, the LMP2 pit stops will now definitely happen, because it's bang on the window for those guys. Just gets on the curve himself there in the number 2 and spins around. I'm not sure if he can get going from that point, but yeah, anyway, he's got no front nose anymore, and I'm afraid it's not been a good race for the number 10 whatsoever. But let's take a look at these LMP2 pit stops. They're about 2/3 of the way through the lap right now, coming up towards the pit stops before long, and we're going to see a very, 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 very busy pit lane.
Yeah, surely. I mean, even the GTs and GT3s will take advantage of this, absolutely, because why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
We're not at the hour point, but the expectation is that you probably get a couple more safety cars. You've got time to save fuel. You've got time to extend fuel mileage. But now, if you've saved fuel, your pit stop here is actually probably going to be a little bit shorter because you don't have to put as much fuel into the car. Oh, yeah, indeed.
Brody Costecchi carries on. And I've no idea why.
Are they allowed to? They surely, yeah, they are. They are allowed to pit right now, right?
Injectors Online also stay out. So what is the reason for this? Why would they stay out at this point? I'm absolutely baffled by that choice to stay out for those guys. Hono Jones United have also stayed out, but we're 45 minutes into this race. LMP2 cars can do 40 minutes normally. With the fuel that they've saved at the moment, surely they can't go much longer than 45 minutes. And they've decided to stay out. Whether they've not read the rulebook properly, I don't know. But that's a very bizarre decision from anybody in any of the classes staying out right now. I'm absolutely at a loss as to why they would do that.
I was going to say, pit lane's not closed right now, is it? Like
No.
they are allowed to, but you'd be forgiven for thinking that if the leader's not come in, you're like, nah, maybe it's not. But yeah, but that is very, very odd. The one car that I'd look at to see if it was actually closed or open would be the number 3 car. Because well, if your series, if you're pitting now, I'm following you down. But yeah, I genuinely, I'm very, very surprised.
Looks like Racing stayed out as well, by the way, Jacob Todd. So I think the top 5 all stayed out here. TM Racing in 6th, they've got back out again. They're the first of the pit stop guys. But yeah, I think the top 5 stayed out here in LMP2, and I'm not entirely sure why at this point. So well, anyway, they've stayed out, and they'll be hoping for a miracle, really, for this strategy to work out, in my opinion. But Jimmy Golding, by the way, was given a drive-through penalty for something careless. I don't know what the actual, I don't know which rule he actually broke, but clearly it was careless, and he was given a drive-through penalty for it. So I'm afraid the bad race for the number 10 team is just getting worse.
Yeah, that did come courtesy of the 298 car. That was the one that reported it. I'm not sure which one is the Fusion Sim Racing GT3 that is currently running around in 5th place, although let's be honest, it's going to be a bit of a cluster after the pit lane sequence that we've just had. But they were the ones that reported it. Again, not sure what it was. We just know that it was on lap 12, that it was between those two. But again, this is the joy of having a live race control, being able to go at it, attack it, and dish out penalties for unjust driving. Which, ideally, in a perfect world, we wouldn't get any unjust driving, but, it happens, especially in this kind of racing where it can be a little bit messy, it can be a little bit of a cluster. If you can fix that, if you can sort it, as race control, you'd want to step in.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, they're just doing their job down there in race control to sort things out. I want to see who's going to come into the pit lane here this time, though, because as I mentioned, strange decisions last time around to not come into the pit lane. It seems that these guys are going to be staying out anyway. The thing for is Brody Kostecki and Thomas Hinz both come into the pit lane now, as does Eddie Bestwick. Oh dear, I don't know why, or the reasoning behind that one. Why did they stay out the first time around? Because you could come into the pit lane. They clearly needed to, because they've come in the very next time around. So yeah, completely baffling on this occasion. Injectors Online Racing have also decided to stay out for another lap. The 51 car has decided to stay out for another lap. As Blue Flag Racing also stay out, a GT car in as well. Very, very interesting decision indeed.
Like I say, it's bizarre. Maybe they just didn't know that they could have. Maybe there might be something that they'll report. They've seen the rule book. I don't know. I do not know. Either way.
The 94 won the race last time. How can they not have known? I don't understand. They came in. I'm pretty sure they came into the pit lane last time around, last race as well. To on their way to winning. I don't know.
Mate, I am not a scientician, I'm afraid. It's unbeknownst to me. I do not know. This is why we're in the commentary booth, because we're clearly clueless. And don't say speak for yourself. What we do have, though, and this was thrilling and exciting at Silverstone, we've got the Apex Hunters United number 3 and the Lobs eSports 94, 13th and 14th. We saw them race very hard for the race lead through traffic in the previous race at Silverstone. I think we're going to see that again. I think we're going to see, it's not for the race lead, but you'd suspect that those two cars are gunning for it anyway.
Yeah, you'd expect so. because when it comes to the end of it, at the end of this championship, I think they're going to be fighting it out for this championship, aren't they? So they're going to be fighting hard right now. I'm not sure what points go down to in this championship because there's a lot of points on offer. I think it's the top four. I don't know actually. Let me just have a look at the LMP2 championship. Yeah, I can't work it out. There's a lot of points on offer anyway because it's 300 for a race win, and then I think it's V8 Supercar points, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like it anyway to me. So yeah, I think these guys are going to be fighting out for a championship. Every point is going to matter in this fight. So yeah, we're going to see a good fight. I'm pretty sure between them as the wave around is just continuing on right now. We didn't even or the leaders anyway weren't able to lap all of the GT3 cars. The GT3 leaders at the moment is still Team FA Alonso. So yeah, that means that pretty much all of the GT3s are going to be allowed to go through here at this point. So I believe we're going to have near enough 40 cars on the lead lap once again with nearly an hour into this race. That's not what I expected, I have to say, going into this one.
No, absolutely, absolutely not. I do get the vibe that so from commentary and stuff on Watkins Glen before, it is a track which normally does breed a few safety cars. Once things get going, it does normally calm down.
Yes.
However, in this, I'm less sure. I am absolutely less sure. They're going to be playing for a lot. Like you say, the points differential between P1 and... Let's use the examples that we have ahead of us for the Lobs eSports number 94. Victorious in the first race, like you were saying, 300 points to their name. If they finish in 14th, that is 300 points versus 126. That's an enormous points margin between the two. That is absolutely huge. You can't afford to have many races like that. Not in a season that realistically is not very long, just 6 rounds across the season. You don't get drop scores, you don't have duff rounds. Blue Flag Racing now entering the pit lane 2 laps after everyone else.
Yeah, they haven't been in at all yet this race, so they need to, and they should have been in ages ago. But anyway, we'll put that one to bed now. The 51, by the way, Injectors Online Racing, I guess somewhat understandable. They came in under the first safety car, or indeed, yeah, I think it was the first safety car, on lap 4 for a pit stop. So, yeah, they're in the lead of the race, so they can go a little bit longer than everyone else. Maybe this is a good strategy call to try and get yourself out there and, get yourself into the lead, into the mix, so to speak. But, yeah, it's still a strange call for me to see Dennis Gatterick out front right now. But it looks like the wave around may have been completed now, and we may be able to get racing here once again. Although I'm not entirely sure. It looks like actually all the GT3 cars were indeed lapped before we were actually, getting that safety car. So 28 cars I think we're going to have on the lead lap. But when we get this restart, either this lap or probably the next one, not entirely sure. But yeah, coming up soon.
Yeah, what we will note is that Logitech Gialtas eSports still Bo Albert behind the wheel, but right down the order in the GTE category. So obviously from their sequence, they have dropped right down, probably throwing something a little bit into the mix strategy-wise to try and get them up the order later on. It may well be a 4-hour race, but we've spoken before about, obviously, some of the races that we've commentated on where it's a 24-hour race and it's about very much playing the long game. Well, the long game applies no matter what the racing is, whether it's, like you say, 24-hour racing, whether it's Grand Prix racing, whether it's what we're seeing today, whether it's 4-hour racing, whether it's touring car racing, whatever it is. Playing the long game is critical in all forms of motorsport, because it's not just about being in a lead now. Not that it's a bit harsh. Obviously, we do care who's in the lead now. But thinking from a realistic point of view, the points, the standings, the prizes, they don't care who is in the lead right now. They care who is in the lead in 3 hours and 5 minutes time. And so it's about strategizing your way into that point. And so maybe some of these teams that we're questioning right now, maybe it's a bizarre call, but if they've got a plan, they may well work from it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in this one, really. We're not going to remember who was leading after the first hour. We're going to remember the race winners, aren't we, at the end of the day? So, yeah, it's a little bit strange to me. But it looks like the safety car has pulled away from Dennis Gatterick right now. He looks in control of the field, and we'll wait to see whether he's going to go early or late or in the middle, maybe, because Brody Kostecki is done early, he's done late, so who knows what's going to happen this time around.
Yeah, also you've got Pulse Tuning, who they were aggressive through traffic a little bit earlier. They'll be hungry in third spot. And you've got the Apex Hunters United eSports 69 car in fourth. Well, they started from the front row of the grid. They've been up and down the LMP2 order. Now they find themselves in fourth. Are they going to be trying to go for the race lead? They're going to have to do something special to make that one stick on the opening lap after the safety car. Let's keep ourselves fingers crossed that we're going to be going green, although that might well be a jinx, knock on wood. We are underway once again as Injectors Online Racing will be leading us from TM Racing, Pulse, Apex Hunters 69 and Summit Sim Sports. Is a bit tight in the background. There's already been contact. Oh, it's Apex Hunters off the road. Justin Rougier. Oh, and he's been met down in there by Fishy Motorsports as well.
Oh dear, it's not been a clean start as the leaders now battle going up the hill, the 51 and the 9, and here comes Pulse Tuning as well, trying to go down the inside. It's free wide going towards the bus stop with an hour into the race. Oh my goodness, let's see who comes out on top in this one. It looks like Pulse Tuning. Fantastic move down the inside, free wide into the bus stop. Very, very brave, but very, very effective as well at getting in the lead.
I said they were going to be aggressive. I wasn't expecting that. That was absolutely sensational from Pulse Tuning. That was brave, but must say it takes skill from all drivers in this scenario to not cause a crash. You see there the 51 backing out of it. Pulse Tuning absolutely sending it, but for Injectors Online Racing, for Gatterick, played the cards very nicely. Now look at this, Ewan. This looks terrifying.
It does look very terrifying, especially for BVN Esports, who are leading the GTE category at the moment, having to make their way through some GT3 cars. Let's not forget, the GTEs have only just been lapped, and a lot of them had to take the wave around to get onto the same lap as the rest of the GTE cars. But the GT3s, because they'd already all been lapped, meant that you know, they are kind of in front of them in the train. So the GTEs are having to make their way through on the GT3s. And then just about as they're going to finish this a little bit later on, the LMP2s are going to be up behind them all trying to get through. It's going to be a manic next 10-20 minutes.
It certainly is. I mean, it's very, very manic right now. By the way, I did see just ahead of this, you've got that TechSense Ferrari that does seem to be repaired. And it is the important note that they do have a fast repair to use, so they can fix the car, they can sort it out, which is good. It's, you know, again, so that one incident and you're not completely out of the race. So for them, good that they wrestled it back to pit lane, because at least they aren't out of the race. We'll take a look in a minute at the race restart once again. We'll keep our eye on Justin Rougier. Now, this car did cop a big whack. So overdid it in the braking zone, nearly made contact with the rear end of with Pulse, and then also another incident gets pushed into him. That one being the Fishy Motorsport car. So really a bit clumsy from the P2 contingent there.
Yeah, it was a little bit. Let's see how that Fishy Motorsport car got to... Oh, free wide down into turn one, and the car on the outside gets onto the grass, gets into the number 08, and there was nothing that Michael Whiter could actually do there. Not much that Justin Rougier could do either. It's not been their day, has it, in the number 69 car? They've been hit and they've had spins, they've had a number of issues, but yeah, still hard racing going on. Unfortunately, a couple of incidents, but mostly clean on that restart. We've had 3 safety cars in the first hour. Let's hope that we have a little bit more racing in the next hour.
Yeah, you got the Injectors Online Racing car of Thomas Hinds trying to get by Eddie Beswick, and as well ahead of this, you've got the a little bit tight there. I was going to say that's the Lobs car, but I think it's a car going a lap down that is trying to be that's going to be passed here. Just sort of getting involved. It is the Drop Bear Motorsports car that is going a lap down and is fighting very, very hard. Ahead of that, though, we've got some side-by-side as Nick Foster trying to get by the Summit Sim Sports car as well on the run down into the inner loop, as we're nearly 3 wide again. Nick Foster making that move, but look at how out of control he was. Just managed to wrestle it down, and coming through the middle of it, the number 94 of Brody Kostecki. That was bold.
It is very, very bold indeed. There's a lot of racing going on through the bus stop chicane there, and yeah, I'm amazed that they all actually came out of that one, especially given some of the incidents we've seen so far. Let's take another look at it. Nick Foster down the inside first of all. Kostecki was trying to take advantage of the fact that the car was on the outside, being pushed out wide, around the outside through the bus stop. Very, very impressive indeed, and hard racing between all of those guys, and fortunately for us, fair racing as well by the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely as well. Summit Sim Sports then dropped quite a few positions because they also dropped down behind Harnell Jones United as well. And it's not just in LMP2 that we've got racing. Obviously in GTE and GT3 as well, trying to pick their way through the traffic. We've got the Cotes Cordial line car that was backwards around this section of the racetrack. Chaz Mostert behind the wheel, so joining the likes of Shane van Gisbergen, Brody Kostecki and Jake Stecki as well. Yeah, it's a big list of drivers. We have Richie Stanaway as well last round out. Fantastic to see all of these names hitting the racetrack, and this is why it's so good to have things like the GT3 category, where if you're new to sim racing, you still get to be on the same track as these enormous names of the motorsport world.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a fantastic thing. And also Nick Foster is also a real-life driver you forgot to mention.
Ignore him.
I'm sure he did that on purpose. But you're right. Mostert's actually a lap down right now in terms of the GTE category, caught within some GT3 battling. So he's got a long road to recovery if he wants to take any kind of result out of this one and hope for some issues for those in front. But fantastic racing going on in GTE. Up the hill side by side between a couple of the Porsches. Andrew Saunders, there's a big crash going on at some point around the circuit, by the way, but this is racing heading up towards the bus stop right now. Let's see if Andrew Saunders can come out on top in the Pulse Racing Team black car. It looks like on the outside line, having to go across the bus stop. That's going to be a very, very long slowdown. Very long slowdown. I think that might be harshly contested with race control. I mean, they can't do anything about the slowdown. He's got to serve the slowdown. But I do get the vibe that Ricky Royer kind of came across the nose a little bit. Let's take a look at what happened down in the turn one. So we've got Adam Simpson, you've got Chaz Mostert there coming through, a little bit of contact. That's why you don't go in front of someone in a braking zone, because you're asking for trouble. Yeah, you certainly are. Hard to call that one for me, really. I'm not entirely sure what I think about it. But yeah, it's just an unfortunate incident, especially for that GT car that was just in front of the BMW there. It was completely innocent in that one and got caught up in it. I think both made contact with the wall in the end, so a shame to see. But here's Michael Ward trying to get through on the Porsche Racing Team car. Lost a bit of time on the 1-2-3 it was battling with a little bit earlier on, but just to update you in LMP2, the battle with the 3 and the 94 is not calming down by any stretch of the imagination. It's still going on. Fusion Sim Racing currently heading a train, all going on for 6th place as we go to GT3. Also battling going on here. It's hard to know where to look right now. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. That is the car directly ahead is not the one that is for position. I think it might be the Kraken car, but the GTE trying to get through. But for them, they're trying to get to the car that is ahead of that GTE and battle them for position. This is that battle that you were alluding to. So like you say, you got Fusion Sim Racing, you got Apex Hunters United number 3, you got the Lobs eSports car, you got the Harnell Jones United as well. It is intensely tight, and tight ahead of this as well, as TM Racing are trying to keep at bay Injectors Online Racing, Analytical and Trick Esports. Crazy stuff. 3 seconds separating them, although through traffic you can see that gap disappear. Yeah, absolutely. It can disappear very, very quickly with just one bad run through of traffic. You can see the gap completely disintegrate, and you can suddenly find yourself defending very, very quickly indeed. Bit of traffic in front of these guys right now as well. Fusion Sim Racing heading the train, having to slow down very, very quickly there, and now we're going to see another 3 wide moment, I believe.
No!
94 trying to get through the middle, the 3 not letting them get through there. Nick Foster right around the outside through the first part of the bus stop. I think he's going to get that done. That was so close, so brave as well, especially considering the instance we've seen so far. The 94 trying their best to follow him through, but he can't. Nick Foster up into 6th place with a fantastic move. That's a redemption arc if ever I've seen it. There's a little bit of contact as well, pushing Brody Kostecki wide. Oh, and there's even more. That would have been so close to the barrier as contact from the Harnell Jones United car that's now trying to get past on the Fusion Sim Racing of Schweck. That is fantastic stuff. This is a crazy battle. It may well be for 7th, but these are all drivers that want to win this race. They want to fight their way through. Now making contact with a 278 Lamborghini. That was a bit unfair for them. Pulse just getting smashed a little bit whilst they're all trying to battle it out for position, but it's hard to catch your breath like this. It is. It's also traffic now starting to come into play and affect this battle just a little bit. It was a fairly clean one in LMP2 with it just being the prototypes running around here together, but that's no longer the case here up front. So yeah, it's getting a little bit more messy with the GT3 cars. GTE is going to get involved here as well. But as you can see, they're only making their way down to the bus stop right now. This is the battle for 34th overall, and might even be second in GT3, although it might be a little bit further down than that because Team FA Alonso are still in 29th overall, and so it's going to be for third. But anyway, it's an important battle. But yeah, how good has LMP2 been so far this race? Been fantastic entertainment. Brody Kostecki's finally got through on the 11 car there, so they're into 7th place now. But yeah, great racing between those four.
How good has all the classes been? We've had fantastic racing. I mean, we've had drama, and I'd appreciate cutting that one out, but we've had some absolutely superb racing. Brilliant to see. Once again, I've got to give a shout out. I mean, I was like you say, ignoring him for the fact of being a real world racer, of course, Nick Foster. That was a brilliant move that would be well remarked by all of the real sports races and, of course, the sim race as well. Just got to make sure that when you say Nick Foster, you've got to, anytime you're speaking to him, you must say, yeah, I was a really big fan of you in British Touring Cars. Big fan of that. Because there was a Nick Foster in British Touring Cars. He's like a very old English guy. Nick Foster is not the same guy. Raced over in GT Asia and whatnot, and has been a very busy boy elsewhere in motorsport and in sim racing. Does enjoy getting behind the wheel. Got the two Curtiz Cordial cars, the Lime and the Raspberry. Quite easy to pick them apart, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very bright pink car, or raspberry as you called it. It's not really raspberry colour, is it?
No, it's not.
It's just, but that's the team name. I see what you're saying now. Why did they name their cars after fruits instead of colours? I'm not entirely sure. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, yeah, that's quite clever, but I'm a little bit too dumb to realise. But anyway, the battle is still continuing in GT3, and now the added complication of some prototypes going through all at the same time, and the number 3 and the 94 are going to be making their way through here as well, as Truck Esports have been displaced from 5th place. They're now down to 6th. That was close into the entrance to the boot section of the Watkins Glen circuit. Dear me, it's getting very, very close in LMP2 with these cars pushing very, very hard to get through every opportunity they can.
Yeah, by the way, I've just opened up the stewards document that we've got from Race Control, and it is thick. I hadn't looked at it for a couple of laps. They have been very, very busy. I won't even start by going through it because there is so much that has happened. But there is a lot of drive-throughs that have been appointed to various drivers. So when we see them some dropping up and around the order, expect them not to be in for a pit stop. That'll be for serving various drive-through penalties, because there has been a lot dished out.
Yeah, there have indeed 5 incidents in 4 laps. From what I can see at the moment, which is quite a high rate of incidents, really, and something we'd prefer not to see, but it does happen, especially on these restarts, with a number of the guys, just trying to make up positions as much as possible. But LOBS eSports with Brody Kostecki at the wheel, trying to get through on Truck Esports for 6th place right now, as they go through turn 4. It looks like into the bus stop chicane. They're going to get through fairly easily indeed. Kostecki is going to make that move. Behind, though, for 10th place, Rush Sim Racing and Fusion Sim Racing squeezing each other to the absolute maximum. Fusion Sim Racing coming out on top in that one.
Yeah, nice effort. Needed to happen. Also, we're going to need the Harnell Jones United car, which has been giving the Lobs Esports and Apex Hunters United a bit of a run for their money, but that's not going to work out for them. Into the barrier after being dished off by Sislovsky. I get it. It's tricky through traffic. That would be a little bit annoying. Now Thomas Hinz is on the rear end and will try and get through. I mean, I get it from both sides. It's tricky, but if a car's there, you can't just dart it out, even if you're just behind another car. That'll be pretty annoying for Eddie Bestwick.
Yeah, it will indeed. Did he dart out? Yeah, he kind of did jink out just a little bit there for Bestwick to end up meeting the wall, but luckily the contact was quite light there,
right?
So they're going to be able to get away without too much damage. But you're right, they've lost another place. That was very aggressive from the yellow and white car there, getting through on Bestwick. So yeah, let's have a look. Kostaki, he just misses the apex really. I don't think he even meant to jink out to the right hand side. He just misses the apex, doesn't quite get into the corner as much as possible. You know, with the way the camber is on that corner, you do really need to get in there, otherwise, you know, you're going to be kind of spat out to the right hand side. That's exactly what happened there, as we're nearly about to see 4 wide. Oh my goodness me, that was very close and very, very good driving actually from Summit Sim Sports to back off. It's been breathless for the last 20 minutes. Ever since this first safety car came in, we've seen not too many incidents, thankfully, and not another safety car yet, but we've seen a lot of action out there.
Yeah, it's been mad. By the way, did get saw it pop up, a drive-through penalty for Reese Gardner, who I didn't think was in the race. Southpaw racer. Does some brilliant track guides. Very super, very serious. But he's a good guy. I used to be team racer with Reese Gardner a very long time ago. Obviously, commentator extraordinaire, battling for 37th overall, and Damon Woods gaining the position on BD eSports for that spot on the racetrack, although not completing the move, as trying to swoop around the outside. Well, that's a sensational effort if you can make that one stick around the carousel. The next corner, down as we enter the boot, through the chute, is one that should favour the BD eSports car. I thought that was done. I was absolutely sure that move was completed. Clearly not.
Oh, that camera angle made it look very much closer than it was. Trying to go down the inside for Damon Woods there. I thought he was going to dive it, but he didn't end up doing it. Yet round the outside through the carousel there is very, very tricky to do. It's another one of those cambered turns, and there's quite a few of them at Watkins Glen. But yeah, it's difficult to make it around the outside because of that. It's not like NASCAR banking. It's just difficult banking to make things work. So yeah, it's very, very impressive for BD eSports to be able to carry on in 37th overall. They're going to be about 5th or 6th in class because of that move. And yeah, good racing in GT3. We've seen not too much actual battling in Silverstone, but Watkins Glen, they're providing the entertainment for us right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like you say, it's a cambered track. There's plenty of flow to it. Down at turn 1 there is, as long as you can hook it in to the apex nicely. That might be running a little bit too wide. Just gets on before it did clip the grass. Got to be careful of doing that. I think they'll be okay. Will be 226, but that was what Bo Albert did in the Logitech G Altus eSports car when they picked up a slowdown penalty. This move is most certainly not done though, as once again back onto the scene. BD eSports fancy their way up. It's tight stuff between them once again. They're still side by side, although that isn't pretty, and off into the gravel trap in a very big way. Well, I'm sure Race Control might say something about that, because for Damon Woods and Evolution Racing Team, that wasn't pretty.
No, I'm afraid not, and we're going to get a replay of it in a few moments' time, but yeah, that did look... It's just difficult to go through the side-by-side through there, it really, through the bus stop chicane. It's not really advised for anybody to be trying to make work. Let's have another look at what happened a little bit late on the replay, and that we'll have another look and try and get this one. Yeah, just looked like Tolentino maybe turned in a little bit too early into that one, and it's kind of strange the way the Porsche spun around there actually, but yeah, it looked like a little bit of a too early of a turn in there for the American, and spinning around the Porsche to its right hand side, and fortunately I think they were able to get away without too much damage, but still an incident you don't want to see.
No, I think Race Control will say something about it. I'm just going to give one little bit to this. So because play a bit of devil's advocate here for Tolentino, that realistically, when you're racing on iRacing, if you're racing on a single screen, you're forced to run cockpit. You can't. It's not like in other simulators where you can run bonnet, roof, chase, whatever.
Swing man.
Yeah, exactly. Let's not get too crazy about that, as we're seeing Logitech G Altus eSports being put under a fair amount of pressure from Chaz Mostert, but a lap difference between the two of them. As they're just trying to work their way back up the order of the Cotis Cordial cars. Lime leading Raspberry, which is not something I thought I was going to say on the broadcast, but whatever. Yeah, so for Tolentino, like you're running quite a low FAV, so you're running basically you can't see very much left and right if you're running on a single screen. And yeah, sure, you might have a look left, look right. He could have assumed that he was dropping back into line and then trying to get into position behind the car and then just misjudged it slightly. Either way, focus on the racing action that we've got. Lobs Esports up to third place rather. They've got by the number 3 Apex Hunters United car. That happened on the start finish, and now trying to go around the 278 Lambo. That was tight.
That was so tight there, and fortunately they all got away with it. Here comes the 27, not quite, down the inside of Nick Foster there. We'll have another look at how Kostecki was able to make up all these positions, because you're right, they were about top 5 last time around. Foster goes to the inside to defend. They're both getting through on the 27, and Kostecki dives it down the inside into turn 1. That was so impressive, getting through on not only one of his fiercest rivals in this field, but a piece of traffic right down the inside at turn 1 as well. Exceptionally impressive.
Absolutely brilliant. Now, that is really what we like to see. Fantastic stuff. You know, you can have the biggest broadcast in the world and the racing not be so great, but here, regardless of anything, the racing is sensational, and we're going to see this continue as Trick Esports and BDE Racing sat on the back of Fusion Sim Racing for 9th position. Harnell Jones United, who were passed by Rush Sim Racing, you were saying that a little bit earlier, was quite an aggressive move after being pushed off into the barrier for the Harnell team. They've been able to pull away from this back because they were basically a part of this battle as well after that incident. They've been able to pull away to the tune of 2.5 seconds as some of the GTE cars entering the pit lane. Is that a penalty for the 101, or is that a pit stop? I believe it is a drive-through penalty for the 101. They were given one a fair while ago. They've been,
yes, but they were from the incident I can see they've given penalty points and not a drive-through. So, yeah, I don't know why they're coming in. The 299 is been given a drive-through. You mentioned that a little bit early on. The 45 and 234 also under investigation, but a lot of those investigations we were talking about after the safety car restart didn't actually come to anything, as the GTE leader also coming in. Now, have they been into the pit lane yet this race? I don't know, because they're in the pit lane now, so I don't know whether that counts as one now or whether they've already had one. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know why they're coming in at this point, especially considering they haven't got a penalty, at least to my knowledge.
Yeah, that's why I said I think they may have been given a drive-through penalty, but they're not serving a drive-through. They are coming into the pit lane for a stop, and it certainly wasn't a stop and go. I think this is actually just on for a pit stop. Again, we don't really know. I don't know if they pitted under the caution. It's quite hard to tell because it was a lap time slowdown where we had quite a few safety cars. To be honest, an hour and 15 minutes into the race, that's not unheard of for especially when you've been able to save fuel and stuff over the stint. That's not insane. That does sound like it's just a stint, as Rush Sim Racing also enter the pit lane. We are approaching the LMP2 pit stop sequence, especially for those that haven't pitted recently. So already seeing some of those bite in that battle for third position, by the way. It's still very close.
I was expecting them in actually after 1 hour 25 and onwards, but a little bit on the early side, but it doesn't really matter. Trying to jump the gun a little bit and get into the pit lane as quickly as possible as we go on board with Nick Foster, who's chasing down Brody Kostecki. There's going to be a few driver changes coming up soon as well here. This is often the point in the race where we start to see those happen, especially in LMP2. But yeah, let's see if Nick Foster can regain third place in front of LOBS Esports, and they're going to try and work together almost to try and chase down GM Racing and Pulse Tuning into the order. Oh, Nick Foster around the outside, but they're blocked in side by side, these two LMP2 cars. That was so opportunistic. It was nearly so brilliant as well, but it didn't quite pay off.
Yeah, you've got to focus on the analytical car that's right there as well. That white and blue LMP2 that's also picking its way through was around about a second off and gained all that time as they were side by side going through the toe on the boot section. More GTEs, by the way, entering pit lane. So I'm assuming this is just the pit stop sequence for those that haven't pitted already in the race. So kind of makes sense for them to be coming in now. Like I said, they'll be aiming to try and push it a little bit further, maybe save a little bit of more fuel, or basically try and do the race on one more stop. That's a bit bold. Hour and 20 minutes is fine, but in a GTE. A little bit too far. They definitely need some safety cars for that. If not, they're just aiming for their final stop to have a little bit of a splash in it, more so than anything else. Strategy when you've got safety cars up for grabs. I've said this before. I was doing a race yesterday and continuing on that as well later on today. That it's an hour-long race and you've got a pit lane sequence in the middle. It's a defined sequence of 10 minutes at the middle of the race. You don't need a strategist for that. You could do that yourself. Here, though, boy, you need a strategist. You need someone to help run the numbers because it's hard work. It really is hard work.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It's especially with the safety cars. Not only a full green race around here can be tricky to work out, but with the safety cars added in as well, yeah, you really do need to think about this one very, very thoroughly. Otherwise, things are going to go wrong, obviously. So, yeah, these guys definitely will have a strategist. If not a dedicated strategist, then the other driver in the car or other drivers in the car will just be running the numbers while they're not in the car. So yeah, it's all very professional, and these guys all need that professionalism because yeah, it's very difficult to work out these kind of equations. But here are the two Cutty's Cordial cars, by the way, the lime and raspberry cars, just in front of the Logitech G Autos eSports car, currently in 17th position. And I've noticed something about the 29th position Cortez Cordial Raspberry cars, that they spelt raspberry wrong in their team name, but I hope they haven't noticed. I don't think they have.
Maybe it's Australian.
Maybe. Do they not have a P in Australia? If so, then if they don't, then they've got it wrong, and they're all spelling it wrong.
They probably don't, because this is the thing, right? Is because obviously far be it from me to say that they're Americanizing words or whatever, and let's not get into that because this is a discussion that's going to be very, very controversial. We're going to get in big trouble here. But it's coming home. Oh, contact. Oh, sorry, Nick Foster. Nick Foster's just had a bit of an issue coming through one of the GT3s. I think that might be the R1 Sim Sports car. That was. I mean, we might need to grab, if we can, a replay of that because, oh my, was that close. Let's take a look, and then I'll get back to my point. We come through, it's just after they come round the carousel. So we're going through the inner loop and then down the hill. Keep your eye on that Mercedes. So yeah. Foster goes wide here, goes around the outside. The Mercedes, oh yeah, you're...
Oh my God.
That is why you don't go around the outside of a GT3 around a medium speed corner like that, because the GT3 is always going to wash out on the front. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. We've seen those incidents in the past. We saw it at turn 2 as well. It was Luis Paolo, by the way, in the 2-2-1. I don't believe how he's kept that out of the wall there and over the bumpy save. A fantastic save, by the way, from Paolo to be able to keep it out of the wall. But yeah, Nick Foster may cop a penalty for that.
Yeah, like I say, I feel like for Luis Paolo, as we could just see Nick Foster there being blocked by the scaffolding. Imagine safety being a thing. Like I say, for Foster, this is the same thing with most people. The same as like running around the outside of at Silverstone, is that it is possible, but you have to always expect that car on the inside, with it being a GT3 or a GT or whatever, they're going to wash out from the front. They're going to push wide, and it's a little bit awkward, a little bit dicey for them, as seeing further bits of that as the GTEs are going to be battling it out. Although I know Cam was saying last round that, oh, I can pick the GTEs and the GT2. It's hard work still.
Sorry, the blinking Porsche there nearly caused an accident actually, but fortunately everybody's got away with it. Andrew Dyson under a bit of pressure. It's very, very difficult when that car is blinking, not always in the same place. So tricky indeed as these two cars trying to get through. The Raspberry spelled with no P is getting through, and now the Lime car trying to get through on the Frog Leap Racing team as well.
I will suggest my point, by the way, was about Americanized. I'm going back to it. Here we go. If you remove the P from Raspberry, it's kind of a redundant letter. Like, and I'm not going to say. I think that is a bit of a moment from Carl Goodger, going for a bit of a spin for the Carbon Esports white car. It's pushing white. There's another PT. Oh, was that a replay?
That was a separate one.
That was another one. That was the blue flag car. We'll have to take a look at that again. going around the
My
outside.
word.
We
It's
were a
happened
little
again.
bit shocked by that.
That's a hard hit.
That's a
Ouch.
much worse one.
That's a much worse hit. Yeah, unfortunately, Paolo was riding his luck a little bit with the first one, wasn't he? A great save and great skill from him to be able to keep the car on the straight and narrow, but that was a hard hit, and wasn't able to get away with it twice, unfortunately. Really unfortunate for him, because the same thing has happened to him 2 laps in a row. I've never seen that before. I have never seen someone have the same accident in exactly the same place 2 laps running.
Yeah, that, I mean, I will say, like, from one, if I was going into the carousel the second time, I'd be looking in my mirrors, and if a P2's looking around, I'd just give it to him. It's like, yep, go for it. Like, just get on with it, because at the end of the day, that has cost them the race. That is a shame, because that is a very, very hard hit. Battling either way between the analytical car and the Jones, also that's the Injectors Online one that's diving it around the outside and making that position stick from the 46. I believe we are getting a safety car once again to go and rescue the RR1 car and the R1 Sim Sports car rather, and no doubt that was going to happen. And look at that from the P2s, all of them diving into the pit lane.
Yeah, and this is right on schedule again.
Yeah.
It's like somebody is planning these crashes so that these LMP2 guys don't have to make a pit stop
Nelson
under
Piquet.
green, because nobody has yet. So yeah, they're all in the pit lane. And it looks like things are going to stay roughly the same in LMP2. Some GTEs are coming in as well. Well, one of them has anyway. The 169. As I can see the Team FA Alonso car from GT3 in as well. So yeah, we'll see who comes out first. But yeah, it's bang on time again for these LMP2s.
Yeah, like I say, smart move. They're also going to be switching. I can see that Nick Foster's out of the car and Shane van Gisbergen is jumping in the Apex Hunters United eSports number 3. I wonder if Lobs will keep Brody Kostecki behind the wheel. They are indeed. So we're going to see Kostecki versus Van Gisbergen, which will be a good view, no doubt. There is Van Gisbergen hopping into the number 3. Already out of the pit lane, by the way, is Brody Kostecki, so not changing tyres as well. Tyre strategy, double stinting, etc. is also a feature in all the classes. You know, they can do it if they wish. It saves you a fair amount of time in the pit lane and guarantees you a spot. Although I'd say if you're going to double stint at any point, you want to double stint whilst the racetrack is live, right? Because that's when you take the advantage of reducing the amount of time that pit stop has. You're just gaining track position when it's under safety car.
Yeah, the TM Racing car's also done the same, but they've gained 1 place in the order. You know, there's not much really. They're going to gain a little bit in terms of traffic, but these GTs might get waved around behind them. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure why they would do that either at this point. Just change tyres. You're in the pit lane under safety car anyway. But they've caught up to the safety car now, and we'll be able to try and work out who is where and what car that is behind Brody Kostecki, whether they're going to be waved around or not. But that's probably going to take place at the end of this lap. It's the Pulse Racing Team Black car. So the top 3 in GTE have gotten away, and so the rest of the field are pretty much going to be waved around. And yeah, it's going to be a bit. Oh, is there a crash in the background? A crash in the background. Didn't see who that was, but careless driving from one of the LMP2s. It looked like.
Tarantino, we're hearing Chris Pellett as well for the Fusion Sim Racing car. We'll need to take a look at that. There was also, it's one of the P2s coming through. I think it was the Pulse tuning car. They were all slowing down. It's the Concertina. We'll have to take another look at that because that is careless stuff and not happy on race radio, which, by the way, we're not allowed to use. Drivers aren't really allowed to use it. You've got to be careful. Oh. Not happy is Chris Pellett, and rightfully so. There you see in the distance about the Pulse tuning car making contact with the rear of the 298. I think Tolentino got a little bit of a hit from behind as well.
Oh
no, it wasn't. It was all right.
No,
it was all right.
He was all right in the end, but yeah, Chris Pellett is going to be absolutely furious with that one in the 298 car. Let's see where they are in the standings. A fair way down actually, but yeah, it's a real shame to see, and just not paying attention. Oh, well, to be fair, Pellett was not. He wasn't giving too much space to the Ferrari. He slowed up quite late, and I think the P2 reacted to it. But still, you should be a little bit more aware, especially under safety car. You've got to be aware of what's around you, what's in front of you, especially, so that kind of thing doesn't happen.
A crash most of the time is not great. Is pretty unacceptable. Just cutting away from it at the right time there. Dramatic camera angles from our broadcast director, Dan Handover. It's a bit of a shame, but like you say,
it was Puss Tuning. Sorry, it was Puss Tuning from third place, who straight into the back of them, and they're going to have a lot of damage to repair there. Probably is the fast repair now, but they're going to lose so much track position.
Especially if they've just been into the pit lane. Especially if they've, because I don't know if they pitted the first time round.
Yeah, they did. They pitted the first time round.
So 2 pit stops under the safety car. That's pretty slow.
It's going to cost them a lot of time. Yeah, let's have another look on board now. Well, maybe not on board, but at least from Glenn Cito's position in this one. Just you can see the cars in front. Why on earth? You can see the safety car in front. Why is he not slowing down at this point? I don't really understand that. But straight into the back, and he's not only affected his own race, but unfortunately the race of the GT3 as well.
It's a shame. It happened, but like I say, crashing normally is pretty unacceptable. But under a safety car, you really don't have an excuse. I remember, obviously, the classic race start. I'm sure we've all been on the receiving end of something in this vein. Of it was when the LMP ones were brand new, and we did a race at Kota, and you drive off, and the race rolling start, and you'd grid up on the not really a back straight, it's a mid straight, whatever you want to call it. Once you've come out of the tight left-hander and then gone on to what is effectively the undulating back straight, I guess, even though whatever, I won't get into it too much. You start from there, and so the first one that you come across on the pace lap is that tight left-hander before you get into that horrible section of the double hairpin bit. It's obviously everyone takes off from a standing start, and then everyone comes back together again there. And obviously, concertina effect and that kind of stuff. You all come back together again, and there was always, every single race I did, there was a crash on the pace lap every single time. Kind of very much akin to that.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a story about being crashed into on a formation lap as well. As Jimmy Golding is slow out there at the moment, unless this is a slow-mo.
It is in slow-mo, but it is also slow.
Yes. Okay. Well, yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't know why. But anyway, in my very first sim race ever, my very first sim race against actual people, I got crashed into the back two on the formation lap. I was furious. But anyway, that's for another day.
When was this?
Oh, about 2016, probably January 2016.
Okay.
There's more contact.
Oh my God! Like in this corner again.
Yeah, I don't know why they're going so slowly.
They do go very... I mean, it's a big grid, obviously. If one car at the front slows down...
Pay attention, for goodness sake. Why are you hitting the car in front?
Exactly. It's like, what is the need? God, we're judging all of these drivers.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'd just like to say I would do absolutely no better myself. I might do this. If I was on the grid right now, I probably would have hit somebody by now. So I'm just saying. I'm not better than any of these guys. But
I'm still going to say that we need to do the Le Mans thing of we all the commentators get a GT3 car, and when we're not in the broadcast, we have to be in the race car.
Well, I don't think there's enough of us for that. Maybe there is.
There's 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but Cam's always working, isn't he, real life? So.
And he's also, I don't want him in my car. I saw him race Le Mans once. He it was in the middle of the night, and I will bring this up. Poor guy. Middle of the night, was driving down the Mulsanne. Kept driving, came out of Tetrouge, just kept driving, 340, 350, there's a barrier there. Did not brake for the first chicane of Mulsanne and went straight into the barrier.
That sounds like a Cam thing to do. To be fair, we're not going to have you on strategy.
No?
Fuel strategy? No,
fuel strategy, all right. Ha. I ran out of fuel once. It was,
you did,
it was very good. Thank you, mate.
I think I've mentioned it in round 1, didn't I?
I think you did. You mentioned it in every broadcast we do. It's terrible. Into the pit lane, we've got someone else biting as well. I think a bit further down the order in the GT3. We've got one of the LMP2s as well. Fusion Sim Racing coming in from 11th spot. So, fair enough. Don't really know why you'd be biting, but again, more playing longer, maybe seeing that if we take a couple of litres of extra fuel here, it just extends it by a lap. Because the last thing that you'll want is to not come in at this point and then get 2 laps to the end of the race and go, we don't have enough fuel.
Yes. Yeah, that would be the worst, really. But yeah, a little bit more wave around going on because of a couple of pit stops. We might be going green at the end of this lap. I'm not entirely sure. But it is our fourth safety car in only an hour and a half of racing. It's been very attritional so far, although the faster pair means that I think we've still got a good 48 cars in the race. I think only one car has retired so far. Although, is Jordan Duffett still out there in the 17? I think he might be. Is he?
I don't believe so. No, I think the 17 is
okay.
out. The Pulse Racing Team yellow car, that Lamborghini that was upside down, coming through the S section, they are still out on track. And I do believe as well, as much as there is no one in the Drop Bear Motorsports HRS car, they aren't technically retired from the race, so they could still carry on. But I do believe the OMR eSports car is day done.
They've been in the pit lane for half an hour. Which is not great. Fusion Sim Racing, by the way, having VR problems, which is a problem we don't often hear about.
It answers why they're back in the pit lane. So at least we have that one ticked off.
The Raspberry car.
Oh no.
Going for a spin. Raspberry without a P. I'm afraid having to reverse and 3-point turn to the pit lane.
I've googled this, by the way. Not that it's a thrilling Google experience, and we're not sponsored by them. But I did Google Raspberry Australia, and I can confirm at least Google believes it is with a P.
Dear.
Terrible, absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah, if you're going to be clever with this team name, that apparently wasn't smart enough to at least spell it right. For goodness' sake! Oh.
Well, this is when we're going to get like an email. We're not. No, it's supposed to be like that. Oh, God. Maybe it's like a brand thing.
It's not like there are any Australians around to confirm this, is it?
No, exactly. No, none. It's a non-Australian championship, so it's fine.
No.
I'd say for the Apex Hunters United eSports car, by the way, the 69 that was trying to go around the outside of Summit Sim Sports, obviously still on the safety car. They're going to be pretty unhappy with how the day's gone, right? Yeah. They started from the front row. The race was ahead of them. Don't get me wrong, 2.5 hours to go. There's still plenty of time for that to unfold in their favour. But realistically, they're going to be disappointed, at least with 13th at present. I'm pretty sure Silverstone didn't go that well for them either. I think they qualified quite well, if memory serves, and then dropped down the order. I'll just double check that one because the 69 car did qualify in 4th place. They ended up in 8th, so they dropped back a fair bit. Race about to get back underway though, as the safety car has re-entered pit lane and will be going racing once more. TM Racing ahead of the Lobs car. That's Luke Turner ahead of Brody Kostecki, and then Paul Blomqvist behind the wheel of the car behind him. Another big name in motorsport. And you've got Shane van Gisbergen in that number 3 car. Brody Kostecki instantly going on the attack down into turn 1 as he is already going to march his way back up into the race lead for Lobs. Sends the TM Racing car of Luke Turner wide. Shane van Gisbergen not able to get by Paul Blomqvist though down in the T1 himself, but Kostecki's out front and Blue Flag Racing going for a spin. This is going to be a long wait.
A very, very long wait right to the very back of the field, and they're going to have to make their way through on all those cars as well by the time they get back going again as the battles in GTE continue on. It looks like huge. A huge crash. It's chaos. Absolute chaos.
And more.
And there is no way that is not going to be a safety car. That is absolute carnage. Exactly what we were hoping not to see. A huge pile-up coming through turns 2 and 3. There's got to be 10 cars or more involved in that one. Oh my goodness me. That is a absolutely catastrophic accident. And so many cars involved.
Well, I think we are, like you say, we are going to be going under safety car immediately. I am absolutely sure, because that was an enormous crash. And there was a car on their roof. They're not going to be able to return to pit lane. That was chaotic, to say the least. Safety car still a bit disappointed. There's more going on. We've not actually had the call that the safety car is actually hitting the racetrack yet.
No, and that's thrilling to me. Anyway.
No, there we go. Just happened.
Okay.
Just happened. Safety car coming out.
It's just so that they're basically trying to get a lap of racing in, and then just as Kostecki was coming up to the line, call it, and then get everyone under control again. But goodness me, we're going to need about 50 replays here to try and work out what happened. So do excuse if we're in replay for a while here and trying to figure out how all this started, because clearly the results have been absolutely monumental. and there's going to be a few cars out of the race for good because of this.
Yeah, that is a huge crash. The problem is that with this kind of stuff, it only takes one driver to get it ever so slightly wrong, and then everyone is paying the price. It's such a high-speed section, and there's nowhere to go. It's kind of like it's like being on the outside at Daytona. That when the crash happens, it's everywhere, and there's nowhere that you can go. If you're on the outside, you just can't move. The crash is always going to be in front of you. You just have to accept that, realistically. Sorry, mate, but you're a part of the accident.
Yeah, there's real no way of avoiding it, and it's not like Daytona where if you maybe keep yourself to the inside, you might be able to avoid it. It's wall to wall, both sides here at Watkins Glen, and it's very difficult to avoid that kind of incident when it does indeed unfold. Let's take a look then at this replay and try and work out what happened here, because we're not entirely sure. There's already a couple of cars involved here, and oh my word, that's a huge accident. Oh my goodness me. Reese Gardner was involved, a car on the roof. BMW, as the BMW was slowing down there, the car behind it didn't, and got into the back of it, and another spinning Lamborghini crashes into another one. Ooh. And there's cars playing tennis with each other over there, bouncing down the road. Oh my! I have not seen. I've seen many. I've been commentating for a while. I've seen many things in my time, but that just about takes the cake, I think, as the raspberry and lime cars also got themselves involved.
Like I say, I'm with you. I have not seen many a car accident be that big. It's a good job, like you're using your tennis analogy. It's good to Wimbledon at the moment. 3 wide up the hill, which would be classified as not wise. The P2 then goes for a spin and obviously comes across the racetrack, and yeah. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Race control are going to be very busy with that one.
Yeah, they are indeed. You just don't go 3 wide up the hill here with 3 or a couple of GTs. You know, there's not the space for that. The Porsche couldn't give the space, get spun around into an innocent car on the outside. Fishy Motorsport, pretty innocent in that one as well, I'm afraid. Didn't have anywhere to go. And then, yeah, just take a look at this. The BMW here is going to get involved because one of the cars in behind gets through, and there's absolutely no way through for anybody at this point. The Porsche has to drive backwards to try and get out of the way. Oh my goodness me! There are going to be.
It happened.
Yeah, this is real time.
And wait for it, because here we go, coming through. Baffling, absolutely baffling.
Oh, the Lamborghini had the high-speed accident. And look at the cars over there. That's unreal. And then there's more. There's more. The yellow flag's clearly not enough. Here's the GT3 perspective on things, and it's not going to be much prettier, I'm afraid. Oh, God.
So, okay, I'm going to back this one up as well, because you can see that the BMW is losing it slightly there. As you come up and over the crest at turn 2, as you lift off, the rear end becomes unweighted, and that's where it goes for a slide. If that hadn't happened, maybe we would have avoided rather most of the calamitous affair afterwards. It's a good job this isn't real life, because for one, I'm pretty sure there would be not only a substantial repair bill as coming through at quite high speed trying to pick your way through it, but obviously everyone behind is trying to gain as much as they can from all of this. Yeah, there would be a substantial repair bill. Let's be honest, there would be an injury as well. But also,
it doesn't
get a lot of cleanup. It doesn't get
any easier to watch. It really doesn't.
No, absolutely not. It's a good job that a cleanup. Oh, could you imagine how long they'll be repairing the barriers after this one?
We'll be here for the rest of the 4 hours, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
But oh goodness me, that was absolutely unbelievable. Shades of Tasmania's 2017, really. If we're talking about V8 supercars and whatever, but
what's that?
Possibly what? You're telling me you don't? You've got to have seen it. Oh, thank God for that! Jesus Christ! But you had me worried there for a small moment. I've got to admit. But yeah, that probably worse as well. More high speed. I've got to say, most of that was not very avoidable, and most of that, apart from the 3 wide moment at the start, you know, that could have prevented the entire thing. But after that, the rest of it is just collateral damage, really. It's just a result of what happened. But apart from there was a little group of GT cars coming up through. It involved the lime and raspberry car. I could spot them because they're very bright, but a couple of other cars involved as well. they've got to have been yellow flags in front. They came absolutely bombing into that section. I don't quite know why they didn't just back off just a little bit. Obviously, they couldn't have known the absolute catastrophe they're about to see. But, you know, if you see yellow flags in front of you at such a narrow point of the track, just, you know, back off a little bit. You know, if those 4 cars got needlessly involved right at the very end, and it was just more damage to add to the bill, really.
It's kind of one of those unfortunate scenarios where you like, obviously you're trying to charge in, you're trying to gain as many positions as you can because this is sim racing and but also there is that thing of, you know, that if you lift out of it, the car that's sat right on your gearbox, they are not going to lift out of it, and that's the problem, is that then so you've kind of accepted this point, is like, you're a part of the accident anyway. You might as well try and gain from it. I'm not trying to back up and say that it's acceptable, because it's certainly not. Like I say, race control will be taking a good look at it, but it's kind of one of those things where it's one of those sequences that, whilst you say is somewhat avoidable, once the crash has actually started, those being added to it, whilst yes, there is probably some things they could do, for the most part, it's there's just not much you can. It just happens so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that in the real time version of it. There, it was just, you've got to react to these situations. You know, it's very easy for us to sit here and say, you know, oh, they should have done this, and because we've got the benefit of hindsight at the end of the day. But you know, when you're in the heat of the moment, when the things are happening around you all of the time like that, it's so difficult to get out of those kind of accidents. And yeah, I'm afraid we've entered yet another period of safety car intervention here, 5th one of the day, and we're not even 2 hours into the race just yet. It's not been as clean of a race as it was at Silverstone, I'm afraid, and that is a shame to see. But you know, these things do happen. Watkins Glen was expected to be a little bit of a chaotic circuit, especially with an added 10 cars or so compared to the last round, and I'm afraid we do indeed have that rather chaotic and unfortunate result.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll did hear that the safety car is going to pull away from the field, and whenever we get another safety car, I'm going to have to drag Nick Foster in there. We're going to have to have a little bit of an interview, a little bit of a chat, because it's not what they would want to see. Don't get me wrong, I am all for the safety car. I think it's great that it adds something to the series. You know, we've got that strategy difference. We've got other endurance races where there isn't any strategy. Oh, sorry, there isn't any safety car, so strategy is just what you roll. But I like the addition of it in this series, but this is a little bit much.
Yeah, 4 or 5 5 in 2 hours is a little bit too much in the end, but nothing we can do about it, really. It's just the way the incidents are happening, and you know, you've got to deploy the safety cars when the incidents happen, so there's not much that race control can do. I'd expect that the random safety cars might be withdrawn at this point, because we've had 5 already. We don't really need any more to spice things up. We may even get another one. It's hard to see us going the next 2 hours without a safety car. The green flag is back in the air. Brody Kostecki going early this time and taking back control of the lead of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Felt that needed to do so and gather up as fast as possible. Shane van Gisbergen down the inside of Paul Blomqvist, but not competing with that down to the apex of turn 1. But it's the Summit Simsports car that's going a lap down. That was very wide at turn 1. They're going to gain through Analytical as well, diving through and trying to gain that spot. Harnell Jones United as well, picking up that spot. Obviously through traffic, so it's not too big a deal. But Shane van Gisbergen now under an awful lot of pressure, but backing out of it, so there's not going to be carnage between this lot, at least not for now. In GT3, though, that might be a different story, because Jake Burton, Team FA Alonso Kart Australia, well, they were out of the lead of the race. That didn't last very long, did it? Straight up to it.
No, absolutely not. And Jake Burton overtaking his old team, I believe, their Evolution Racing team. If I'm not mistaken, I could be. Yeah, they really weren't out of the lead for very long. They led the entirety of the Silverstone race and pretty much the entirety of the Watkins Glen race so far. As it looks like Evolution Racing team have gone from first to third very quickly as well, with the 2-7-1 getting through as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, dicey stuff. I'd like to see that BMW a little bit further forward, because, like I say, I like seeing the difference. I like seeing the different cars. You've got Logitech Gialtas eSports as well. That's the GTE car that is coming through and trying to pick up the pieces and gather their way back up the order. They are leading in GTE, but obviously they've had a fair amount of traffic to dart their way through. So The bigger gap they can build here, the better. Remember, it was the final moment of the race and the final safety car that cost them the victory back at Silverstone. They do not want that to happen again.
No, absolutely not. Going to have to learn from their mistakes, really, at this point. Just to try and make sure that doesn't happen again. But yeah, it's been a very chaotic race so far. It's hard to draw any comparisons really to the Silverstone race because this one's had so many safety cars, so many interruptions that it almost bears no resemblance at all to the Silverstone race, other than the fact we've got the same cars out there, the same drivers for the most part, but completely different race. It's just been totally different.
Absolutely, it has been a stunning affair from like we've seen some brilliant racing in this. Like I say, we've had our calamitous issues, we've had our various bits and bobs, our bumps and scrapes, but we have had some fantastic racing. Pulse Racing Team Black, by the way, getting by Mach 1 eSports car. As we've got this battle on screen, Drop Bear Motorsports with Mag and Turbo fresh in tow, darting around some GT3 traffic. You've got the Cotis Cordial Raspberry car that... Did we not see them backwards in pit lane not very long ago? How are they ahead of all of this lot?
I don't know. We also saw them involved in that accident we had not so long ago. But I think the reason they were at the back so much is that they got the wave around. They got their lap back in the last... the fourth safety car in this race. Fourth safety car in this race. And so they managed to get themselves back onto the lead lap, and that is that the car that Chaz Mustert's in, or is it the Lime car that he's in? He's in the Lime one. I'm not. The Lime one's actually on the lead lap as well now. Most of the GTE cars are actually, it's very close in GTE. Both of those Cordial cars were actually a lap down on the GTE leader. Not so long ago, but they've been able to get their lap back. That's also the beauty of the safety car, getting other cars involved as well, with the wave around, getting laps back and so on and so forth, which is very good for everybody really. Looking forward to seeing how the race gets on for them now that they're back in contention.
It certainly is. Now it is 11 o'clock in classic UK land, because we have to wake up nice and early in the morning for this, which does mean that we have to say goodbye to Ewan O'Leary. Thank you for joining us here.
Thanks for having me. It's been great once again. I very much look forward to the coming rounds and look forward to catching up on the rest of this race later on.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have some thrilling action. He's got to run off and go and do another broadcast. So from one to another, goodbye to Ewan. We'll welcome into the commentary booth Zach Sweeney. Hello. Welcome along to what has been quite an interesting race. It has been up and down, stop and start. Plenty of safety cars, 5 in total, visiting here at Watkins Glen International. We're about halfway through the race. The Lobs eSports number 94 presently leading the way with Brody Kostecki behind the wheel. It is, in LMP2 at least, it is all about the pressure that is being dished out to the Apex Hunters United car. Shane van Gisbergen, Harnell Jones United right on the rear end of them.
Yeah, as you say, it's been a really interesting race. I've been following it on a lot of safety cars, it must be said, but I guess that can be attributed down to the fact of how close the walls are. But yeah, as you say, Shane van Gisbergen under a lot of pressure at the moment.
Yeah, KB Jones trying to apply that pressure. The other Apex Hunters United car, we've got Justin Rougier, who's off of the circuit and way down the order, was right on the rear end of this, dropping to the analytical car, as well to Injectors Online Racing 51, to Trick Esports, to Rush Sim Racing. Now they are in 11th spot. Trying to get a good look at it. Doesn't look to me like there is any damage on that car. We'll have to take a look. I think it might be a spin of their own. Oh, there was a bit of a tap from the analytical car. It's a bit dicey. Not ideal, Zach. There was a cheeky bit of space between them. But when you're going side by side through that section, Zach, you've got to be ready.
Yeah, exactly. But I just want to say it has been so hard for the number 69 car. Of course, after the safety car restart, he had a bit of a spin. It's just going from bad to worse from really, isn't it? But yeah, into that chicane, it's very high speed. You've got to be careful.
You've got to give more room than is expected, or not go side by side. That's the ideal one, isn't it? Just backing out and not trying to push the limit going into it, but we are racing hard, so naturally the expectation would be to have that race being pushed to the limit. Shane van Gisbergen, who was under pressure, by the way, no longer so, as he is trying to get onto the back of BD eSports, Paul Blomqvist, who is currently piloting that vehicle. A fair way off, must be said, from TM Racing, although that gap is being closed. But look at the gap that Brody Kostecki and Lobs Esports have pulled out on the rest of the LMP2 contingent. That's a pretty impressive and hefty gap. 5 seconds from the safety car that came in, well, not even 10 minutes ago.
Just goes to show how incredible their pace has been, all of today, the last hour and 54 minutes. They've just been on it, consistently putting the laps in, and it seems more of a race for second place at this point, but still 2 hours left to go in the race, and yeah, anything can happen, as we've seen with 5 safety cars. Yeah,
and I would not most certainly not rule out the 6th, which I would suspect will be on the horizon. I do believe with the safety cars that we've had, like Ewan was saying earlier, that we've got that random draw where there might be a potential safety car out. I think that is removed, considering how many we have had. Race Control will elect not to have that for this round, and we should, if it was to run green, if everyone was to be clean, it would run green to the checkered flag, but alas, that feels moderately unlikely, as we've got all these battles in LMP2, but we can't forget about the battles in GT3 and GTE. It's just there's so much happening in LMP2. Apex Hunters United onto the rear end of the third place LMP2 category, but we're in GT3 rather now, with the Simshed GT racing car, and they're on the back of Pulse Racing Team Blue, which, just going to say, by the way, that is a fantastic livery on the blue and yellow Porsche ahead. Does give me a reasoning for it, Mondeo vibes from the British touring cars back in the day. Switch for LMP2, third place Shane van Gisbergen up the order, now has to try and go on the attack once again and get by TM Racing and get to second, and then hunt down Brody Kostecki.
Yeah, that is always going to be the aim. Interesting that the interval between Lobs Esports and TM Racing has gone down by quite a substantial amount. I'm not too sure what's happened there, but seem to be going relatively slowly. But Shane van Gisbergen definitely on the charge. 1.3 seconds is the gap, and well, his pace was really good in Silverstone. Let's see if he can carry it on here in Watkins Glen. It's looking good, but this traffic is going to really play a factor, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. It always does in this. I mean, that Mercedes has already made contact with this number 3 car when it was Nick Foster behind the wheel. But it wasn't that one that caused the main issue. I think it might have been, if I remember correctly, it might have been the analytical car that was going around the outside. I can't remember, so I'm not going to throw them too far under the bus. But going around the outside of the carousel, there's a bit of a dive. That is on the TM Racing car. That was an absolute send. You said that traffic was going to play its part, and that showed it.
Yeah, it really did. What an opportunistic move from Shane there. Absolutely incredible. We're just going to get a replay now, but that was so opportunistic, following the car through, but it's not done. They're going to run 3 abreast down this back straight. BDM, TM Racing, they're going to squabble for it. That's Apex on the inside. Shane's going to try and hold it around the outside. Goes TM, but he's gone a bit too deep. Shane's going to try and get the cutback. Still going to be side by side. What a squabble this is. Shane still trying to go around the outside of a really awkwardly banked corner, but still putting his nose in, and he's just going to have to settle in for third. What a race is going on here. Is he going to look back up the inside? Yes, he is. What a send from Shane. They are not giving in, and BDE Racing just having a front row seat to all of this. This is absolutely sensational, Lewis.
Yeah, Van Gisbergen doing whatever he can to get by Luke Turner at the moment for TM Racing. You've also got, like I said, Paul Blomqvist that's just waiting. The gap is being built. Like I said, it was 5 seconds. It's now out to 7 to Brody Kostecki. Shane van Gisbergen is sensing it, and he's sending it once again down the inside into the heel. We rejoin the typical Watkins Glen circuit, and it has to be around the outside of one of the most awkward corners in all of motorsport. They've got a GT3 up ahead as well, just for good measure. Around the outside of the penultimate corner, Van Gisbergen is there. Van Gisbergen has gained, and it is second position to the Apex Hunters United eSports number 3.
Wow, we are really being treated here, Lewis, aren't we? And now BDE Racing, because of the compromised TM Racing car, is going to look to the outside of what I believe to be turn 1, and he's got it done. Wow, that was an absolutely great bit of great bit of racing going on there. And wow, Shane really made the most of the traffic going on. We've got a bit of a battle going on here. Is this in GTE?
It certainly is, yeah. Getting past the Mag and Turbo Motorsport 123 car is EVN eSports. Nice move, pretty clean. Wasn't hard fought from the Magen Turbo Porsche as they drop down the order. But yeah, that kind of stuff, it always takes 2 drivers to put on a good race. And between Shane van Gisbergen, Luke Turner, and of course Paul Blomqvist, it was good racing from the trio. But a long mountain to climb as we've got another crash and another safety car. Not sure who that was that I just saw was upside down, but it is the chute between 2. It is Robert Chrisdale in the Simshed GT racing car. So already a safety car outside. We were expecting to see number 6. We've got it immediately.
Well, I've been on for around about 7 minutes or so, and we've been teasing the thought of a 6th safety car, and we've already got one, Lewis. So, yeah, that thought of you saying we're going green to the end, not really looking too likely, is it?
No, absolutely not. We are seeing cars. Of course, the field, we have more drivers on the field, more cars on the field here than we did at Silverstone. We are up to, it was 50 odd in total. So it's 50 in total, or minus a couple when you include the safety car and stuff. So I think it's about 48 realistically that took the green flag at the start of the race. So it has been busy. Brody Kostecki into the pit lane. So that gap, that 9-second gap, well, I think it was more likely 7. Has been nullified, has been dropped off. A reminder that on the previous stop, I'm pretty sure the Lobs eSports car, that 94 that Brody Kostecki is behind, when they came in, they just took fuel only. They didn't change tyres. Meanwhile, Apex Hunters United Esports switched out Nick Foster for Shane van Gisbergen. They would have taken tyres as well. Whether Lobs is going to remain on that set of tyres, whether they're going to remain with Brody Kostecki behind the wheel, we'll have to find out. I do believe, no, it is Jared Pilsell who's jumping in behind it. This is what happened to Robert Chrisdale.
Oh, Jesus.
That is a hit. That is a proper hit. So clearly got tapped from behind. Let's take a look. It's the P2 that goes through. There's into the barrier, ejected onto the racetrack, and then sent to the moon. The American space program back underway.
Yeah. Wow. That is wow. That I'm speechless. He took off there in how many spins in midair? That was pretty incredible. Something for sure, and yeah, I'm sure a 6th safety car is more than deserved.
Getting word that the safety car has. I think it's more so just stop. No, it's fine. The safety car has not crashed. We're okay. Not been into the wall. It's fine. Although let's be honest, it wouldn't be unheard of to hear a safety car crashing. Have seen that one a good few times in motorsport, so would be quite amusing to see that replicated in the sim world. Curious as to why Shane van Gisbergen took tyres as well. They took tyres and fuel on the stop when they switched drivers between Nick Foster and Shane van Gisbergen. What I was alluding to. Believe they've taken it again, which means that all that work they've done to work up the order, they'd potentially have to do again.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting strategy call, but they probably know more about it than we do. We'll just have to see how it pans out. I mean, he's definitely pretty good at overtaking from what we've seen so far, so it shouldn't be too difficult. But Watkins Glen, it's notoriously difficult to overtake, but well, we'll just have to wait and find out. He's got I'm assuming fresh tyres and some fuel, so he's going to go all out for it.
Indeed. The real thing is, with it being 2 hours to go, 40-minute stints, add that up, 2 more stops. You know, maybe there's logic in that side. I don't know.
Who knows? I mean, we'll just have to see how it pans out. I mean, they're not exactly poor drivers, are they? They are pretty good. So
wow.
Well, definitely better than you. We won't talk about Bathurst at all. But yeah, we'll just have to see how it pans out, I suppose.
That's all right. Nick didn't want to join us for Bathurst. It was just me and Dan Cale. They did
how
actually,
you got no incident points? I do not know.
Yeah, no, me neither. I did smash the ball twice, quite hard. I will say Nick Foster did race around here in the LMP2 not very long ago. I believe they got a podium in Split 2 in the 6 hours of Watkins Glen as the part of the official event. I'm pretty sure it was also just a two driver outfit again. This time, Dan Kell wanted to get rid of me because of me bidding it in the wall a couple of times at Bathurst. So replaced me with Nick Foster.
Great idea.
And I'm pretty sure Nick Foster did 4 hours of the 6 hour race. at incredible speed. So is well practiced around here.
Yeah, and it is definitely going to help. I mean, yeah, 4 hours of experience. That's pretty much this entire race under his belt, and that's definitely going to help him. And of course, he's got Shane right next to him. So yeah, pretty lethal duo, it must be said.
Are we adding the pressure now to Nick Foster that now he has to deliver even more so?
Oh, 100%. He has got no excuses now.
I agree.
That is, he's got the help of the practice, but we're going to absolutely slate him if he's going to bottle it now after all that practice.
Oh, I slate him anyway. It's fine. don't you Wizwaz. So yeah, some Wizwaz worry. Yeah, Wizwaz. What?
Nothing. It must be Lewis thing.
It is a Lewis thing. I was going to say it's Australian lingo, but it most certainly is not. I'm not allowed to say any Australian lingo because it's all.
Wow.
It's colourful. It's colourful. Yeah, thanks to our broadcast director for suggesting that it is colourful in my ear. They are just trying to get around, so they're still under safety car as we just lost them. There is Rush Sim Racing leading the way at present from BD eSports. Safety car's not going to be in this lap as far as I'm aware, so. I think our race director might stay out onto the racetrack for now. Simon Black in that safety car, which, let's be real, might need a touch of cleanup, a touch of strategy. So having the safety car out for a little bit longer extends your fuel mileage, doesn't it? You can save fuel quite nicely on the safety car, and with there being within the 2 hour window to go, so like I say, we're expecting 1 stop for GTs and GT3s and 2 stops for LMP2s. That realistically, any extra lap behind the safety car might be advantageous for those teams.
Yeah, definitely. It plays a massive factor. Of course, under the safety car, you don't it's pretty obvious. You don't have to go as fast. You can you don't have to go as fast. You can run at a lower engine mode and just chill. I don't think they've got engine modes in this class, but you can definitely, keep it at low revs, just chill and save a lot of fuel. And it really does go a long way, especially when it's such fine lines.
Pretty sure they do have mixed modes, although
They just don't use them.
Yeah, exactly. Particularly in the race. I mean, you will do under safety car because you can just turn it down to whatever the mixed mode is that's good for safety car stuff. But through the race, you don't particularly use the fuel mileage mixtures anyway, because they're all kind of the same and you want the power. Either way, before we get back into the racing action, we're just going to step away for a moment. There's still 2 hours of the race to go. We are currently under safety car, so you're not going to miss a thing. Coverage returning then here at Watkins Glen. They are under safety car at present, but that is about to come to an end. Coverage will be back in a moment, so don't you panic. We're going to radio our way through the restart here. We've got 2 hours left to go, slightly under that. It's about an hour and 50 minutes left on the clock. And at the moment, after the pit stops from the likes of the Lobs eSports car and the Apex Hunters United in LMP2, it is BD eSports leading the way from Paul Blomqvist. Safety car is into the pit lane then, and Paul Blomqvist with the control of it. He's got Rush Sim Racing all over the rear end as Jordan McDonnell is going to fancy a move. Actually, that's not even remotely correct because Rush Sim Racing is way down the order. Paul Blomqvist then up and away. Kobe Jones will be on the rear end of him and Paul Mansell as well. However, the split under the safety car is quite large. And on that run down into turn 1, they are gapped massively. But in a shock to no one, it's Lobs eSports already making the progress. Jared Filsell, though, Zach, has taken over that car.
Yeah, I mean, he's not waiting around at all, is he? I mean, he had incredible pace at Silverstone. Is this Shane van Gisbergen trying to get a move done as well, trying to stay as close as he can? It's going to be tucked up right in the slipstream, pulled to the inside, and I don't think Trick Esports is going to fight that one too difficult. And Shane's on a charge after Jared, but yeah, both have some pretty good pace, and they need to get their way through this field pretty quickly.
We can do now. He's out of the car already.
Oh no!
Why is Shane van Gisbergen back in? Lazy. Oh no, Nick Foster started the car. What am I talking about? Oh, never mind. It's all right. I'm great at this.
I'm professional, really.
It's all right. I think I was going to throw myself under the bus. It's fine. Nick Foster was the one that started the car, and Shane van Gisbergen has taken over it. So I'll back out of that argument because Nick Foster's already been off the road a couple of times this race. That's how I remembered because he went off on lap 1. BD Esports though leading the way half a second. Harnell Jones United, Kobe Jones behind the wheel of that LMP2 is right over the rear end. They're coming round to complete yet another lap. We're about to complete the 64th lap of running here. There's still, like I said, an hour and 45 minutes left to go in the race. BD Esports leading it in the number 35 car with Harnell Jones United, Injectors Online Racing and Analytical Race ONZ just in behind. Kobe Jones not able to do anything down into turn 1. On that rise up through the S's, though, he is all over the rear end. They've just come through, coming into turn 4 now, exiting the S's section, onto that straight, down into the inner loop. And Kobe Jones is going to dive it to the inside. Is it going to be fought by BD Esports? The answer to that is yes. Fires it around the outside, and BD Esports going to hang on for now.
For now, but under an insane amount of pressure. We can see Kobe Jones absolutely just sticking with him and putting the pressure on an insane amount. You can see just how late he can brake. Goes a little bit too deep. So this is going to allow Paul Mansell to try and close the gap. It could be a pretty spicy fight in a few moments' time, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Paul Mansell is very, very close indeed to attack this as well. That's in the Injectors Online Racing car, as well as Luke Mitchinson in the Analytical car. And of course, Lobs Esports, they are closing in. Down into the heel, though, on the loop section. Kobe Jones has gone for the dive and has gained the position now on Blomqvist and is up into the race lead. So fantastic move from him. Did have to make it work, did have to make a dive. Also getting a note that Glenn Seto has received a black flag for contact under safety car, which is normally regarded as quite a large slap on the wrist. I'm sure we've had quite a lot from race control, especially to do with that crash a few laps ago. BD Esports then down to second position, not under pressure directly from behind. Wonder if they will go on the attack straight away here, Zach, and try and get themselves back up into the race lead as they rise up the hill.
Well, it definitely could be interesting. You can see he is putting the pressure on through the S section and going to be tucked up right in the slipstream down the straight. He is incredibly close, maybe a little bit too close to properly utilize it, but you can see put into the outside into this fast chicane at the end of the straight. Can he get it? No, he can't. So going to have to tuck in. He needs to get this done, though, I'd say pretty quickly if he wants to stay in the lead of the race because he's under an insane amount of pressure. You can see Lobs Esports and Apex Hunters both chasing them down, and this could be, a 6-car fight for the race lead?
Yeah, I think it very much is going to be that 6-car fight. Like we said, it's Harnell Jones United, BD Esports, Injectors Online's 46-car, Analytical, and also the Lobs Esports car with Apex Hunters United sat on the rear end of this train. We'll be getting coverage back in just a moment, so no panics, please, in the chat. We will not be missing too much of this fight, which is likely to be a fantastic and enthralling fight throughout the latter stages of the race. Just had a bit of a mistake from the Injectors online car that might open the door for Luke Mitchinson, but it is Brody Kostecki, Jared Filsell, in the Brody Kostecki car, Lobs Esports number 94, that was really, really close to the rear end of the analytical car. Nearly made contact in that super awkward section when you rejoin the standard Watkins Glen, when you rejoin the cup layout. Bit of a mistake through the final corner. The door is open. Lobs Esports 94 is going to be diving it to the inside at turn 1 as they slipstream all the way down there, and it is going to be advantage to Jared Filsell. But Shane van Gisbergen is also here and is also going to try and gain the position. Backs out of it before the S's section, wasn't able to cut to the inside of the analytical car. His eyes very much on that Lobs Esports car, that there is a car between. See if he can make that move down into the inner loop, backing out of it and saving fuel. We've also got a car off the road ahead of this for good measure, that one being the Magan Turbo Motorsports car of Aaron Godric.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe brought up the yellows, prevented Shane from going for that move, and he does need to get that move done. He can't have a car in between himself and Lobs Esports, so he needs to get that move done.
Seeing, by the way, with the Magan Turbo car, that was an incident down in the coming up through the S's section, is still stationary as we're requesting a tow. And I think, unfortunately, we may be looking at a potential yet another safety car. We'll have to wait and see what race control do. Simon Black in control of all of that and keeping his eyes open. Jared Filsell may be sensing that this is the time that he needs to make a move, as we have coverage back here at Watkins Glen. The tight battle in LMP2 continues. Apex Hunters United Esports number 3 has just got up into 5th spot. That's Shane van Gisbergen doing that typical move that he's pulled off a couple of times now around the outside. And then keeping that to the penultimate corner. Brilliant move the first time he did it. Now it's getting a bit boring.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to find some new tricks, I think. He's a man of one wonder, and yeah, just needs to get it done. We'll have another look at it, and now just keeps the foot in, just uses the extra track he has on the outside and just keeps his foot in. It's an absolutely astonishing move, but he needs to find another place to do it. Come on now, Shane.
Yeah, joking aside though, it is hard work to make that one stick around the outside there. Unfortunately, safety car back out onto the racetrack. I'm pretty sure there'll be conversations after this between race control and the drivers that have been hitting the racetrack today, because this is not what they want to see. We like seeing the safety car out. We like seeing the safety car spicing up the racing action, but this is maybe taking it a little bit too far. Remember how long it took to get the safety car out at Silverstone? We had just the one, and it was in the final hour of the race, and boy did it spice it up, whereas this is so all over the place. It's so chop and change at the moment that yet another safety car is causing questions to the chasing pack. By the way, the Pulse Racing Team Black has come in from the race lead in GTE, handing over the race lead reins back to Logitech G Altus Esports and United Sim Sports behind, with Drop Bear Motorsport as well in GTE. And a reminder that it was the Drop Bear Motorsport car that, through the safety car intervention, was able to take victory in the previous round at Silverstone. Speaking of race winners from Silverstone, Team FA Alonso Car Australia in GT3, down at the moment in what I believe is 7th place in GT3. So really not working out for them.
No, and it was such a dominant victory at Silverstone. I can remember they just left and checked out, and even with the safety car really spicing it up in that final quarter of the race in the final hour, they still managed to dominate. But interesting, they're in 7th. Still a long way to go though, and you know, with more safety cars like this, even if they lose a bit of time, they can definitely gain it back. But yeah, Watkins Glen, yeah, safety cars definitely in an abundance today.
Wow. What's the typical wording is safety cars breed safety cars, and we have certainly seen that come into full effect today. We've got our LMP2 category, and you can see there that this is the kind of almost what they'd want in a sense, especially if you were a bit further back. Say, for example, the Apex Hunters United eSports 69 car that qualified so well on the front row of the grid. They're way down the order. Ben Cornett currently behind the wheel. But unlike some safety, when you've got a safety car that then goes quite quickly into another safety car, you clear a lot of the traffic. So, you know, you've got a couple of GT3s ahead of you, GTEs. You clear them, and then the only cars ahead of you are the LMP2s that you're battling with. A safety car then comes out, and you're compressed back up into that race lead battle, which then means that strategically you're on point. You're on cars to try and move up the order again. Got to wrestle it, got to do it themselves, but still, they're there or thereabouts now.
It is a helping hand, and after the race they've had today, it is going to go a long way. They've shown pretty good pace, it must be said, and I don't think that 8th really represents what they could do, and these safety cars going a long way and helping them, as you say. They're going to really help them close up, and on the back it's going to be a really spicy battle, because we've seen such close lap times in terms of pace from everyone, and such a close battle. So I'm really looking forward to this, and hopefully it can stay green for more than maybe about 3 or 4 laps this time.
Yeah, I was saying to you and to the broadcast earlier that I did a commentary on the ISOWC over on RaceSpot here at Watkins Glen. When you get racing around Watkins, it's superb. It really, really is superb. But it only lasts, like you say, for 5-10 laps before there's another safety car out, because it's so such high intensity. It's such a raceable track that you can be side by side almost anywhere on the racetrack. Ask Shane van Gisbergen, ask Brody Kostecki and Nick Foster earlier in the race when they were darting their way through the LMP2 category, because that was a fantastic battle to see. It's a track that's open, but it can cause like I say, it can cause various issues. Being waved around here, we've got the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia car along with a couple of the other GT3s. It's so they don't lose a lap to the rest of the GT3 contingent. So you've still actually got a race on. So it's a smart move from race control to call some of these cars to unlap themselves and get back onto the rear end of the field.
Yeah, definitely a good call. And as you were saying, with Watkins Glen, we've seen it's so good, but just look how close those walls are. One mistake and you're in the wall. And I think that is very much attributed to what can be attributed to why the safety cars have come out, because you're so tempted, as we've seen Shane, just to keep the footing around the outside, and it does work, but you put one little wheel on the grass, unsettle the car, you're in the wall, and that's a safety car. So yeah, it's a track of both worlds. You get a mistake and you're in the wall, but you can still go side by side for quite a lot of it. So it's quite an astonishing track, really.
It really is. The 69 car knows that more so than most. Didn't make contact with the barrier, but did it at a very, very lucky point earlier in the race. Was on the rear end, nearly made contact. I believe it might have been with the Rush Sim Racing car coming down into turn 1. Overdid it on the brakes, got a little bit too far over to the left-hand side, slipped and slid in the rear, just clipped the grass. Could not slow down the car and went straight on and went for a bit of a spin, and then was hit by the Fishy Motorsports car as well for good measure. So it wasn't a great sequence for them. But like you say, you can bounce back around this circuit. Though it's one that looks simplistic on the track map, but certainly can bite. Safety car is coming in, by the way, so he does hand the reins back over to Harnell Jones United, and hopefully it's going to be nice and clean here.
Fingers crossed, as you say. Safety cars breed safety cars with such a close LMP2 field, especially so bunched up and pretty much bumper to bumper. It's going to be pretty intense, and hopefully they can keep it all clean and show the same respect that Shane and TM Racing showed each other a few laps earlier.
Indeed. If I'm going to focus on any car in this scenario, it's those cars that are sat in 3rd and 4th. Not to give them too much broadcast attention, but we know that those are the two that are fighting out for the championship. They were 1 and 2 in the previous race, as we are underway once again. Kobe Jones leading for Harnell Jones United. Injectors Online close in tow. Shane van Gisbergen applying the pressure to the Lobs eSports camp down into 3rd spot, but they've got pressure from behind as we take that aerial look down into turn 1. There's battling between Rush Sim Racing and Fusion Sim Racing as they ride their way through turn 1 and then up this beautiful sequence of corners. It is a fantastic effort. It's not particularly difficult by yourself, but when you're on colder tyres, it can be a little troublesome. Summit Sim Sports has got by the Injectors Online Racing number 51. Their other car, though, is still running in 2nd spot. Nothing happening from Jared Philsell or Shane van Gisbergen behind, as we see the battling for GTE, Logitech G Altus Esports leading from United Sim Sports, and our focus on our Silverstone winners, the Drop Bear Motorsport car. With that is not the Mag and Turbo car that's directly in tow. It's the blue car that's the Mag and Turbo car. So they've got a bit of lap traffic between them. So realistically, no pressure from behind.
No, and that's going to go a long way because they can really just focus forward, don't have to look in their mirrors at all, and really going to try and put the pressure on in front. And let's just hope that they can do it. I mean, at the moment, third place, not at all bad. Let's see if they can steal the win again from Logitech, because Logitech dominated Silverstone. And let's see what's going on down here. Is this GT3? I can't really tell. You said earlier it's difficult to tell the difference, but that is Cooper Murray getting himself up another position. And yeah, it's all kicking off right now, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. So the green number plates, and there's also on the banner. Oh, that's a bit of a dive there from Cooper Murray, trying to get by the Pulse Racing Team Black. This is a battle of GTEs inside a battle of GT3s as well, for good measure. Their side-by-side channeling is inner Shane van Gisbergen is Cooper Murray, but not able to make that one stick on the Pulse Racing Team Black. Speaking, by the way, of the battle in LMP2, sorry to go back to it, but once again we are seeing a switch for second place as Jared Filsell has got by the Injectors Online Racing car. That is just out of turn 2, so for Lobs Esports, they are now up into second spot. Cooper Murray in the Cotis Cordial Raspberry car, which, as was pointed out so lovingly by Ewan O'Leary, is spelt incorrectly. They don't have much time behind until they're under pressure themselves from RRT Bow Repairs. Apex Hunters United Esports, by the way, they are also up and past the Injectors Online Racing car. So that battle between those two will continue here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, and I've said it again, you know, Apex, Shane being behind, he needs to get through any car that Lobs get through as well, because it's so crucial. He cannot lose any time being stuck behind a car that Jared Filsell has already gotten past. He needs to just get through as soon as he can and then start chasing down. This is Tom Frere getting himself up another position on the 50 Motorsport car, and still under pressure and coming into it. But yeah, at the front, Apex and Shane just needs to get on the gas and start chasing.
That 2650 car, that is the pink, orange and black Mercedes that we have. That is a car that started from the very last position. It was 51st of the grid. Of course, ignore the fact that they're up to 30th, because you'd go, oh, they're plus 20, but then you've also got to account for the class itself and then retirements, etc. But either way, the fact that they've gone from the rear end of the GT3 field and they are up into the spots that they're in is very, very nice indeed. From one Apex Hunters United car to another, when it comes to the ones that I'm talking about, the 69 has gained a position on Trick Esports as James Glasspool is passed down into the inner loop. Luke Turner for TM Racing, who, like I said, put on a fantastic display a bit earlier between himself and Shane van Gisbergen, is now trying to get past Blue Flag Racing, who have not had the greatest day. Qualified in 5th, dropped backwards, have had issues, but race is not over and they are still in a moderately decent spot, and you wouldn't necessarily rule out working even further forward, because let's be honest, the strategy, everyone has been returned in a sense to zero right now, in the idea that, you know, if there's this long to go with when the last pit stop was, how the pit stops are going to unfold, roughly being 40 minutes in LMP2, we know that everyone has to make 2 stops. It's a bit easier that you're racing people directly.
Yeah, and that is something that really adds to it. And as well, we've seen we're never out of a chance of a safety car as well. That just will spice it up even more. And with what now, about an hour and a half left of this race to go, it's going to be very spicy. And yeah, they're going to be fighting neck and tail for the rest of this race, I can tell.
Yeah, I think we most certainly will see that. By the way, penalties coming in are getting quite a few, and our list does rise. Getting a drive-through for Chaz Mostert will be getting a drive-through for passing under the safety car without being asked, which is a classic, although I think that one's been served. Do also have Jake Kostecki, speaking of real-world drivers, has been black flagged for passing under the safety car. I think that more just means that it's a penalty rather than anything else, a drive-through penalty. Angus Cook as well has been also given a drive-through penalty, and Brian McDormand also a drive-through penalty, that one for passing under safety car. So some drivers not having a great run of it, but you know, the safety car is not a procedure that is particularly common in sim racing. You don't normally see that one unfold, and it's a bit hard for some of these to kind of remember that, oh, maybe I can do it, maybe I can't do it, because each league that will approach it slightly differently.
Yeah, and it is something you have to adapt to. Just look at the rule book and try and see. But yeah, it's difficult. It can change, as you say, from person to person. This is a bit of a awkward spin for Mark Bruni. Just about, I'd say, get away with that, but he's going to lose a lot of position and probably a knock to his pride with that one.
I think it's more the pride. I'd be, oh my God, I hope they don't get a replay of that. I
And
can't
that's
remember
exactly
who it
what
was.
we did.
Yeah, exactly. I can't remember who it was back at Silverstone, but there was someone every time it's like hearing from our broadcast director, Dan Handover of Simply Race, saying replay coming in. And you're kind of like, oh, so here we go, replay. And you see it. I swear I've seen this before. I've seen this exact car do this exact thing and having an issue. But race lead, though. Race lead. Sorry, but Harnell Jones United going to drop from the race lead. Jared Filsell has gained it. It wasn't particularly hard fought from the 11 car. And up to the race lead, Lobs eSports, Harnell Jones United down to second, and Shane van Gisbergen is charging as well. So suspect that he's going to try and make a bold move is the Kiwi at some point.
Would not put it past him at all. And this little bit of a battle that went on, of course, anytime you go side by side, you're going to lose time, and that's allowed Shane to really drive onto the back of him. And there's still going to be, you know, sort of 3 cars there. Oh my God! No, he's connected him. Oh no!
Oh,
that is absolute calamity. Oh,
that is huge. That is absolutely huge.
no.
And Shane van Gisbergen, I do believe, is requesting a tow, which might require the safety car to come out to go and rescue that car. That is a huge, huge shame. Just Kobe Jones, basically was pushing out of the corner, pushed it a little bit too far, picked up a little bit of grass as he had to lift out to try and rescue his car. Right on the rear end was Shane van Gisbergen. Van Gisbergen had nowhere to go, made contact with the rear, and that is a shame for the team that is second in the championship. And our race winners from Silverstone looking to do the same thing once again.
Yeah, wow. Well, I mean, that is going to be a sigh of relief from Jared Filsell there. A lot of pressure is now being alleviated off his shoulders, but what a shame for Shane. I mean, that is just so harsh, such tough luck. There's nothing either of them could have done. It's just one of those things that happen, and that is Jordan McDonnell. Well, that's just a wash of understeer, bounce off the wall and goes for a nice little spin into the pit wall. And we're going to have another look. Luke Mitchinson in the analytic eSports car goes around the outside, tags the Porsche, and both of them end up going around. Nice little tandem drift there, though, it must be said.
Yeah, no, that was a good effort. You know, I'll give that one a 6 out of 10 for the Carbon Esports car. Just kind of pushing it a little bit. 6.5. Okay, fair enough. That one's rough. I mean, if you ride on board with Shane van Gisbergen there's no way that he can really judge that one. That's a shame. They have returned to pit lane. We didn't get a safety car for this, so the race control deemed it just onto the grass. There is absolutely nothing that you can do, and you can see the way. This is why, because I was wondering why he felt the requirement to return to pit lane rather than just driving, getting on with it. But you can see there that the front left has got stuck on the barrier. Just
latched against the barrier, isn't he? He's just completely stuck. That is a shame. And you'd need superhuman reactions to avoid that. I think he expected him to sort of go to the right to save it, or no, tried to stay to the left as he tried to save it. So Shane went to the right, but that is exactly where he was going. And yeah, that's such a shame. That brought an end to such a close fight. But yeah, well, I mean, he's got the speed, he's got the overtaking ability. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a real shame, that one. It really, really is. Either way, we've got a race going on in the other positions anyway. Mark Gibson for BDE Racing has a fair amount of pressure on his shoulders as trying to make a move is Fusion Sim Racing in that number 45 car. They have switched over this lap, I do believe, down in turn 1. And Warren Pickering, who's currently behind the wheel of the Fusion Sim Racing car, dropping down the spot, but then instantly going on the attack. And that's the problem with this track in a sense. It's a problem. It's not really a problem for us. When you make a move down at turn 1, you're open to being passed down into the inner loop. Yeah,
exactly. And if, the person you're overtaking into turn 1 maybe gets a nice bit of a cutback, they have that backwards momentum, and that's really, really going to help. Just got a quick replay. This is Chris Platt, and another spin, jumps over the curve as he goes off the track and straight into the wall. And yeah, I mean, yeah, that's another spin on the tally. I think we're going to run out of space if we had a tally book of how many spins. And yeah,
It's a circuit that you're not particularly familiar with, correct?
not at all. No, I mean, before today, I hadn't seen much in the way of Watkins Glen. Maybe once or twice, and I hadn't realised it was Watkins Glen. But yeah, I'm a bit of a noob. Anything outside probably Formula One, I'm not too familiar with.
Which is just simply unacceptable. It's all right, we'll teach you one thing, don't you worry, and that is good racetracks and good racing, because no, can't throw them under the bus, well,
No, come on.
Why not? Yeah, Formula One and racing and good racetracks aren't things that you normally hear in the same kind of sentence, especially not in the modern era where everyone complains about everything. Me included, by the way. Just tell it as it is, it's fine. Watkins Glen, it's a fantastic racetrack. It's just, it bites, and it bites hard. I mean, it's a proper classic racetrack. I mean, it was used in Formula One back in, I think, the 60s and 70s. Obviously a very, very long time ago. Unfortunately, has caught its lives and whatever in the past. You would assume that these days it wouldn't reach many modern safety standards, with the fact that it's all just Armco barriers basically everywhere, with the exception of the odd tyre wall here and there. But it still meets it. I've seen some huge crashes around here. For anyone that can remember, I think it was 2014 NASCAR Cup Series around here. There was an awful one coming off of the carousel and on that backstretch. But it's one that realistically is surprisingly a bit more safe than it looks. You do carry an awful lot of speed round here, and that's kind of what allows the slipstream to be so big and the racing to be so great, as United SimSports trying to hang on from BVN eSports and move around the outside going into the inner loop is less so a smarter move, and obviously it's just going to open the door for Drop Bear Motorsport to get involved in the mix as well.
Exactly, and in such a close field, any battling really bunches them all up, as we've seen with the LMP2 guys. But yeah, United SimSports doing a really good job of hanging on for the moment, but BVN not going to alleviate the pressure at all. Look for a little bit of a dummy down that straight. I saw it. He had a bit of a go, but the United SimSports was not having it whatsoever, and this is looking like a really good fight amongst these guys.
Yeah, just because we've lost a couple of cars and teams does not mean the racing isn't going to be sensational, because it is Trick Esports, TM Racing and BDE. Very, very close in LMP2. You've obviously got this battle between United SimSports, BVN and Drop Bear as well. Riding on board with the Porsche of Drop Bear. It's all Porsches in GTE, less so to that extreme in the GT3 category, although it is still a Porsche, I do believe, leading the way in that from another Porsche. But then we've got a BMW up there as well, so we've got to give a shout out to them, being the SSR JK Signs racing team, the 271 that's on the back of Drop Bear Motorsports and Evolution racing team that are leading the way at the moment. Which, again, bit of a shock to not see the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia, but we were speaking of that dominance, that incredible dominance that they had at Silverstone. And those kind of races, they don't come around often. They really, really don't. You have to have the expectation that those kind of races might happen once or twice a season, that you have to make the most of them. You have to execute to the highest order. 2650 Motorsport defending from BDE Motorsport, BDE Sports 2, managing to hang on. I was going to say that surely wouldn't be a send from that distance back, but at the moment that Merc, like I said, it's marched its way from the back of the grid, knows how to overtake, knows how to defend.
Yeah, and he's doing a really good job of it at the moment. And as you say, from the back of the grid, obviously being held by, what is it now, 7 safety cars, but you cannot knock him for it. That is, yeah, something pretty incredible, but definitely not been an easy ride. He's been under pressure. We're going back to this fight between United SimSports, BVN, Drop Bear, and have they collected someone else? Was that bit of traffic? I think it's still just a three-way fight between second, third, and fourth, and this is really, really spicing up now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is just a touch of traffic, being the simrigs.com DPR car that's just on the rear end of this train. So that's the white Porsche that's just sat there. So it is just a 3-car fight. There is an absolute send from BVN Esports. We know that outside line, as they rejoin the Cup circuit, is normally the preferable line. So whilst it was a good attempt, just not going to work out like that. So like I say, good effort, but 0 out of 10 for execution.
Yeah, good effort. I mean, if you're going to go for a move there, you just have to take the track away from them on the outside and have a good run going in. Because we've seen from Shane, that outside line, you can just keep your foot and carry that momentum all the way around the outside. And the United Sim Sports doing a really good job of that. But it hasn't knocked him at all. That's a bit of a send. But BVN still putting the pressure on, practically pushing him through the S section. It's hard enough when you're only, let alone tucked up right behind a car. And they're going to be bumper to bumper to bumper, second, third, and fourth, straight to the inside. Goes United Sim Sports to defend, but they're trying to find a way through. Is he going to go to the outside? Front row seats, all of it around the outside. Goes BVN. It's going to be the inside again. They're still going to be side by side. What a bit of contact! No! As he got through. Oh my god! How have all three of them carried on? Oh my goodness! But wow! Good save. I must. Wow.
I will say, if you look at the front right of the Drop Bear Motorsport car, it has not got through scot-free. There is damage on the front right. It is bent, but all things considered, how bad that could have been, I think they'll take that. That was so tight. I mean, I will say that was predictable. That was always going to happen. But now there's going to be a pass as we ride on board with Drop Bear Motorsport, maybe giving a little bit of room to the inside, running through the heel because they have to focus on their rear view mirror because that matte black car of United Sim Sports, it looks fantastic. It looks like a stealth bomber. It looks terrifying in the background. They're charging. They want to get through. They've just thought, oh, I've got through on one. Oh, no, I've got to get through on the other. Oh, my God. Okay. Tough stuff.
I mean, that was so touch and go, though, because he tried to keep his foot in on the exit of the chicane, and BVN tried to take the track away from him, and that's just what caused the contact. I don't know how all of them have managed to keep that car straight, and the other one having been pointed 180 degrees. But yeah, Drop Bear have managed to get through. Very optimistic how they didn't get collected as well. That was something special. But yeah, United Sim Sports looking to regain the ground they've lost. They're tucked right back up in the slipstream, looking for the outside. Deja vu really from a lap previously, just two different cars, and now coming towards the chicane, and he's going to try and tuck in for a cutback maybe. But yeah, some great racing on show from these Porsches, and for a new car to this season. Of course, it was very late that it got instated, so well, I've just been corrected there, but no, but they're doing a great job of putting a show for us there, aren't they, Lewis?
Yeah, absolutely, because there's a new... I'll roll with you. It's because there's a new Porsche in GT3. So the GTE one has been around for a while.
Just
the GT3 one. No, I'm just throwing you under the bus. It's fine.
As always, it's not Nick Foster, it's someone else.
I've got to do... Well, you threw me under the bus earlier, so, if someone's getting
Cheers,
it, you're going to have to cop the bill. Blue Flag Racing darting their way through the middle of it as well as another one of the LMP2s. Now going for the absolute send.
Oh, no.
That was never going to work. There's a 0 out of 10 for effort, execution, and everything else. That is an absolute shame for Daniel Yeaman, but that was an interesting rejoin as well. But, fair enough, whatever. I think might be okay when it comes to damage, although the front right is pretty sorted. The rear end is okay. I mean, if you take a look at the rear end of the BVN eSports car, that'll tell you what damage is right now, because that car is absolutely done. I'm pretty sure we'll take a very quick look at that. Simon Vaughan trying to brake at the same point as an LMP2 and a GTE car, and I can tell you that works none of the time.
Yeah, 0 out of 10 of the time that's going to work. You can't even say it's a good effort, because it really wasn't. That was just, I'd guess to say a move in desperation, you could say. And I guess he didn't need to get that move done, but he was desperate to make up the ground lost. Oh, that was close. But yeah, it's a shame. But in such a close field, you can sort of understand that people are going to get desperate sometimes.
Yeah, I think, when it's tight, when it's marginal gains, fair enough. You've been frustrated by what's happened the lap previous, and you kind of think, no, I'm just going to try and get on with this. But that kind of move is never on, unfortunately. This kind of racing most certainly is, though. We're seeing this brilliant battle between Aidan Coote and Tom Freer. Drop Bear Motorsports versus SSR JK Signs, and this intense fight for what is second position. There's your brand new Porsche. Which, like I say, again, acclimatised into this vehicle very, very well. But let's be honest, the BMW M4 is not exactly an old car. It was brand new to the service at the start of the year, and certainly a car which some drivers match to fairly well. It's not it's not as tricky, in my opinion. It's not as tricky as some of the other cars to drive. As Blue Flag Racing are into the pit lane, our battle for 4th spot as TM Racing are trying to wrestle 4th off of Arnold Jones United.
Yeah, finally back up to the LMP2 guys. We sort of shied away from him for a while, but you can see Luke Turner, absolutely incredible overspeed, having to back off through the S's and just stay as close as he can, try and build up that momentum and stay tucked up in the slipstream, try and get this 4th place and recover, because he was quite far back down the order, but he's managed to fight his way back up to what is now 5th place, and yeah, just couldn't quite get it converted on this occasion. But I mean, yeah, that Lamborghini could maybe have a thing or two to say. And is that BDE now getting in on the fight as well? Could be spicy.
This could be spicy indeed. Yeah, BDE right a part of it. They just got around the Lamborghini of Pulse Racing Team Yellow, who have been upside down this race as they continue on. So, you know, good on them, just trying to use that endurance spirit and get to the checker flag. There are points up for offer if they can do so, and those points could be very important for even fighting out for the minor positions later in the season. So, you know, you pick up whatever ones you can get. You don't want to drop, because if you retire from the race, there's a bit of a dive from BDE Sports, BDE Racing rather. I'm pretty sure if you retire from the race, that it is 0 points that you get, as based on what we've seen at Silverstone. If you retire within, like, I think maybe the 90%, that you still do gain the points. But for here, yeah, you don't want 0 points, not when there's so many up for offer, because realistically, with a fast repair, etc., we're not likely to see too many full-out retirements through the season, so you can't afford to do something which other people may not do. Drop Bear Motorsport defending from SSR. JK Sainz, not really dropping that position. I think they might have lifted out of that. I don't know about you. I think there might have been a bit of strategy, a bit of fuel saving, a bit of I'm not going to take the risk here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. What's happened here?
Well, we're going to see some 3 wide down into the inner loop potentially, as Arnold Jones United going to defend from TM Racing. They've got a bit of traffic as well for good measure in that Mercedes that was running up in 3rd spot earlier in the race. Bit of 3 wide as well, was a bit of lap traffic getting involved in the mix, and Arnold Jones United able to gain from it.
Oh, it's the thing with endurance racing. Traffic is just so crucial, and it can spice things up so much. And if you can get through it and dance your way through and have, you know, it's all about timing as well. If you can catch them on a straight, you're set. And if you can get through before the guys behind you have caught them before the corner, it helps so much. And we're just going to see a replay of yet another crash. This is Jackson Rihanna in the Summit Sim Sports catching up with BMW.
No.
Looks to the that curb really unsettled the front of the car. Would you say that's his fault, Lewis?
Yes.
I mean, he's the car behind. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame for the BMW. He was just trying to drive his own race, and here comes an LMP2 car to spoil his day. That's.
It's always again. Obviously, you know, some drivers here. Some drivers here may not have the most experience in multi-class racing, but it's always the responsibility of the faster car to lap responsibly. And that was pretty irresponsible. You've got to assume that as there is a tow being requested from Mark Rooney as well, that you have to assume that car is going to take the racing line. Rightfully or wrongly, as behind this, by the way, they are going to battle it up with Luke Turner trying to get around, but no way through. You've got to assume they're going to take the racing line. You've got to prepare for that, which means that you have to play your cards right for that scenario. And if you're going up through the S's section, you can't just dive what is a flat-out section of corners. You can't just try and take the apex away from them. It's narrow. You either have to be patient, have to go around the outside, have to do whatever it takes that's going to be predictable and clean, and that was absolutely none of that.
Yeah, and it's so one line through such a fast sequence of corners, and I think they're so lucky that no one else got involved in that. We were looking at the replay of everyone filing their way through, and they were taking up half the track of a flat-out section. I think that's pretty remarkable, and everyone else's part to have avoided that. But I've always lived by it. Whether it's overtaking or what have you, it's always the car behind's responsibility to get it done cleanly. And this BMW is really going to spice up this fight for P5 at the moment, and you know, practically pushing him is Luke Turner. And trying to find a way through. Actually, this is P4, I stand corrected. This is Luke Turner trying to get past the Arnold Jones United car, and they're still fighting out. This could be really spicy. LMP2 have really put on a show for us today.
They certainly have. Rush Sim Racing and Summit Sim Sports, by the way, into the pit lane. Not sure if they're doing that of their own. I don't have any note of them requiring to come down pit lane for a penalty, I do believe. So I think they might be okay. Although I will say the number 9 car, that TM Racing car that we were looking at, is going to get a drive-through penalty for barging, for pushing their way through. It's classified as a careless incident and regarded as one that is going to serve them with a drive-through penalty. The battle for second position, at least, is going to see Apex Hunters United get involved in the mix with at least one of their cars. My point was going to be, though, that LMP2 is coming into the pit lane. As much as I'm not sure this is 100% what they're doing, but we are in the window for the first stop for LMP2s. We're expecting them to make 2 more, and this could be their time.
And a pit window could be so crucial. He's Aiden Coote, lucky. There didn't exactly go for a spin, but over the grass and won't be doing his tyres all too good. But this is the Ben Cornet in the Apex Hunters United eSports number 69. What a recovery drive from these guys, it must be said. Now to be on the back of Injectors Online Racing for P2 after the race they've had. It's pretty remarkable. And I think that is Injectors into the pit lane, the first of the front runners in LMP2 to make the stop. How crucial do you reckon this could be? This is crunch time for everyone now.
Yeah, like I say, 2 stops we're expecting them to make. Arnold Jones United, TM Racing, BDE Racing not coming into the pit lane. They're going to stay out. Same with Trick Esports. So LMP2's coming into the pit lane. We're expecting the final stops for GTE and GT3 to come in at some point within the next 10 minutes. It's the approach to the hour mark left to go in the race, more so an hour, particularly for the GT3s, where we're expecting their fuel tank to just push them around that. It was actually, sorry, I forgot about that. The Luke Turner for the TM Racing car, it wasn't the pit stop for them, although they will be in for their stop fairly soon. That is the drive-through penalty that I was alluding to earlier for barging. So that's what they've had to come through and serve. They've come out just on the rear end of Blue Flag Racing. They are desperate to clear as they come across the second place car in GT3 as well, covered off from the Blue Flag Racing car. Not fancying getting out of the way of the number 9, certainly not yet.
No, and yeah, he couldn't exactly go anywhere else. The BMW was taking up all the track, so all he had to do was settle in there. But Luke Turner, after a drive-through, he's going to be wanting to make up for lost time, and of course with the pit stop as well, he's going to lose a little bit more. So bit of a shame for Luke Turner, but he can definitely recover it. He's shown some good pace so far, and it's going to be raring to get onto the back of that Royal Blue Sim Racing car. Yeah,
absolutely. Got to mention as well with Luke Turner, because want to start a bit of spice. Want to see if we can get some anger and stuff. But the car that reported that, by the way, or the car that was in question for that incident was this one here, the Carbon eSports white car, the 231. It was actually an incident back at the carousel, if I remember correctly, if memory serves. Just a little bit of a pinch, a little bit clumsy, and the incident unfolded the way it did. So drive-through penalty for that. Does kind of mean, I don't know about you, but every time that I'd be coming across that car trying to lap them as they do return to pit lane, does TM Racing to actually serve a pit stop this time. Every time you come across this car, though, taking it a little bit more careful each time you come past.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, you don't want any more. You don't want to put salt in the wound, basically. You don't want to make it worse than it already is. So just a touch of caution, and of course you learn more from your mistakes. So he doesn't want to make the same mistake twice, and that is someone looking down the inside. Pretty touch and go there, looking for the move. But yeah, overall, you don't want to make the same mistake twice. Let's just say that much. So he is always going to be a little bit more careful and pick his moments a little bit better, unless he gets super desperate and it's a fight for the race lead. We'll spice things up.
Oh, we saw that spicy darting through traffic back at Silverstone, didn't we, in the second half of that race post pit stop, in that excellent battle between Shane van Gisbergen and Jared Filsell. It was a great show they put on for us, darting through traffic, as speaking of Jared Filsell, now into the pit lane from the LMP2 race lead. I'd expect that we'll probably get something like that at some point, but that does require a lot of skill to be able to pull that off, to be able to have the confidence and control in the car to lap after lap dart through the traffic with respect and understanding of the other car's limitations. It's tricky stuff, and most people that try, if they're going to try and they've never done that kind of stuff before, that's when mistakes happen.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that it's one of those things you learn with time. It's experience is the best teacher in that case. You get better at it the more you do it, and obviously the first time you can understand if it goes wrong 1 or 2 times, and that's a spin.
Ooh, who was
Back
that?
there. Not too sure who that is. That looked like a white Porsche, but I'm not entirely sure.
Wonder if it was the GTE that was sat on the back of the race leaders a little bit earlier on in the second place battle. Either way, we've got these switching around. It is Daniel Yemen who is the one who's been off in the barrier coming through the chute. So we'll grab a replay of that one as Blue Flag Racing into the pit lane along with the Injectors Online Racing 51 car. It means that BDE Racing are the ones leading at present, but still awaiting a pit stop potentially from them, unless they're double stinting tyres. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see what happened to Daniel Yemen. Just overdoing it on the rear. Relatable. I have done that a good few times. That is surprisingly easy.
Oh, and then kept that at the barrier. Didn't. Oh, that's so dodgy in such an awkward part of the circuit. You want to reverse on and not lose too much time, but that is a very damaged car. Oh, Jesus, that rear wing is, wow, that's a bit indented, just a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Carbon fibre known for bending, by the way, but regardless, is what it is. It's not like that's taken a pretty large whack. The thing is, surprisingly enough, that probably won't make the most enormous amount of difference. Mark Gibson in BDE eSports, that's currently leading the way. The BDE racing car has just made contact, and again with the Fusion Sim Racing GT3 car. We'll need to take a look at that. They were coming through the S section. The 2 GT3s are ahead. There's also another GT3 off the road for good measure as well. What is going on here? That GT3 that was off the road being the Pulse Racing Team blue car that was off. It was Chris Pellet who was close. I don't think they were they battling out of position? I don't think they were. It's coming through. That was so close for Mark Gibson to being involved in a huge crash for reasons we'll try and grab a replay. I'm pretty sure the GT3 moved, so I'll hold my opinion until we've seen it again. But I just call it on my other screen. Dicey moments actually before this. There's a little bit of kind of, you're going for a bit of an ambitious gap there, but it was even more before this. And obviously you've got a LMP2, a GTE, and a GT3 there. So yeah, a little bit crazy. We'll see how this one unfolds. So it's after they've exited turn 1 and they rise up through the S's section. So we'll keep our eye with Mark Gibson. And you'll see the traffic will be looming in the distance. We roll through turn 1. You can see them there. So you've got the GTE that's going to make the move on the GT3, and they're going to run side by side on the exit of the S's section, coming up at obviously a high rate of knots in the LMP2 coming through here. They're side by side, but watch Chris Pellet's car. Oh, it's just because quite away from the apex and then comes back into it. That's pretty unpredictable. And then there's more stuff that happens there. I know it's obviously on the car passing to make the move, but you're expecting the cars that you are passing to remain predictable. And in my money, if you've left a lot of room there, for whatever reason, you've run wide, you've understeered or whatever, and then you dart back over to the inside, that is the fundamental argument of an unpredictable race.
Yeah, it's touch and go really, because they are racing. I don't know if that was for position on that. I'm assuming it was.
No. It was just a GTE versus a GT3.
So that was a lapped car on a lapped car, pretty much. Is what you're saying.
Yep.
That's interesting then, because I don't really know. It's done now. They're lucky to have gotten away with it. Let's not dwell on the past too much. Yeah, that's certainly strange.
Here comes the P2, and then it's covered off there.
Oh,
like, whoa!
Geez.
Nah. Yeah, I'd be flashing that as well.
That is, he is. I'm gonna get his rears are lucky to have not vlogged there and he'd end up in the wall.
But also, I'm just we didn't really catch it there. But also, when don't get me wrong, Gibson was unwise to go on the right hand side then. But afterwards, I will say it did seem like there was an intentional move from the GT3 as well to then say no, don't go on that side. I don't know if there's more that's happened that we haven't caught or what, but either way, clearly some drama. We are under safety car whilst all that's been going on. Not 100% sure what the safety car has been called for. I'm pretty sure it might be the Pulse Racing Team blue car. so much has been happening that we've been trying to catch up on. But the safety car is out regardless, so we're up to 7.
Yeah. Is it 7, 8?
8, 9, 106.
We've lost count. These numbers are too high for Mr. Lewis. It must be 7. That's a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump, and onto the track. And how everyone has gone through there. We say it time and time again. That was pretty close. And yeah, this is the incident that we saw earlier. He just reverses himself into the wall as well,
and then stops.
Waiting.
Sure.
Oh, that's a shame. He's waiting for everyone to come through.
Again, though, I am a massive fan. It's the blue for me.
It looks
blue
lovely.
Is absolutely superb. I love that shade.
Yeah.
Just looks superb.
Wrap the whole car in it.
Right. Exactly. No, it's just a fantastic car. I mean, I was talking about this on a broadcast last night of livery designers and stuff in sim racing as the safety car is back out again. That livery designers in sim racing these days. I mean, the amount that they're getting out of the liveries and stuff, it's very much a highly professional level as we're focused on this green and pink safety car.
Very striking.
So, you know, I'll hold my fire when it comes to this. No, I'm joking, of course. But, you know, livery designs as a whole in sim racing are actually at a very, very professional level for the most part, so much so that there is a transition between sim racing and real world. We've spoken about drivers moving between both, but livery designers as well. Moving between both, and that's from real world into sim racing. You know, some of them have done liveries now on sim cars, you know, more just for fun than anything else. But then sim racers and sim designers moving into the real world again. Brought it up last night. Quite a well-known one for a lot of people. There's a driver called Nico Barkley who's made liveries for his own team as well as various other ones. His home team being Watkins eSports. A very good livery designer has designed one of the Bentleys in British GT this season. So designing a real world car looks fantastic. Same before, it's very, very colourful. It does kind of, I get the vibe. I'm like, it's a sim livery. I don't know what it is. There's something that I can tell about. I'm like looking at it and being like, that is definitely a sim racing livery.
I get what you mean.
It's just a bit mad. But we're seeing that progression through. It's fantastic to see.
In the same way, you know, with drivers, of course, we saw drivers like James Baldwin take the step from sim to real life, and it's nice to see that sim racing can make that transition in more ways than one. I guess you could say.
Talk to Nick Foster about James Baldwin.
Carry on.
No, we shouldn't.
Oh.
There was because obviously, you know, Nick Foster does some. I'm gonna bring it up anyway. I don't even
Come
care.
on, here we go.
Nick Foster does some coaching, and James Baldwin thought it would be a good idea to go and get a coaching session from Nick Foster and pretend to be not great at sim racing or whatever, and did it under their pseudonym or whatever.
Oh,
yeah, not the wisest call, but you know, it's their own. I guess you've got to make a video over something, but whatever.
Content is content.
Content is content. Although I will say, Nick Foster is a driver that, regardless of your racing ability, is definitely someone that you could learn something from. Very, very smart and determined when it comes to racing. Yeah, you know, I was slamming him earlier, and now I'm giving him plaudits.
I'm just gonna say that is. Lewis, are you feeling okay?
No, I'm doing a massive U-turn. I felt bad. I've slammed him a few times, whereas now I'm going to talk.
You felt bad. Jeez, ladies and gentlemen, this is first time Lewis McGlade has felt bad for someone, especially Nick Foster as well.
Yeah, I mean, Nick's a good guy. He's looked after me. You know, he's done me a couple of solids. So, a great Rocket League player, by the way. No, okay, so that's a step too far. Sorry.
Better than you, I'm sure.
He was much better than me. Yes, absolutely.
Does he do the snazzy like aerials and things like that?
No. Neither of us do.
So he's good compared to you, is what you're saying?
No comment.
Okay.
No comment.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Let's focus on what is at present. So obviously some people have entered pit lane. We are at that point where there is an hour roughly to go. We do actually have. I wonder if we can grab Nick Foster in for an interview.
I was going to say, here he is.
I've got to switch it up a little bit and drag it over to Discord a second. Let me just try. Do we have Nick Foster here?
G'day, team.
Oh, hello, Nick. Right. Well, now that I've been talking great things about you,
Hopefully only horrible things.
I've brought up our Rocket League session.
Very good.
Right, okay. Let's talk about your race right now. Unfortunately, not gone so great as of recent, but was looking like it was going okay. Talk us through the incident that happened.
Yeah, so in the end, I think we're on the sidelines now. Shane got caught up. I think another prototype in front of him had a bit of a wobbly, and he ended up in the fence because of it. So that's unfortunate. We had a rocky start with my wild moment through the bus stop on the first lap, which was real smooth. But we were chipping away, and yeah, up the front there with the lead cars. But anyway, that's the way it goes sometimes. So now just managing the race from the steward race control side and making sure everything's going well.
You said there about your moment through the bus stop, and then also you made some pretty decent moves later on through the bus stop in a fantastic and thrilling fight, approaching sort of around about the hour and a half mark, diving it through with Brody Kostecki, if I remember correctly. It was a fantastic battle.
Is that a compliment from you, Lewis?
It is. I was complimenting you a moment ago about your coaching ability.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, actually, we had some floor damage from, I don't know whether it was from the spin or maybe I dropped a wheel coming through the carousel. So we were a bit slow in a straight line, so it made some of those moves a bit harder than probably what they needed to be fair. But in the end, it's okay. It was a good race. We were saving fuel as well, like doing some of those moves, so that was just pretty cool. I mean, the car was super hooked up, so yeah, just a shame that we parked it. But anyway, I'm having fun. The race is pretty wild to watch and to be involved in. So yeah, hopefully it's made for good viewing so far.
It certainly has. We've had some brilliant stuff. I'll ask you one final question in regards to the safety cars. We've seen quite a lot of them today. Is there going to be a conversation with the grid to wrap this one up after this round and try and make things a bit clean, like we had at Silverstone? We saw that brilliant race.
To be honest, it was sort of expected here. Like the closing speeds between the classes are monumental, even in between the GT classes. There has been some fairly average moves. So, I mean, the guys, we have within the series, we have a license point system. So for every drive-through you get also a license point. And if you go over a certain amount of license point, you get sort of suspended from driving the following week to keep people in check. So there's a few guys that will be quite high on license points, a similar style to kind of what you see in F1 and supercars and whatnot. So hopefully that should kind of naturally keep people in check a little bit more. To be fair, it was always expected. We're trying to the single car accidents that happen sort of by themselves, we're trying to allow those guys to escape and keep the ball rolling on the race. But I think that's what makes this race quite exciting in comparison to like a big open track like Silverstone. We barely saw a safety car the entire way. And basically here you kind of expect, this really close, tight battle and, fuel and strategy and where you end up on particular safety car will play a big role. So it's caught some people out early on and they've made their way back through, and so it's really opened the race. So unfortunate for some of the guys that have had to park it on the side of the road, for instance, like us, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, best of luck, at least to your rather car, the 69 that we're battling for the race lead, and thanks for putting on a good show.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I'll see you around.
All right, see you around. Nick Foster then just joining us from the sidelines, unfortunately now in that number 3 Apex Hunters United eSports car, returning to action as we're about to get underway once again here at Watkins Glen, hopefully for the final time. 3 hours and 6 minutes complete of the race, so there is less than an hour to go. I think most of the pit stops have been completed in GTE and GT3, but we're still awaiting one in this class. But there was the 69 slow. Ben Cornett a little bit slow off of the final corner on that restart. It's a great one from the Lobs Esports camp, but once again it's Analytical now trying to go around the outside. BD Esports though will have their run and try and fancy their way through. It was a bit of a lift required from the Injectors Online car, but was that slow or what?
It really was less than ideal restart, whether a Lobs caught him out or something, but it's really spiced up the action between second, third, fourth and fifth, and they're now all hurtling their way down this back straight towards the chicane. And is anyone going to go for a move? No, they're all going to be relatively sensible and negotiate it cleanly. But yeah, Ben Cornett really flying the colours for Apex Hunters United eSports and doing a really good job in second, but he's got a lot of pressure from behind, and we're now going to have a look. Is this in GT3 with Wayne Bork? And this is the lead battle, so it's all kicking off up and down the field, Lewis.
Yeah, we've got to keep our eye on this this BMW in a field mostly of Porsches. You've got the a GT3 Porsche of Evolution Racing Team that have been out front for quite a lot of the day under a fair amount of pressure now. You've got a GTE, though, coming through the middle of it, just trying to figure their way through and gain whatever they can. This one being the United Sim Sports car in that fantastic matte black that's just trying to gain track position, trying to get into clean air, not really trying too much. As I think we've got the Injectors Online car dropping down the order. It's the 46 that has had an issue, and this could become a problem for all of these. You can see it there sideways, perpendicular to the racetrack, as they're all coming around. Oh, a little bit of a dive there as well from the BMW of SSR JK Signs, and nearly got his way through, but once again picking and choosing, ducking and weaving. Thomas Hinds trying to get back underway.
That was incredibly close. That's not something we've often seen, and well, again, everyone managing to negotiate their way through. He needs to recompose himself and get on the back of them and clear this traffic once again. But yeah, that was incredibly close, and amongst the lead fight as well, that just adds to it as well. And well, we've still got a very close train of cars for the lead of the race in GT3. This could be really spicy.
Certainly is. Yeah, it really is a great battle there. You've obviously got Kobe Williams and the Drop Bear Motorsports GT3 that sat in third place. Cooper Murray, who's trying to get through all of that in the GT. Oh, there's been contact. There's been huge contact in the BMW. That 271. There's been an enormous crash on the back stretch.
Oh.
As Kobe Williams for the Coatis Cordial Raspberry car was trying to get through, got latched on to the BMW, and there is carnage. And that was in the race lead of GT3. They will be fuming.
We look away for one moment and absolute calamity strikes for these guys, and that is a very bent Porsche. That's not the camber of the corner deceiving you there. That is a very bent rear wing, and absolute calamity going on there. Yeah, well, it happens, and they're going to be very, very frustrated, especially we're relatively close to the end. Of course, only 15 minutes left. There's not much time to recover from that either.
Yeah, it was Wayne Burke and Wayne Brook and Cooper Murray that came together on the backstretch. Let's take a look at it as joining the final moment as Wayne Burke was just being thrown up into the barrier. It really is a shame for this 271 BMW that was right involved in the mix, and yeah, there'll be tears for them because that was a huge hit. We'll take a look then. So trying to get out of the slipstream of the car ahead, fair enough. I do get that. The Evolution Racing Team, they were trying to make a move, was SSR JK Signs, and was trying to get by. Then obviously you've got Cooper Murray and the Coatis Cordial Raspberry car that was also trying to get through, but they were trying to get back. Like the two, in my opinion, the two just kind of come together. Watch this.
Just sort of magnetised together, didn't they? And was, oh, pity hell! And when he comes back on and collects it,
right.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, these are more planes than anything. But I mean, he's racing so hard. He's not necessarily looking at Cooper in his mirrors. He's more interested on getting at the slipstream of the car behind and going for the outside. And it happens. Of course, the Porsche was very hard, like minusculely in line with the BMW there, and it was just so close. I mean, it's one of those things that happen. Of course, you have to give it Bork. He could have been more attentive and looking at it from an outside perspective, and just maybe let off, followed the car on the inside, because when you're fighting so close and you're a second place man, it's sort of worth following first place on the inside to defend in some cases, so you don't lose that position and open up the inside to the guy behind. It's just one of those things. It happens. It's racing, but it's a shame because that's a great race for that's a great battle for the race lead. We just lost there. Okay,
if you were race control, what would you do?
Well, I'm not, so I don't have to worry about it, but I'm sure it's going to be a big headache for him. This is now live. This is Luke Mitchelson trying to get this. This is the analytical car. This is really kicking off right now. Not at all a change of subject. It's great timing from Luke Mitchelson saving me from that one. And this is now the battle for P9 going on, or P8 actually, I should say. But no, I will go back to it. If I was race control, it's a battle for the race lead. Adrenaline's high. They're all kicking off. Part of me wants to say put it on the BMW. Part of me wants to say it's a racing incident. It's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, what about you, Lewis? Let's don't get me
wrong. I was about to follow this up. Don't you worry. I'm not gonna. I wouldn't throw you under the bus like that.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
Yeah, no, I would. But no. So for me, they came together. It sucks because it's for, you're trying to battle for the race lead and you've got a car that's trying to unlap themselves and you kind of have to play that into the mix as well. But for me, they came together. I struggle because in that I wouldn't give a penalty to the BMW because they lost quite a lot through it.
It was a monumental crash, wasn't it?
It was a huge
They've already
crash.
penalised themselves.
Exactly. I genuinely, I'd be sat there thinking, I wouldn't do anything about it. Exactly. It has happened. I mean, it's a shame, and like I say, it sucks for the BMW with SSR JK signs, but unfortunately, it is. Either way, Evolution Racing Team, look at that. No longer in the lead of the race, as the Drop Bear Motorsports car has got through and is into the lead, but chasing in from behind, the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia car is also not too far off the rear end. Your eyes will be focused. I know it's very hard because there's two of the drop bags currently on screen as we were flying through there. We've got the Evolution car that we're currently focused on, this white blue and then a light blue cyan, whatever you want to call it. It's not really whatever. The 226 that we're currently focused on. It's that red, black and white car that is directly ahead. Now that is the car that they are battling for position. Then 3 seconds back, you've got the ultra colourful team of the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia, which I'm still going to bring up the point of why is it Team FA Alonso? Why would it be Team FA Kart Australia? Because FA is Fernando Alonso, no?
It's Fernando Alonso Kart Australia.
Exactly. That's a mouthful, that is.
It really is. It's a tongue twister to say that 5 times fast. But I mean, you sort of threw them under the bus earlier, saying that they're in 7th. They might not carry that same form. They're 3 seconds back on the fight for the race lead. They could do this.
I was merely saying that they would be disappointed with their current position.
Yeah.
If they finished in that spot, then it would be a terrible scenario. But they had plenty of time to come back. Yeah, no, fair enough.
Never did you do this, yeah.
Here's a car that will be pretty unhappy with how things have gone. The Drop Bear Motorsport car, because they're right down the order in this. I was going to say they're not 18th in class. They're about 6th in class. But this was the race winner from Silverstone. Now, if I throw them under the bus the same way that you're saying that I did with the Fernando Alonso
I'm not
car,
saying you did. You did.
Then if I do that with them, then they're going to march their way forward as well.
Right, Drop Bear, absolutely disappointing.
Exactly. Sorry, battle for third place rather in LMP2. We're focused on the battle for 8th, or 9th rather, is BD eSports and Injectors Online Racing 46 are quite close. But look at that on the timesheets. Harnell Jones United, Analytical and TM Racing separated by a second, the 3 of them.
These guys cannot get enough of each other up in LMP2, can they? And that Lamborghini, that was extremely close. And now Luke Mitchell trying to get onto the back. He was, I believe, previously fighting for second place, now down in P4. So it's been a really close battle. This is now TM Racing looking for the inside, can't quite convert. And we've seen dives there, don't work at all. So he's going to back out of that one. But the more they fight, the more time they're going to lose in front. And that is a very ambitious dive up the inside. Almost makes it work, but we've seen that outside line really working, but he's kept his nose in. Very good effort for him. It's going to now be the inside again. Can he go swoop around the outside? Yes, he can. Just keeps the foot in, still trying there, but just going to have to concede there. Is the TM Racing car behind. But this is very, very close racing. Very good racing. We're being treated here, and he's down into the inside. Now going to the GTE category. This is McFarlane now having to hang on from a Ferrari, and Drop Bear. They're looking backwards rather than forwards, and it is a shame, isn't it?
Well, they have recently just got through on that TechSense car, I do believe. The Ferrari's not really well adjusted to the GT category at the moment. It's not really the favoured vehicle, as John Merritt saw that attempt as they rejoined the Cup circuit. Is now going to make another one, although I think this might well be lifted out from the analytical car, and certainly does. Good move. Again, applying the pressure. Now got the GT3 to get involved with, who then covers it off the inside and all the way around the outside. You get the move done, and then it is returned to you. Not happy. Chris Pellet, once again, is in the voice chat complaining about someone. I'm not 100% sure who it was, but after earlier issues, I think that is well continuing. But a good attempt to try and resend that one, just getting blocked by the GT3 cars.
Yeah, definitely a good effort. You have to make the most of those sort of opportunities, don't you? And it was a good effort, and no harm done in doing it. Of course, it could have been very cataclysmic if he didn't get that right. But yeah, just a shame. And I think he was trying to go for a bit of backwards momentum or something there, but in the end just opted to follow him through. It's a bit of a replay. There's a safety car. This is Carl going into the wall. And yeah, that just didn't turn.
Yeah, just in way too hot, and now is stuck in the barrier, causing a safety car. This is not the only thing that's happened, by the way. Fusion Sim Racing's GT3 car, I believe, on the exit of the S's section, is upside down. So, oh, there you go. That's why I didn't turn. There was a car there, and then yeah, just bounced them off. The front end was unloaded. That is what happened to the Fusion Sim Racing car. That was what teammate Chris Pettit, I was saying that he was complaining in voice. I would be as well, because I'm pretty sure was just tapped on the rear by the P2 coming through. Now they're upside down. That'll be certainly day done for the Fusion Sim Racing GT3 car.
Yeah, definitely. And that's it's something strange to say. It's not the only car we've seen upside down today. It's probably one of few actually.
Third or fourth, I think.
Definitely third or fourth. So we've had what now? This is the 9th safety car. We've had cars going moon. We've had cars upside down, and we've had great racing for the lead. So it's been a race on all fronts, really, hasn't it?
Certainly has. The final pit stops in LMP2 being completed, by the way. They should be able to complete the final 40 minutes of the race. Jared Philsell for Lobs Esports, I don't believe, came down pit lane, which surely heads the advantage. Although I think he might have done, actually, based on the Gatsman. So you might need to hold fire on that one. I'm going to say that's not guaranteed. Let's go with that. But if they haven't pitted, that could be quite a bit of drama for them. I'm just going to try and double check. No, they have pitted. They have been into the pit lane. Okay. Because if they hadn't pitted there, anyone who hasn't, they're in trouble, because everyone else has already made their stop, and you're going to have to make the stop whilst the racetrack's live. That's a no. That is a no out of 10.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got. It should comfortably get to the end now. I think it's around about 40 minutes they can do on a tank of fuel LMP2, if I'm correct-ish, maybe. So it should be to the end. And
Yeah.
well, if they hadn't pit and they pit green, that is going to really throw them under the bus for the rest of the race. But the number 69 car, what an absolute comeback drive for them.
Yeah, it really is. Like I said, they started the race from the front row of the grid. It was a front row that was shared between them and the Lobs Esports number 94. It was a tight battle in that session that saw the Lobs Esports getting another pole position. Now they get to start. It's not going to be from the front row, because that's not how this works. It's a single file restart. But alas, they are there anyway, and ready to try and battle it out for a race victory. Logitech G Altus Esports are leading the way at the moment in GTE, desperate for a victory after it was snatched out of their hands at Silverstone. And at the moment, the Drop Bear Motorsports car is leading in GT3 as well. There they are in that red, white and black car. But the like I said, the white, blue, and I don't really know what would you describe the front colour? It's not really sky blue. It's, like I said, it's more of a sign, I guess. But
I need to get a better view at it. Right now. We're looking at the rear end of it. I can't quite see. It's a blue.
It looks like the Falcon car. If I remember correctly.
That's a good point, actually. It's more of like a bluey turquoise.
Well, it's not quite a turquoise. There's less green in there.
That's true. It's a turquoise with blue.
Yeah. I mean, look, either way, battling it out. There's also no livery on that car, which I'm pretty sure if you're not running the livery, you're not running the logos, which means that you're not scoring points. But I can't remember how that one works. Either way, whilst you're under the safety car, whilst we've got 40 minutes to go, I know it seems a bit weird to do this late in the race, but still showing some of the stuff that's been made by the community behind the scenes here in the series. Let's take a look around the racetrack.
Hey everyone, Angus Cook here, driver of the number 55 Summit Sim Sports Delara LMP2 car, here to take you for a lap around Watkins Glen. Braking right at the brake of the road, shifting down, trying to hit that apex, been a bit of a billion, missing it as we run up through the carousel. So it's probably only one line through here, you don't want to be passing any GT3 or GTE cars, although it doesn't look too difficult with the speed that we're travelling, it's pretty hard to pull the car up without understeering up through there. So approaching the bus stop, one of the most important parts of the track, brake just after the 300, ride the inside curbs, ooh, hit a bit of the bump there. That's always the concern through there, you can't be hitting the curb too hard or else it will unsettle the car. Down, around as we approach the boot, probably one of the most fun corners to pass any slower cars on, being the fast class car. now we're well into the boot. Again, long corners, really long radiuses, so you've got to get on the gas quite early, but also make sure you don't have the traction control hit in. Braking nice and hard, shifting down a second, and same deal there. Get on the throttle as early as you can without the traction control setting in. A little bit of a brake, but again, not really a whole lot before we approach probably the hardest corner on the track. Don't hit that inside curb or it will really unsettle the car. Get on the gas real hard there. So utilise your run to this really off-camber, tricky corner. All these corners just want to continue and make the car run wide. Successfully through there, as we approach this last section. Ooh, tyre's a bit cold there to be holding it flat out, but you just about can. Ooh, as we run a little bit wide there, but somehow survive a lap of Watkins Glen. We've got 4 hours of this coming up. Luckily no traffic on this lap, but when it comes to race, you know, we'll have to be avoiding traffic, so it's going to be non-stop action, and everyone at home will be able to watch and love it. So thanks for tuning in.
Massive thanks to Summit Sim Sports, showing that the community behind the scenes here in the Boost Mobile Apex Hunters United Endurance Series is absolutely fantastic. Obviously, we've got prizes and stuff. I won't go too far into them because there are quite a lot. But I believe there is one for social media efforts. It's called the Social Butterfly Award, and it's a coaching session with Nick, which actually, I said it before, you can learn a lot from Nick Foster. But for those that have the best social media and stuff all season, the ones that kind of like that's where that award comes from. We've got a couple of good ones like that, and to be honest, not like that. That's pretty good. If you're making yourselves hot laps and stuff, it's getting featured on the broadcast. I want to see more from the teams of the grid.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to see them contributing, and yeah, as you say, it's really, really nice to see him prizes at stake as well. So it just adds that little bit more fun to it, I guess.
Absolutely. We've also got awards like the Hunt of the Race award, which I'm pretty sure this round might actually go to Nick Foster after his spin in the early stages, missing an apex and whatever. I think the Lamborghini was well in contention of that in the first race of the season. Either way, with 35 minutes left on the clock, we are underway, and Jared Filsell leading it. It was a late start from him, a late call, a late charge. And now we are seeing the battle packs in the background. The two Injectors Online racing cars were going side by side, and BDE eSports were picking up from that and finding their way through. We're side by side up the hill as Thomas Hinz is trying to march his way forward and get involved in the mix. He's a driver that's done an awful lot of sim racing, and Spreader Part has had breaks away from sim racing and then comes back. And each time he comes back, it's stronger and stronger still. It's been in the wars a little bit this race, but after the first time through the inner loop, it does seem that Lobs Esports have control.
Yeah, again, just masters of the restart, aren't they? Literally just feed everyone else's Sharks backs up so much, gets a good launch, and then everyone else is squabbling behind, so just allows them to get that extra gap that they need, and it really does go a long way. But this is a great fight going on here. Thomas Hinz around the outside, trying to put his foot in and maybe use that little bit of camber he's still got on the outside, tries to, but has to tuck in behind. This is a great bit of battling going on between them. He's looking to the inside once again. Can he maybe convert the move? Has a little look. He's going to be the outside this time. Can he get it? Not quite. He's going to go for a bit of a cutback again. He just can't quite find a way through.
Yeah, it's TM Racing that he's battling with, trying to figure any way through on John Merritt. Was assuming that there might have been an attempted dive as we rejoin the cup layout, but no siree, was feeling it, was vibing it. Regardless, for the final half now, if that is how the opening lap's going to go for Thomas Hinz, that is going to be an enormous confidence booster as we'll try and set sail and try and get by and then charge up to an even better position. It's a little bit squeezed off there from John Merritt. Going to be an attempted cutback from Thomas Hinz. Of course, no way to progress there. But this slipstream, that better exit and the slipstream up the hill will aid all the way up into the inner loop. United Sim Sports into the pit lane, I believe. That might be a drive-through penalty.
That's a shame for them. Yeah, it
certainly is.
Yeah, drive-through. You lose a lot of time. Obviously you lose a lot of time. But when the pack, when the the grid is so bunched up, you've got to fight your way through so much traffic, and wow, that is a spin
Oh,
we've
go
seen.
on.
Well, hell, go on, try it. No,
Ah.
just lost it. We've seen some pretty good drifts today. We should have a Tokyo award.
I was going to say, absolutely. Where is it? Was going to rip out the old Tokyo
there's another
Drift soundtrack and start playing some of it, because we're seeing quite a lot of it today. Unfortunately, it's very much like the early stages of the film. You're not saving the drifts, you're just making bad slides. That's a little bit chaotic. And was that the race leader in GT? It was the race leader in GT3. It was the Evolution racing car.
Well, that is a lot of drama, isn't it?
Wow. I'm absolutely sure. Need to take another look at it. It was the Magan Turbo car that was coming through. LMP2 absolutely being sent into the wall of the Drop Bear Motorsports car. That was sent for quite a large spin. I'm pretty sure it was the Magan Turbo Porsche. And also the Evolution Racing Team GT3 that's now got a fair amount of damage on it. By the way, remember to the point that I was making earlier about like liveries and stuff, and saying that if you don't have the right liveries with the right logos, you don't score points. They do actually have. I think they might be able to justify it. They do actually have it. They've just uploaded it slightly late or something like that, but it is kind of there. So regardless, either way, they do have one livery. But Evolution Racing Team, their heart's going to sink at that, because there's going to be a lot of damage. It's going to be a long half an hour for them.
Yeah, it's going to be the half an hour with their head in their hands. Yeah, it's going to be the half an hour where let's bring it home. We're close to the finish. We might as well, but it's what could have been, really, isn't it?
Should still be a podium for them, though. They are currently running in third, and the car chasing them is the 2650 Motorsport Merc that started from the rear of the grid. So, realistically speaking, should be able to hang on to that one, and it is a fair way behind as well. But look at this battle, Zach, for fifth place, effectively. You've got Trick eSports, Analytical, Injectors Online, TM Racing, BD eSports, and Injectors Online. Oh, that was one of the Injectors Online cars. That might be Thomas Hinz, who was grass tracking through the penultimate corner and just ahead of John Merritt.
Yeah, just figured he needed a bit of a trim, so it gets a bit of understeer, goes over the curb and
Cooling
bouncing
tyres,
over there. Yeah, exactly, and doing the track maintenance team a bit of a helping hand, cutting the grass for him. But yeah, that's definitely not helped him. Killed his momentum, and of course he had such a good restart as well. That's going to be a huge knock. But we're now back live. This is Warren Pickering. This is on the back. Well, no, this is the Apex Hunters United on the back of it, looking to the inside. But Warren Pickering up into the podium places. So the number 69 car going backwards off the restart.
Yeah, was to be honest, was expecting more from the 69 car. It was over the last sector split, so I'm assuming this was a mistake from Ben Cornett, because I'm pretty sure over the start of the lap was actually running around. Oh, might have been a slowdown, not sure. Pretty sure they were running in second spot and had to lift off and drop the time back. And either way, they have now still battling it out with Fusion Sim Racing, who they'll try and figure their way through. There is the battle for the podium spot, and this time the 69 is going to get the inside, running down into the heel. They're going to be side by side, and if you can push it off the corner in the right way, things might work out. And have to channel your inner Shane van Gisbergen to make it stick around the outside here. But alas, it seems like Shane's the only one who could do that in that team, and potentially even in the race, because no effort completed there from Ben Cornett. And Warren Pickering is able to hang on as the rest of the pack come knocking at the door.
Oh yeah, well, this has really spiced things up now, hasn't it? We say it time and time again, but this battling really backing him up, and well, now Warren Pickering looks behind him. He sees a train of cars all wanting that podium place. They're all hungry for it. The competition inside of him really pushing them towards that podium. I'd say a lot of them do have the chance for it, but the number 69 car is gonna want to get that podium place back. Whether it was a slowdown mistake, whatever it might have been, he's going to want that back and start pushing. He's got a good run on it. He's looking for it. He's down the inside of the chicane. Should be a pretty good move if he can do it, but Warren Pickering around the outside, not going to work. He's going to take the track away from him, back up into the podium places, and that's going to knock his momentum. That could invite someone else up the door. That is Trick eSports going for the move on Fusion Sim Racing, just not going to quite hang on, or actually Analytical on Trick eSports. Yeah, it's all kicking off now, isn't it? Everyone looking for a gap to get through.
Yeah, and Hinzy's also waiting at the rear end of this group to try and make that move. Like you say, they were side by side was Fusion Sim Racing and Apex Hunters running into the inner loop, and from that, it just basically you're inviting the. Are you going to lift? Who's going to lift? Are you, me?
Game
no.
of chicken.
Yeah, exactly. And when you commit into it and no one lifts, that's when you got the troubles. That is a absolute send from Hinsey. Brilliant move for the Injectors Online racing car, the 46. Now potentially going to try and make this one stick around the outside. Into the penultimate corner they're going to go, and the 46 is up into 6th place. That was absolutely superb, as we've got GT3 traffic as well to get involved into the mix. That's the carbon car. Analytical is going to be wide. This might open the door as well for Hins to make yet another move. At the analytical car. Might have actually been a little bit behind with the TM racing car, never mind. But clearly quite a lot of drama's going on.
Yeah, it really is. And that's the thing you get with such a bunched up grid. Everyone's looking for a spot, and this is all kicking off now. Is this the battle for P8 or something about this? This is going to get dicey through the S section. That's 4 cars, pretty much neck and tail through it. That's probably not going to work. They're going to run 3 abreast, nearly maybe 2 by 2. They go Noah's Ark. One's going to try and follow through on the other, and they've managed to keep that clean. Respect to them. This is the fight for P7. Mark Gibson going to look for the inside, maybe keep it tight, but TM Racing going to just hang on to that inside and defend it really well. This is a nice little race.
Yeah, it is. I've seen battles like that where you're going side by side and, you know, it's getting 3 wide. Oh, we're going to dive it down the inside here. And I've seen drivers just go, nope, I'm going to back out of this. I am not a part of this. And exactly, I agree. Getting out of the combat sometimes can work very much in your favour because you know that something bad's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. When you can just tell, you know.
Yeah.
From my personal experience, if I can see someone in front of me and they're going for a move that's not going to work, I'm just going to say that's not going to end well. I'm going to lift off and then try and make the most of it. And this is a little bit of a battle going on in GT3. Similar story to the LMP2 guys, just 3 cars instead of 4. To the outside goes Chris. Bit of contact maybe between the two. They're still just about going to be side by side, and that's going to kill his momentum. And he's going to lose the position to the white Porsche behind him.
That white Porsche, I believe, is not for actual position on the racetrack. It is a lap down, trying to get by. It was a little bit of contact from the TechSense Ferrari that we've seen issues from. Was that one of the cars that was... No, it surely wasn't. No, it wasn't upside down, but it's had issues throughout the day. That takes... Oh, it was... It received an awful large hit coming through the inner loop. Very, very early in the race. It's bounced back very nicely from that. I believe it was that Ferrari that was the one that copped the whack. And now marching forward bit by bit and potentially trying to get back towards a potential podium battle. They've got a long way to go. 7 seconds to catch the Drop Bear Motorsport car. That is the final car on the podium spots as we're riding on board with Mark Gibson for BD eSports, running through some GT3 traffic and trying to fight their way through. Look at that timesheet where you've got Fusion Sim Racing heading up Injectors Online Racing, Trick Esports, TM Racing, BD Esports, Injectors Online's 51 and Analytical all legitimately for position. A bit slow from TM Racing might allow Mark Gibson to complete that move down into the heel. The TM Racing, though, going to hang on for now.
Yeah, just about, but you can see, yeah, nothing in it, is it? And now we're put under pressure. You know, you look forward for an attack at one corner and then you're looking behind you for the other. And that's just how it goes in pack racing. Pretty much, you know, all of them so close, such fine lines, such fine margins. But Mark Gibson, yeah, he's definitely got some good pace here. We could see him moving forward.
Yeah, we really, really could. I mean, we know that this car has been more so towards the front. I mean, I say this, they've been at the front of the race at some point. I'm pretty sure everyone in the LMP2 category has been at the front at some point today. And I'm pretty sure, like the likes of the Lobs car or the Apex Hunters United 69, they've been in most of the positions today. They have been leading at some point. They've been down at the final places. They've been in the mid-pack. They've had to fight their way through. They've had to defend. They've had to work. Like, what a complete race from start to finish from all of you. You had your taste of everything. It is like an open buffet that they're just greedy and want every little part of it. This gap is starting to build, though. The traffic allowing Thomas Hinz to chase after Fusion Sim Racing's Warren Pickering and build a decent gap, so there's no real pressure from behind and the Trick Esports contingent.
Yeah, that's true, but we've seen how quickly the gap can close as soon as you start battling. You know, Hinz is gonna want to get through pretty quickly because any battling and 1.3 seconds, it's not a lot. So maybe he can work with Warren Pickering to maybe open up the gap a little bit more than go for a move. Who knows? We'll have to see, because with about 23 minutes left of this race to go, you don't want an incident. You don't want to make any rash decisions. But Hinz, he's definitely on a charge, and he could be one to look out for. Maybe P5. Well, P4, maybe P3 if the Apex Hunters United eSports have a bit of an off.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of a bit of an off, there was a little bit of one from, I believe, I was going to say that was the Pulse Sim Racing car. It may well have actually been the Pulse Racing Team black car that was a little bit wide to turn one, dropping a position to the car that is a lap down, flashing the lights on them to think, oh, mate, can you get out of the way? It's the simrigs.com car that's basically just sat there, and now they're going to try and send it again going into the inner loop, and desperate to get by that Ferrari. Again, it's for decent points. There is a margin between these two positions, of course. You're seeing the battle for fourth spot and fifth. You want as many points as you can get, especially with, by the way, next round, it's not a 4-hour race, it is a 6-hour race next time we go racing. So that one's going to be pretty intense. You've got to put a bit more time on the clock, put a bit more time into your strategy, and be a bit more patient, which I think some teams and drivers may well have wanted for today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, time is precious. Of course, if you're the leading car, you want it to be over as soon as you can. But if you're at the back, you've had a bit of an off, you want a lot of time left on the clock, and it just adds to that sort of attrition factor. You always waffle on about an endurance racing, but 6 hours, that's sort of a long time. Obviously, nothing compared to, say, a 12-hour or 24-hour race, but it still definitely adds up. The fatigue can get there, so it'll be an interesting one. But yeah, every little helps in terms of points, and if Chris can get through on this Ferrari in front, he's gonna want to get it, and he has the pace to, and that's the Ferrari off.
That is the Ferrari off.
And
that
well,
is the Ferrari
as we say,
off.
and that is Chris, well, pretty easily up into fourth place.
Yeah, that's a shame for the TechSense car that was, like I say, had recovered very, very well. Now there's a lot of damage. I don't actually think it was that car that was the one that was in the barrier earlier. Anyway, that is a hard hit.
Just, was it the curb or the grass that unsettled it? But something just unsettled the rear end, and he gets one tire onto it, and as you're accelerating, one tire's got more grip than the other, and it's just going around. And let's have a look. He's over the curb. It's the curb that unsettles the car. Maybe just unsettles the floor, unsettles the balance of the car, and he goes round.
Hard hit, hard way to potentially end the next 20 minutes to go. You're not going to be returning to pit lane to try and get that one sorted, as the battle for 7th position in LMP2 continues to raise on. BD eSports and TM Racing, Injectors Online and Analytical going side by side and continuing to go side by side. That's fantastic stuff from them through the outer loop and down into the carousel as they drop down a hill and now onto the boot. Poor, that was brave stuff from them. Like I said, we don't typically see side by side. We have seen it a few times through the inner and outer loop, but yeah, not something we normally see.
No, and every time we have seen it, such as with the Logitech guys earlier. Oh no, it was I believe it was the GTEs, the matte black car. I can't quite remember who it is, but when they tried to keep the foot in and just ended up going round, and yeah, that is easy mistake to make. Just pushed on a little bit, clip the grass, and into the wall he goes. It does, Simon. But yeah, great bit of racing nonetheless. And with LMP2, as they've shown each other a lot of respect today, and it really has attributed to such a great race that we've had.
Yeah, I think Dwyer was going for the Humphrey Apex Award again, massively wide and through the heel. I think you could have fit 3 cars between him and the Apex, unfortunately. But either way, this battle rages on. Blue Flag Racing as well, knowing that their pace is quite good. They started this race from 5th place as they try and get themselves involved in this battle and get back inside the top 10, which they can most certainly do on their pace. Starting to spread out a little bit as the race goes on between the LMP2s, which naturally we'd expect. We can't have the 8-way fight for the podium continue all the way through the race, even the final moment. So naturally they were all split apart, especially through traffic, but it doesn't mean that the racing is over. Still, and I say still, they've returned to the lead of the Fernando Alonso car, Australian car that's currently leading in GT3 by 4 seconds from the Drop Bear Motorsports car. So yes, maybe I was critical of them earlier, but this is a bit more like it.
Yeah, they've definitely come back to shut you up, haven't they? The Fernando Alonso car doing some really just doing a really good race overall. I mean, seventh a couple of hours ago, and now leading the race by around 4 seconds. Really made the most of the safety cars, haven't they? And just managed to pick their way through. Patience is a virtue when it comes to endurance racing. So yeah, not doing too bad at all. But race isn't quite over just yet. They need to keep their head cool and drive at home for the rest of the 80 minutes.
Yeah, obviously we've got to give a bit of light to the Evolution Racing team, who are carrying on and still in third place after that enormous hit that we saw a bit earlier in the race. And of course the 26th Sport, who have raised up from the rear of the grid to get themselves involved in any of the decent points paying positions. They've done really, really well. But there are other teams, there are other cars that we're kind of a little bit sad not to see up towards the front. There was that huge hit on the exit of the carousel from the R1 Sim Sports car. Reminder back to them, they were third in the championship. They were on the podium in the last round. And then, of course, we had that instance on the backstretch with the SSR JK Signs car that they were fourth in the championship. They've had such a large issue and a way down the order. I think they're trying to get around to score some points, which obviously is a bit of the endurance racing spirit and also playing the cards for the championship. But for some teams, it's not been an easy... I don't think... Actually, no, I'm going to say for some teams. I don't think for any team it has been an easy afternoon of racing. It has been hard work. It has been hard graft from start to finish.
I mean, with the constant... The safety cars throwing any strategy into complete and utter turmoil. We've had teams up and down the grid, just literally just suddenly at the top, suddenly at the bottom, back up to the top a few, I say a few laps, half an hour or so later. So it's really just been up and down everyone. It's been so difficult. They've coped so brilliantly, everyone, and everyone deserves a round of applause, it must be said, because it's not been easy for absolutely anyone. And this is now a fight in GT3 for P number 4, and the Mercedes under pressure from the BMW for the moment. A very striking pink sort of livery there. It's quite an interesting one for the 50 Motorsport car, and he's gone a little bit wide. That might invite the BMW up the inside. It'll be the outside again for this corner, but he's going to have to tuck in. So
yeah, whilst they're not necessarily battling for position, they're battling for honour. There is a few laps between them, I do believe, as they do battle out. It's quite striking. I mean, it's one of the base iRacing ones. You can tell because it's faded. It's the fade between them. We don't also have the custom number boards that we've got here in the Boost Mobile AHU Endurance series. Good on them. As well, there are obviously plenty of people as well to focus on in GT3, but a reminder that GT3 category do spread out quite fast. It's kind of the expected one that we're going to see that in, mostly in the sense that it's, whilst most of sim races are all kind of amateurs in a sense, but they are very much rookies for the most part to the sport, to the esports racing world, and they're getting used to it. They're building themselves up. They're maybe not at full speed, at the speed that we would expect from a high level sim racer, and that is the expectation. That is the entire point of the GT3 category, because the endurance racing world, the multi-class racing world, is an intense affair. It is hard to get involved in, and where do you learn how to do it? Well, Gibson, he's going to be sending that one down the inside of the Book eSports car and trying to make that one stick, as I believe he may well have done so, as trying to gather up that position. Certainly did, as we lose the coverage. We'll come back to that in a moment, but Mark Gibson has gained the spot and is up into 6th place, but is not done with yet. There's pressure from behind, as Scott Soslovsky was trying to attack. We'll go radio mode for a moment as they were darting and cutting across, running through the inner loop. But this is what I was saying, though, with endurance racing, where do you learn to do it? Because do you just pick a random race and just try? It would be much better if there was, weirdly enough, a league or a series where it would be a bit more comfortable for some of these drivers to learn at their own speed, and that's exactly the point of this series.
Yeah, and it's nice to see, that's the thing with sim racing. It's such a welcoming environment. Of course, you've got always the toxic ones that shrug you off if you're not experienced, but it's a nice welcoming environment, and it's a great way to learn. The best way to learn is to just get out there and do it. Experience, as we said, is the best teacher, and multi-class racing, again, as you alluded to a little bit earlier, it's so difficult because you've got to pick your moments, patience, strategy. it's a wonderful section of motor racing, isn't it? You know, you get it all. You get strategy, you've got, you know, people darting through the field, you've got lap traffic pretty much all the time. So it's a tough one to get into, and it's nice to see Apex Hunters United really putting on and welcoming these guys into the sport. It's nice to see.
Absolutely. We'll have coverage back in a moment, but prior to the end of the race, so don't you be panicking sat at home. We've not got too long left of the race. It's around about 20 minutes, slightly less than, of the race remaining. I'll remind you of the podiums in each of the class. It's the Lobs eSports number 94 that is presently leading the way from the Harnell Jones United car, and Apex Hunters United on the podium in LMP2. They're all separated by about 3 seconds apiece. In GTE, Logitech Gialtas eSports attempting to take victory here after they led most of Silverstone and were dropped off at the final moment by Drop Bear Motorsport, who are running in third spot, those two either side of BVN eSports in the GTE category. The Team FA Alonso Kart Australia cars leading in GT3, with the other Drop Bear Motorsports, their GT3 car that is currently running in second spot would be Tiers for Evolution Racing Team. They're currently running around in third, but realistically, you'd have to say with Evolution Racing, they don't necessarily deserve to be in third, certainly not that far down after their great drive earlier, their great race, but just getting caught out in an incident.
Yeah, it's a shame, but they're doing really well to stick
Really
in
well.
P3. So it's more damage limitation for them at the moment, isn't it? But still a great drive nonetheless. And if you look at it as the 4 hours as a whole, they've done remarkably well. Every team has done remarkably well, but you know, certain teams in particular. So yeah, very well done to them. And the fact they can bring this home and they're still in a podium position, it's pretty good.
It's good for them. It's good for championship points. Just to tick some off, I don't believe that Evolution were with us in the first round of the season. I think they're one of the additions to the championship for this round. So, you know, got to start from somewhere. And I know it's a 6-round season, but if you if you start from here and you start scoring some decent points, then, you know, fair enough. And I don't think there's a drop score that they've got to contend with. So they've got 0 to their name, which is not a great way for them to start the season when you've already had 300 points dished out to the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia car. It does seem like it is going to be a total of 600 once we're done with the racing here today. But never say never. Never say never. You never know what's going to happen, and it only takes one race for everything to fall apart and just not be able to recover.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is the many wonders of sim racing and racing in general. Anything can happen. Like, who'd have thought coming into this race we'd have 9 safety cars, we'd have cars going to the moon, we'd have cars upside down, you know? It's a very unpredictable sport, so anything can happen. Never say never, and they're going to be pushing for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And why wouldn't they be? That's the entire point of sim racing. I said this before, that the margin for error in sim racing, you don't have much room to do so. Everything's so tightly and intensely fought that you've got to be on the very limit at all points, which is exactly what happens with this squad, the Lobs eSports team that's leading the way. 10 minutes to go in the race then, and you can see that battle for 4th spot. Hins in the Injectors Online racing car is right on the back of Fusion Sim Racing. That's going to be a top one running up through the SS section. This is going to be a move. He's got to do it around the outside, though. He's committing to it where there is the overspeed. And right on board with Mark Gibson in the BD eSports car. Surely that's not going to work for Hins. He's got to back out before they hit the inner loop. Certainly does so. And look at the speed that Gibson arrives on the scene with.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show how much time you lose looking to the outside of the inner loop, and Gibson really being brought back into this fight, but it's still close. And with 10 minutes left to go, we've still got a few laps of this race remaining, but Hins is not going to give up. He's going to be relentless, putting that pressure on, and so is Gibson behind. But the thing with him is he's now in 2nd place in a 3-car train. He's attacking, but he's also defending. It's going to be difficult.
It really, really is. Yeah, you've got to juggle so many things. You've got to be, like you say, focusing forwards, focusing backwards as well. And there's not really many easy ways round in this. And to be fair, with this little time left in the race, you're not going to get an easy answer. Like I say, it's a 4-second lead from Lobs eSports. They have got it easy right now. Same to be fair with Harnell Jones United that have 4 seconds over Apex Hunters United, who've got 7 seconds over this battle. But this is going to be highly intense. And TM Racing, who are sat off the rear end of it as well, trust me, they're going to be watching this unfold thinking a bit of lap traffic comes and gets involved. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be a part of it as well. They're going to pull out to try and get by the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia car that's leading GT3 as they dart their way through that bit of traffic. And a fantastic camera angle as we rise up aboard. You really do get the sense of speed that these cars are racing around Watkins Glen International with.
Yeah, and just the sheer undulation of the track as well. Now on board with Mark Gibson, tucked nicely into the slipstream, and he might be able to go for a move, but he can't quite because the Porsche is there, just blocking the path through. But this is going to be such a tight fight, and you just get such a sense of speed. That is a big mistake. Luckily, he's managed to find a bit of runoff to carry on going. But he may be under pressure from Trick Esports, and yes, it is. They've now separated into 2 packs of 2. Maybe that flash of lights is just to say, get going. Maybe we can catch up.
Right, yeah, just overdoing it, and trust me, that is easy. Those curbs on either side of the inner and outer loop, they are pretty big and they are not flat. We'll go with that. They do bounce you around a little bit, particularly in a very low car like the prototype. These are very, very stiff. You bounce the curb, it just keeps on going, and yeah, just a little bit too quick through there, and basically straight line did very, very well not to go for a spin. I was wondering whether this was going to happen. I didn't think it would, but 2650 Motorsport, who have gone for a massive rise up the order, like I've said a few times this broadcast, they're in 4th spot, well out of contention for the podium. They have had a mistake. We've got a bit of damage on the front end of that Merc, and now BD Esports are trying to grab themselves a 4th spot run in their GT3 car.
Yeah, going to be going for it. Any little helps in terms of points, and this fight for 4th place could be interesting. I mean, I don't think 2650 are going to be complaining if they finish 5th, considering where they started from. So
Agreed.
They're definitely going to be hungry for the 4th spot, and they're going to be hanging on. But Todd Gibson is going to want that 4th place. A little bit too wide goes the Max. That's going to invite the Porsche up the inside. They're still going to run side by side. This is a nice little battle going on. Is he going to have to concede? I mean, he's looking around the outside.
Sorry, there's been drama. Fusion Sim Racing have been hit off.
Oh, no.
Sorry about that, but Fusion Sim Racing have gone. Managing to hang on was 2650, so that's great for them. But Fusion Sim Racing, Warren Pickering, going side by side with Hinsey through the inner loop, through the bus stop. I think might need to say something about that. We'll take a look at it anyway, and let's see how this one unfolded. I mean, they're going side by side through this exceptionally high-speed section of the racetrack. Space is given.
Hins on the outside. I mean, his nose was there, but considering the context of the corner, you can't do that, can you?
I think Hins was pushing it over as far as he could. Maybe there was a bit of straight lining from the curb. Maybe he wasn't given enough room. We'd need to take another look. We're going to ride on board with Hins in this, so we'll see how much space is given. So gives as much as he can to the left. It does understeer a bit. There is a little bit of contact. I think there might have been a little bit of space between the two as well, but we'll read into that. There might have been a bit of a net code involved. I don't know with Hins. I mean, they're racing hard. I mean, it's not really a great call to go side by side for this section at the best of times, but obviously at the later point of the race, you're going to give it a go.
I mean, Warren could have maybe given a bit more space, but again, Hins, is it ever going to work going around the outside here? We're going to see if it is going to work. No, he very sensibly backs out of that one. It just, it's not really going to work. The speed you go through, it's very one line, but if you've got an advantage and you can brake late enough, I don't see why not. But yeah, it's a tough one.
Yes, this is where it is, racing drive. For me, I wouldn't give anything to Hins in that, because I think Warren Pickering came across and didn't give enough room. But also I think iRacing itself got involved a little bit there. But for Hins, I'd struggle to give any sort of harsh penalty. It's at the end of the race. They're racing it as hard as they can. Maybe it wasn't the wisest move to do it there. But, I mean, we've seen people make that move a few times this race. So I do get the vibe, especially with just 4 minutes left to go on the clock. Try something. You've got to try something. You'd be angry at yourself if you didn't at least give your best opportunity a go.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. With 4 minutes left to go, you have to take any opportunity you can get, because you don't know if you're going to get another one, especially when there's only 4 minutes left on the clock. So you have to give respect to it. He had a go. It didn't quite work out for the car that he was going for it, but I mean, it can be argued either way. Maybe it wasn't his fault, maybe it was, but at least he tried.
Exactly, and now has to keep his eye on his mirrors as BDE eSports, they're going to make their move and grab round. There might be a little bit of damage on the Injectors Online racing car anyway, as that position switch has happened. And for Hinz, dropped down into 5th. I'm pretty sure it was just the overspeed from Mark Gibson coming off of T1 and on the it's up the hill. Let's take a look. Replay. A little bit of lap traffic. Ooh, that was a bit naughty there with the Porsche coming through. I think that might be one of the Magen Turbo Porsches. That was a little bit dicey.
Just a tad. I mean, that was a bit of a tap into the wall from him, but I mean, he's fighting for position. He's not really paying much attention, and I don't know. Maybe it happens, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Like I say, you're final point of the race. If you're battling it out for that position, a bit of contact certainly helped. And Thomas Hinz, by the way, is not done, and I think he's trying to go around the outside. I've seen him work a couple over the race as Jared Filsell is losing quite a bit of time here to the Arnold Jones United car. As I don't think it's going to be major drama, but regardless, it might be a little bit concerning to seeing the pace drop off and that car closing in. They'll have a couple more laps to go, so we're on the penultimate lap. Yeah, we're on the penultimate lap now.
0.4 a lap. Could be close.
Could be close. Magen Turbo, by the way, are in the pit lane in that Porsche, so I'm assuming they had a little bit too much damage to deal with. The rear wing, I can see, by the way, is bent in as they enter pit lane, and plenty of battles as well with United Sim Sports and Pulse Racing Team Black. Saw these two battling it out at Silverstone as behind Gibson and Hinz continuing to battle out. Gibson's managing to hang on. Has to do that a couple more times, or once more after this through the inner loop. But look at the traffic.
Yeah,
oh,
traffic.
That's a send.
That was a very big send. Was that
The Future
Pickering?
Racing car.
Was
I
it
think
Pickering?
was Pickering, yeah.
Wow. Well, he is definitely on a charge backwards after happening that, and damage limitation up into P8. Very good effort, must be said.
Yeah, that was a huge send. So, clearly showing that there was moves that can be made into that section.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe he could have done that to Hinz and just outbroke him by that much and
Yeah,
taken the line
right.
away from him. Not giving him the chance, but yeah, good effort from him and up into P8. 7 seconds off. Unlikely he's going to get another position, but at least it's one higher than he was in.
Indeed, the battle for 4th place seems to have dissipated. 1.6 seconds between them as Hinzi can't do anything about Gibson, and the Magen Turbo Motorsport Porsche that was involved in that incident. I think it might have been the Kraken car that they just passed at high speed. Didn't see that one on board with Kyle George. But yeah, that Magen Turbo car is exiting the pit lane after that damage with the BDE Sports car. Kyle George trying to figure a way past the Pulse Racing Team Black car, but no way through at the moment. And again, each time an LMP2 comes through, you kind of think maybe this is an opportunity to try and make something stick. I think it might be the Trick Esports LMP2.
It definitely can open a gap. Maybe this is dicey. Something's happening. No, it's not. It's fine. That is just a heart in the mouth moment. But if you can just tuck him behind, they go 2 by 2. The Porsches and the LMP2 cars trying to find their way through. It looks like Scott's managed to get through with the TM Racing car right behind him. But going back to it, if you can sit behind an LMP2 car and they open up a gap for you, follow him through.
We're on the final lap of the race. That was tight stuff between Scott Soslovsky and John Merritt. But we must turn our attention to this car here. Well, they had to do it in the final moments of Silverstone, and they have been up and down the order today, starting it from pole position. Brody Kostecki had to do the legwork in the early parts of the race, but it has been a day marred with safety cars, and between Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell, they are departing the final corner to take the 2nd consecutive victory in the Boost Mobile Apex Hunters United Endurance Series as they win at the Glen. Across the line, a bit clear of the Arnold Jones United car. Apex Hunters United number 69 from the front row of the grid come back 7.2 seconds behind, and BDE Sports in 4th spot. Injectors Online will catch them across the line. Decent charge up in the final moments from Hinzi. And this battle most certainly not done. Future Sim Racing Injectors Online's 51, and the Analytical Esports car, they're going to be tight, very tight across the line as to get by the Pulse Racing car that was exceptionally close to the United Sim Sports car. Look at that, separated by 0.07 of a second across the line, whilst also going side by side with the Fusion Sim Racing and Injectors Online 51 car that were a 10th apart. across the line. Very tight stuff.
Very.
Logitech G Altus East here on screen. James Scott and Bo Albert. Those are the ones behind the wheel of this car throughout the day. I've said before with this car, it's been up and down, and like I said, they'd be disappointed from how things went at Silverstone. But this time, they do get to make their mark 3 seconds clear of BVN eSports. And once again, for the second consecutive time, Team FA Alonso Kart Australia should be coming across the line to take yet another victory. They are in control of the GT3 category. It was Jackson Harlow and Jake Burton behind the wheel. Jackson Harlow back across the wheel. Go on, Barney. You shake that flag across the line. They're going to win. And same with Logitech G Altus Esports. There he's shaking away. Fantastic stuff. And another race then is complete.
And what a race it was. Logitech G Altus making amends for Silverstone, and Team Fernando Alonso Kart Australia, another win in the bag. And again for Lobs Esports at the front as well. Absolute dominance. But pole to victory doesn't tell the whole story.
No, it most certainly does not. Really, really good stuff. We'll see if we'll grab ourselves a couple of interviews to end the day with, getting race control, saying some stuff to the teams and drivers. Obviously, you know, congratulations to all the winning drivers and everyone reaching the check flag, because it was a hard effort today for them to do so. We are going to drag in very, very quickly as we've got our race winners joining the green room. If we grab in Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell, going to go to Jared things first off. That looked like a pretty tough race. Oh well, not even in the right bit. Fantastic. I did this last week. As we've got Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell in with us at the moment. We'll go to Jared Filsell first. Talk us through the final moments of that race, because it was pretty intense, but seemed to calm down things once you built a gap.
Yeah, it was a really interesting race there. That's a shame that Ben had his little moment towards the end, as well as Shane with another car. I can't remember what happened there. I just totally got caught up a bit. So, no, it was pretty intense actually. The traffic made keep me on my toes and that towards the end. So I thought it was going to be all over halfway through that stint. I had a few cars with a bingle in front of me, which wasn't ideal, and gave up a few seconds. But we got there in the end.
Saw it was obviously intense. We'll catch up with Brody in a second about the start of the race, but it was really, really intense with all of the safety cars and stuff that came out. I saw you up the order, down the order. Did you assume at some point in the race when you were right down there that a victory was still possible?
Yeah, we actually made a mistake and didn't pit when we were supposed to. I was working out a strategy and I completely forgot the safety car had actually been called, so we had to actually pit once we'd caught the safety car, which we were put back in the pack a little bit, but it wasn't too bad considering the wave rounds that we got. So I think we got reasonably lucky there, but no, at least we didn't get any drive-throughs this week, so thanks to Bush for that.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to you, and of course to your teammate Brody Kostecki, who's in with us now. The start of the race, Brody, looked so intense. Talk us through how that was for you.
Yeah, it definitely was. We made a bit of a strategy error about halfway through my stint when the safety car came out. We missed the pit lane, so had to come back through the LMPs, and the lap traffic was pretty hairy as well. So yeah, it was on my toes the whole time, that's for sure.
Watkins Glen's quite a dicey track when you're in traffic, like you're saying. It was pretty intense out there in that kind of area. But once again, much like channeling what we saw at Silverstone, with you battling through the traffic, looked like it was a lot of fun, at least.
Yeah, it definitely was. I got a few drive-throughs last week, so I had to be on my good behaviour this week. So I was pretty happy not to get any more drive-throughs, and yeah, it was dicey the whole time, and it was actually quite a lot of fun. Yeah, you couldn't really rest your mind at all.
Well, again, massive congrats. Second consecutive victory for the Lobs Esports camp. Congrats to you.
Thank you.
Lovely. We will grab in another interview as we say goodbye to Jared Filso and Brody Kostecki. Let's see if we can grab in our GTE winners. We've got Bo Albert, who might well be in the booth with us. Fantastic race. This time it worked out for you, Bo. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very, very happy to finally get that win after the team sadly had some issues at Silverstone. So obviously James racing that race at Silverstone. So I'm sure he's much happier with the redemption. But regardless, a great result for the team.
Yeah. So talk us through that redemption. Obviously it sounds like a kind of a stupid question, but are you aiming to win this round? But from last round to have it sort of fall through your fingers in the final moments, was it always the goal to hit back straight away?
I think that's a good question for you, James.
Yeah, I think that's always the goal, to try and win every race, really. But as we saw at Silverstone, that's not always possible. But yeah, it was really good to have a good, strong car tonight and able to come away with the win.
How well did you, I'll pass this one off to James as well, how well did you acclimatise to the circuit? Did see in qualifying that there was a little bit of a struggle, a little bit further back than you maybe would have wanted. Was it an easy adjustment from Silverstone to here?
To be honest, these cars are quite new to me. Like, I usually only drive them for the special events. So this series has been really good to be able to drive them a bit more. But in qualifying, I don't think you saw the maximum from us. We only really got the first lap, and the other 2 laps are compromised through one reason or another. So I don't think I think it was a 4/10 gap wasn't quite representative of our true pace.
And also, I'll go back to Bo Albert about the race that we've had. We've had 2 4-hour races. Now we're coming into a 6-hour race. Does that play more into your hands? Are you're more comfortable with a longer race distance?
One of our biggest... Oh,
yeah, but you can go, Bo.
Who's taking this? I feel like one of our biggest strengths in the setup has sort of been our tyre wear more than anything. So I feel like, going to a 6-hour race where maybe tyre strategy is a little bit more tricky, and just sort of looking after your car as well is a much bigger factor. I think it should benefit us a little bit. We've had 2 races now where we've sort of been able to keep the car fairly safe without using our fast repairs. So, over a 6-hour race, that obviously plays into your hands to be more on the cautious side, look after your car, your tyres, your fuel, all of that good stuff. So I think it might play into our hands just a little bit. But, I mean, after having a second in round 1 and now winning in round 2, I'm sure a lot of teams will do their homework, and round 3 is not going to be an easy one. I can assure you of that.
No, absolutely not. I want to say a massive congratulations to you. Finally victorious after a little bit of a disappointment a few weeks ago. But either way, that will surely fill you with joy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. It was a very good one.
All right. Cheers, lads. We'll speak to you maybe even in the next round in the interview room. Let's take a look with our GT3 winners as well, because for the second consecutive week joining us here in the interview room, we have the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia team. We'll go to Jackson Harlow first. Started the race. We kind of brought this up a couple of times on broadcast that maybe it was a less dominant display than we saw at Silverstone. Is this just through the chaotic nature of the safety cars?
Yeah, I think this race obviously was a lot closer. I think we got more running under safety car than we did in the racing, but it didn't really help that we got rolled over the fence when Jake was in the car, so that put us on the back foot. We went from being comfortable in the lead to being a lap behind, so that really changed it up. And with 1 hour to go, being a lap behind, it's not looking good to get a win. So safety car definitely helped us get that lap back. Jake drove awesome. He was consistent, placed the car right even when a couple of the LMP2s and GTEs weren't making it easy. And just stoked to get back to the win and get some points.
I'll take that one to Jake as well. Jake Burton, who's in with us. The sort of dicey nature of the lap traffic coming through, the P2s and the GTEs, was it quite scary out there? Kind of seemed like it.
Yeah, definitely. I think this place is a little bit conducive to it. You've got long straights leading into corners with walls right there, and the 199 straight up killed us there, unfortunately, and it was just complete impatience. So I'm hoping that into the future rounds, I think Monza, we might get a bit of that. But yeah, it's interesting for me because I haven't really raced in the slower categories in these multi-class events before. So for me, it's weird being the killed rather than the killer, if you want to say that. But yeah, really mega pace from Jackson, and I want to give a huge shout out to the admins and race control for that, because I reckon that 4 hours must have felt like 10. That was a disaster at times, but nonetheless stoked to win with Jackson again.
Yeah, there was an awful lot for them to go through. Of course, a lot of safety cars out there, Jackson, that definitely spiced things up, maybe confused things, maybe made strategy quite difficult to pick through, even though normally wouldn't expect it to be overwhelmingly complicated for 4 hour race rather. Looked pretty hard.
Yeah, definitely. We had a strategy that worked for us at Silverstone. We were going to try and stick to that. So when all those safety cars come out, we had to change it up a lot. Like, I extended my first stint rather than an hour to, I think, an hour and 40, hour and 50 minutes. And then instead of Jake only getting an hour stint, I think he got in like an hour and a half or something after he got rolled over the fence. So yeah, all the strategy changed. We didn't know if we made the right call in the first pit stop either. We chose not to take tyres, so we got a gain from it, but it was very difficult to drive that extra hour with tyres that already did half a stint. So that made it more challenging, but it was awesome just to get back to get the win. Honestly, both of us didn't think it was going to be possible after that crash. So I think, like Jake said, credit to the admins. It wasn't easy to do that, and credit to Jake as well. Awesome driving once again, and hopefully next one we can come back and get a good result again.
Wow, thank you very much to the pair of you, and congratulations for yet another victory.
Thank you.
Right, we will hop them out. We've got a couple of other drivers that may well want to be interviewed. I'm not 100% sure, so forgive me if we're going to drag them in and maybe some language I have had before. But very, very quickly, we'll just drag in... Oh, never mind. We'll avoid that then. I'll wrap up with you, Zach, then. Thoughts of the Watkins Glen round?
Well, coming into it, of course, I didn't really know much about Watkins Glen, but I'm definitely satisfied with the track now. I've been sat with you after 2 hours, and I have to say, it was a race on all fronts, wasn't it? It was just, a great analogy earlier. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. You just wanted one of everything, didn't you? We had cars off to the moon, cars upside down, fights for the race lead. It was magical, really, wasn't it? And such a great second round of the championship. And while all pole to win for LMP2 and repeat winners for FA Alonso, it doesn't tell the whole story of the race, and it is such a good watch, and I enjoyed that so much.
Absolutely. There are plenty of questions that need to be answered next round. Like we said, we've got the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia car that dominated this category. They dominated Silverstone, and they had a few issues today and had to work their way back up. Questions for the likes of the SSR JK Signs team, for R1 Sim Sports, who were up there in the earlier stages. Of course, to the Evolution Sim Racing team, who were right up there as well. For Logitech Gialtas Esports and Lobs Esports that won in both of the other categories. There is so much to see them race. We will be back in a fair while. It is a bit of a wait until we come back to race for round 3 and past the halfway point of the season. And that will be a fantastic 6-hour race around the Autodromo Nazionale Monza. Until then, though, that is on the 7th of August. We will say goodbye. I've been Lewis McGlade, Zach Sweeney in the booth. You'll know Leary a bit earlier, and broadcast courtesy of Dan Handover from Simply Race. Until next time, though, bye-bye.